Preface. Although the Diary of Samuel Pepys has been in the hands of the public for nearly 70 years, it has not hitherto appeared in its entirety. In the original edition of 1825, scarcely half of the manuscript was printed. Lord Braybrooke added some passages as the various editions were published, but in the preface to his last edition he wrote, "There appeared indeed no necessity to amplify or in any way to alter the text of the diary beyond the correction of a few verbal errors and corrupt passages hitherto overlooked." The public knew nothing as to what was left unprinted, and there was therefore a general feeling of gratification when it was announced some 18 years ago that a new edition was to be published by the Reverend Myners Bright, with the addition of new matter equal to a third of the whole. It was understood that at last the diary was to appear in its entirety, but there was a passage in Mr. Bright's preface which suggested a doubt respecting the necessary completeness. He wrote, "It would have been tedious to the reader if I had copied from the diary the account of his daily work at the office." As a matter of fact, Mr. Bright left roughly speaking about 1/5 of the whole diary still unprinted, although he transcribed the whole and bequeathed his transcript to Magdalene College. It has now been decided that the whole of the diary shall be made public, with the exception of a few passages which cannot possibly be printed. It may be thought by some that these omissions are due to an unnecessary squeamishness, but it is not really so, and readers are therefore asked to have faith in the judgment of the editor. Where any passages have been omitted, marks of omission are added, so that in all cases readers will know where anything has been left out. Lord Braybrooke made the remark in his Life of Pepys that the cipher employed by him greatly resembles that known by the name of Rich's system. When Mr. Bright came to decipher the Ms., he discovered that the shorthand system used by Pepys was an earlier one than Rich's, viz., that of Thomas Shelton, who made his system public in 1620. In his various editions, Lord Braybrooke gave a large number of valuable notes, in the collection and arrangement of which he was assisted by the late Mr. John Holmes of the British Museum, and the late Mr. James Yowell, sometime sub-editor of Notes and Queries. Where these notes are left unaltered in the present edition, the letter B has been affixed to them, but in many instances the notes have been altered and added to from later information, and in these cases no mark is affixed. A large number of additional notes are now supplied, but still much has had to be left unexplained. Many persons are mentioned in the diary who were little known in the outer world, and in some instances it has been impossible to identify them. In other cases, however, it has been possible to throw light upon these persons by reference to different portions of the diary itself. I would here ask the kind assistance of any reader who is able to illustrate passages that have been left unnoted. I have received much assistance from the various books in which the diary is quoted. Every writer on the period covered by the diary has been pleased to illustrate his subject by quotations from Pepys, and from these books it has often been possible to find information which helps to explain difficult passages in the diary. Much illustrative matter of value was obtained by Lord Braybrooke from the Diurnal of Thomas Rugg, which is preserved in the British Museum ad. MSS. 10,116, 10,117. The following is the description of this interesting work as given by Lord Braybrooke. Mercurius Politicus Redivivus, or a collection of the most material occurrences and transactions in public affairs since Anno Dni, 1659, until March, 1672, serving as an annual diurnal for future satisfaction and information, by Thomas Rugg. Est natura hominum novitatis avida, Plinius. This Ms. belonged in 1693 to Thomas Grey, 2nd Earl of Stamford. It has his autograph at the commencement, and on the sides are his arms, 4 quarterings in gold. In 1819, it was sold by auction in London as part of the collection of Thomas Lloyd, Esquire, No. 1465, and was then bought by Thomas Thorpe, bookseller. Whilst Mr. Lloyd was the possessor, the Ms. was lent to Dr. Lingard, whose note of thanks to Mr. Lloyd is preserved in the volume. From Thorpe it appears to have passed to Mr. Heber at the sale of whose MSS. In Feb. 1836 by Mr. Evans of Pall Mall, it was purchased by the British Museum for L88s. Thomas Rugg was descended from an ancient Norfolk family, and 2 of his ancestors are described as aldermen of Norwich. His death has been ascertained to have occurred about 1672, and in the diary for the preceding year, he complains that on account of his declining health, his entries will be but few. Nothing has been traced of his personal circumstances beyond the fact of his having lived for 14 years in Covent Garden, then a fashionable locality. Another work I have found of the greatest value is the late Mr. J.E. Doyle's Official Baronage of England, 1886, which contains a mass of valuable information not easily to be obtained elsewhere. By reference to its pages, I have been enabled to correct several erroneous dates in previous notes, caused by a very natural confusion of years in the case of the months of January, February, and March, before it was finally fixed that the year should commence in January instead of March. More confusion has probably been introduced into history from this than from any other cause of a like nature. The reference to 2 years, as in the case of, say, Jan. 5, 1660-162, may appear clumsy, but it is the only safe plan of notation. If 1 year only is mentioned, the reader is never sure whether or not the correction has been made. It is a matter for sincere regret that the popular support was withheld from Mr. Doyle's important undertaking, so that the author's intention of publishing further volumes, containing the baronies not dealt with in those already published, was frustrated. My labors have been much lightened by the kind help which I have received from those interested in the subject. Lovers of Pepys are numerous, and I have found those I have applied to ever willing to give me such information as they possess. It is a singular pleasure, therefore, to have an opportunity of expressing publicly my thanks to these gentlemen, and among them I would especially mention Messrs. Fennell, Danby P. Fry, J. Eliot Hodgkin, Henry Jackson, J. K. Lafton, Julian Marshall, John Biddulph Martin, J. E. Matthew, Philip Norman, Richard B. Prosser, and Hugh Calendar, Fellow of Trinity College, who verified some of the passages in the manuscript. To the Master and Fellows of Magdalene College, also, I am especially indebted for allowing me to consult the treasures of the Pepysian Library, and more particularly my thanks are due to Mr. Arthur G. Peskett, the librarian. H.B.W., Brampton, Oppidans Road, London, N.W. February 1893. Particulars of the life of Samuel Pepys. The family of Pepys is one of considerable antiquity in the east of England, and the Hun, Walter Courtenay Pepys. Mr. W.C. Pepys has paid great attention to the history of his family, and in 1887 he published an interesting work entitled Genealogy of the Pepys Family, 1273-1887, London, George Bell and Sons, which contains the fullest pedigrees of the family yet issued. Says that the first mention of the name that he has been able to find is in the 100 Rolls, Edwa. I. 1273, where Richard Pepys and John Pepys are registered as holding lands in the county of Cambridge. In the next century, the name of William Pepys is found in deeds relating to lands in the parish of Cottenham, Co-Cambridge, dated 1329 and 1340 respectively, Cole MSS. British Museum, Volume I, p. 56, Volume Roman 42. p. 44. According to the court roll of the manor of Pelhams, in the parish of Cottenham, Thomas Pepys was bailiff of the Abbot of Crowland in 1434. But in spite of these references, as well as others to persons of the same name at Braintree, Essex, De Peddle, Norfolk, and C, the first ancestor of the existing branches of the family from whom Mr. Walter Pepys is able to trace an undoubted descent is William Pepys the Elder of Cottenham, Co-Cambridge, whose will is dated 20th March 1519. In 1852, a curious manuscript volume, bound in vellum, and entitled Liber Talboti Pepys de Instrumentis ad Fida Pertinentibus Exemplificatis, was discovered in an old chest in the parish church of Balney, Sussex, by the vicar, the Reverend John Dale, who delivered it to Henry Pepys, Bishop of Worcester, and the book is still in the possession of the family. This volume contains various genealogical entries, and among them are references to the Thomas Pepys of 1430 forementioned above, and to the later William Pepys. The reference to the latter runs thus. A note written out of an oud book of my uncle William Pepys. William Pepys, who died at Cottenham, 10H8, was brought up by the Abbot of Crowland in Huntingdonshire, and he was born in Dunbar in Scotland, a gentleman, whom the said abbot did make his bailiff of all his lands in Cambridgeshire, and placed him in Cottenham, which William aforesaid had 3 sons, Thomas, John, and William, to whom Margaret was mother naturally, all of whom left issue. In illustration of this entry, we may refer to the diary of June 12, 1667, where it is written that Roger Pepys told Samuel that we did certainly come out of Scotland with the Abbot of Crowland. The references to various members of the family settled in Cottenham and elsewhere, at an early date already alluded to, seem to show that there is little foundation for this very positive statement. With regard to the standing of the family, Mr. Walter Pepys writes, the first of the name in 1273 were evidently but small copyholders. Within 150 years, 1420, 3 or 4 of the name had entered the priesthood, and others had become connected with the monastery of Croyland as bailiffs, and in 250 years, 1520, there were certainly 2 families, one at Cottenham, Co-Cambridge, and another at Braintree, Co-Essex, in comfortable circumstances as yeoman farmers. Within 50 years more, 1563, one of the family, Thomas, of South Creek, Co-Norfolk, had entered the ranks of the gentry sufficiently to have his coat of arms recognized by the herald Cook, who conducted the visitation of Norfolk in that year. From that date, the majority of the family have been in good circumstances, with perhaps more than the average of its members taking up public positions. There is a very general notion that Samuel Pepys was of plebeian birth because his father followed the trade of a tailor, and his own remark, but I believe indeed our family were never considerable, February 10, 1661-62, has been brought forward in corroboration of this view, but nothing can possibly be more erroneous, and there can be no doubt that the diarist was really proud of his descent. This may be seen from the inscription on one of his bookplates, where he is stated to be Samuel Pepys of Brampton in Huntingdonshire, Esquire, Secretary of the Admiralty to his matter. King Charles II, descended from ye antient family of Pepys of Cottenham in Cambridgeshire. Many members of the family have greatly distinguished themselves since the diarist's day, and of them Mr. Foss wrote, Judges of England, volume Roman 6, p. 467. In the family of Pepys is illustrated every gradation of legal rank from Reader of an Inn of Court to Lord High Chancellor of England. The William Pepys of Cottenham who commences the pedigree had 3 sons and 3 daughters. From the eldest son, Thomas, descended the first Norfolk branch. From the second son, John Pepys of South Creek, descended the second Norfolk branch, and from the third son, William, descended the Impington branch. The latter William had 4 sons and 2 daughters. 2 of these sons were named Thomas, and as they were both living at the same time, one was distinguished as the Black and the other as the Red. Thomas the Red had 4 sons and 4 daughters. John, born 1601, was the third son, and he became the father of Samuel the diarist. Little is known of John Pepys, but we learn when the diary opens that he was settled in London as a tailor. He does not appear to have been a successful man, and his son on August 26, 1661, found that there was only L45 owing to him, and that he owed about the same sum. He was a citizen of London in 1650, when his son Samuel was admitted to Magdalene College. but at an earlier period, he appears to have had business relations with Holland. In August 1661, John Pepys retired to a small property at Brampton, worth about L80 per annum, which had been left to him by his eldest brother, Robert Pepys, where he died in 1680. The following is a copy of John Pepys's will. My father's will. Memorandum, that I, John Pepys of Ellington, in the county of Huntingdon, Gent, do declare my mind in the disposal of my worldly goods as followeth. First, I desire that my lands and goods left me by my brother, Robert Pepys, deceased, be delivered up to my eldest son, Samuel Pepys, of London, Esker, according as is expressed in the last will of my brother Robert aforesaid. Secondly, as for what goods I have brought from London, or procured since, and what moneys I shall leave behind me or due to me, I desire may be disposed of as followeth. Imprimis, I give to the stock of the poor of the parish of Brampton, in which church I desire to be interred, £5. Item, I give to the poor of Ellington 40 shillings. Item, I desire that my 2 grandsons, Samuel and John Jackson, have £10 apiece. Item, I desire that my daughter Paulina Jackson may have my largest silver tankard. Item, I desire that my son John Pepys may have my gold seal ring. Lastly, I desire that the remainder of what I shall leave be equally distributed between my sons Samuel and John Pepys and my daughter Paulina Jackson. All which I leave to the care of my eldest son Samuel Pepys, to see performed, if he shall think fit. In witness hereunto I set my hand. His wife Margaret, whose maiden name has not been discovered, died on the 25th March, 1667, also at Brampton. The family of these two consisted of 6 sons and 5 daughters. John, born 1632, died 1640. Samuel, born 1633, died 1703. Thomas, born 1634, died 1664. Jacob, born 1637, died young. Robert, born 1638, died young. And John, born 1641, died 1677. Mary, born 1627, Paulina, born 1628, Esther, born 1630, Sarah, born 1635. These 4 girls all died young, and Paulina, born 1640, died 1680, who married John Jackson of Brampton and had 2 sons, Samuel and John. The latter was made his heir by Samuel Pepys. Samuel Pepys was born on the 23rd February, 1632, but the place of birth is not known with certainty. Samuel Knight, D.D., author of the Life of Colet, who was a connection of the family, having married Hannah Pepys, daughter of Talbot Pepys of Impington, says positively that it was at Brampton. His statement cannot be corroborated by the registers of Brampton Church, as these records do not commence until the year 1654. Samuel's early youth appears to have been spent pretty equally between town and country. When he and his brother Tom were children, they lived with a nurse, Goody Lawrence, at Kingsland, and in afterlife, Samuel refers to his habit of shooting with bow and arrow in the fields around that place. He then went to school at Huntingdon, from which he was transferred to St. Paul's School in London. He remained at the latter place until 1650, early in which year his name was entered as a sizar on the boards of Trinity Hall, Cambridge. He was admitted on the 21st June, but subsequently he transferred his allegiance to Magdalene College, where he was admitted a sizar on the 1st October of this same year. He did not enter into residence until March 5, 1650-51, but in the following month he was elected to one of Mr. Spenlove's scholarships. And 2 years later, October 14, 1653, he was preferred to one on Dr. John Smith's foundation. Little or nothing is known of Pepys's career at college, but soon after obtaining the Smith scholarship, he got into trouble, and, with a companion, was admonished for being drunk. October 21, 1653. Memorandum, that Pepys and Hind were solemnly admonished by myself and Mr. Hill for having been scandalously overserved with drink ye night before. This was done in the presence of all the fellows then resident in Mr. Hill's chamber, John Wood, Registrar. From the Registrar's Book of Magdalene College. His time, however, was not wasted, and there is evidence that he carried into his busy life a fair stock of classical learning and a true love of letters. Throughout his life, he looked back with pleasure to the time he spent at the university, and his college was remembered in his will when he bequeathed his valuable library. In this same year, 1653, he graduated BA on the 1st of December, 1655. When he was still without any settled means of support, he married Elizabeth St. Mitchell, a beautiful and portionless girl of 15. Her father, Alexander Marchant, Sieur de St. Mitchell, was of a good family in Anjou and son of the High Sheriff of Bauge in Anjou. Having turned Huguenot at the age of 21, when in the German service, his father disinherited him, and he also lost the reversion of some L20000 sterling which his uncle, a rich French canon, intended to bequeath to him before he left the Roman Catholic Church. He came over to England in the retinue of Henrietta Maria on her marriage with Charles I, but the Queen dismissed him on finding that he was a Protestant and did not attend Mass. Being a handsome man, with courtly manners, he found favor in the sight of the widow of an Irish squire, daughter of Sir Francis Kingsmill, who married him against the wishes of her family. After the marriage, Alexander St. Mitchell and his wife, having raised some £1,500, started for France in the hope of recovering some part of the family property. They were unfortunate in all their movements, and on their journey to France were taken prisoners by the Dunkirkers, who stripped them of all their property. They now settled at Bideford in Devonshire, and here or nearby were born Elizabeth and the rest of the family. At a later period, St. Mitchell served against the Spaniards at the taking of Dunkirk and Arras, and settled at Paris. He was an unfortunate man throughout life, and his son Balthazar says of him, "My father at last grew full of whimsies and propositions of perpetual motion, and to kings, princes, and others, which soaked his pocket, and brought all our family so low by his not minding anything else, spending all he had got and getting no other employment to bring in more." While he was away from Paris, some deluding papists and pretended devots persuaded Madame St. Mitchell to place her daughter in the nunnery of the Ursulines. When the father heard of this, he hurried back and managed to get Elizabeth out of the nunnery after she had been there 12 days. Thinking that France was a dangerous place to live in, he removed his family to England, where soon afterwards his daughter was married. Although, as Lord Braybrooke remarks, we are not told how she became acquainted with Pepys. St. Mitchell was greatly pleased that his daughter had become the wife of a true Protestant, and she herself said to him, kissing his eyes, "Dear father, though in my tender years I was by my low fortune in this world deluded to popery, by the fond dictates thereof I have now joined with my riper years, which give me some understanding, a man to my husband too wise, and one too religious to the Protestant religion to suffer my thoughts to bend that way any more." These particulars are obtained from an interesting letter from Balthazar St. Mitchell to Pepys, dated Deal, Feb. 8, 1673, and printed in Life, Journals, and Correspondence of Samuel Pepys, Volume I, pp. 140-653. Alexander St. Mitchell kept up his character for fecklessness through life, and took out patents for curing smoking chimneys, purifying water, and molding bricks. In 1667, he petitioned the king, asserting that he had discovered King Solomon's gold and silver mines, and the diary of the same date contains a curious commentary upon these visions of wealth. March 29, 1667. Fours, a week which his Balty St. Mitchell's father receives of the French church is all the subsistence his father and mother have, and about L20 a year maintains them. As already noted, Pepys was married on December 1, 1655. This date is given on the authority of the registers of St. Margaret's Church, Westminster. The late Mr. T.C. Noble kindly communicated to me a copy of the original marriage certificate, which is as follows: Samuel Pepys of this parish gent, and Elizabeth de St. Mitchell of Martins in the Fields, spinster. Published October 19 TN, 22nd, 29th, 1655, and were married by Richard Sherwin Esker, one of the justices of the peace of the city and liberties of Westham. December 1st. Signed Rye, Sherwin. But strangely enough, Pepys himself supposed his wedding day to have been October 10th. Lord Braybrooke remarks on this. It is notorious that the registers in those times were very ill kept, of which we have here a striking instance. Surely a man who kept a diary could not have made such a blunder. What is even more strange than Pepys's conviction that he was married on October 10th is Mrs. Pepys's agreement with him. On October 10, 1666, we read, So home to supper, and to bed, it being my wedding night, but how many years I cannot tell. But my wife says 10. Here Mrs. Pepys was wrong, as it was 11 years, so she may have been wrong in the day also. In spite of the high authority of Mr. and Mrs. Pepys on a question so interesting to them both, we must accept the register as conclusive on this point until further evidence of its incorrectness is forthcoming. Sir Edward Montage, afterwards Earl of Sandwich, who was Pepys's first cousin one remove, Pepys's grandfather and Montage's mother being brother and sister, was a true friend to his poor kinsman, and he at once held out a helping hand to the imprudent couple, allowing them to live in his house. John Pepys does not appear to have been in sufficiently good circumstances to pay for the education of his son, and it seems probable that Samuel went to the university under his influential cousin's patronage. At all events, he owed his success in life primarily to Montage, to whom he appears to have acted as a sort of agent. On March 26, 1658, he underwent a successful operation for the stone, and we find him celebrating each anniversary of this important event of his life with thanksgiving. He went through life with little trouble on this score, but when he died at the age of 70, a nest of 7 stones was found in his left kidney. June 10, 1669. I went this evening to London to carry Mr. Pepys to my brother Richard, now exceedingly afflicted with the stone, who had been successfully cut, and carried the stone, as big as a tennis ball, to show him and encourage his resolution to go through the operation. Evelyn's Diary. In June 1659, Pepys accompanied Sir Edward Montage in the Naseby, when the Admiral of the Baltic Fleet and Algernon Sidney went to the Sound as joint commissioners. It was then that Montage corresponded with Charles Roman too, but he had to be very secret in his movements on account of the suspicions of Sidney. Pepys knew nothing of what was going on, as he confesses in the diary. I do from this raise an opinion of him to be one of the most secret men in the world, which I was not so convinced of before. On Pepys's return to England, he obtained an appointment in the office of Mr., afterward Sir George Downing, who was one of the foretellers of the receipt of the Exchequer. He was clerk to Downing when he commenced his diary on January 1, 1660, and then lived in Axe Yard, close by King Street, Westminster, a place on the site of which was built Fludyer Street. This, too, was swept away for the government offices in 1864-65. His salary was L50 a year. Downing invited Pepys to accompany him to Holland, but he does not appear to have been very pressing, and a few days later in this same January, he got him appointed one of the clerks of the council, but the recipient of the favor does not appear to have been very grateful. A great change was now about to take place in Pepys's fortunes, for in the following March he was made secretary to Sir Edward Montage in his expedition to bring about the restoration of Charles Roman II. And on the 23rd, he went on board the Swifter with Montage. On the 30th, they transferred themselves to the Naseby. Owing to this appointment of Pepys, we have in the diary a very full account of the daily movements of the fleet until, events having followed their natural course, Montage had the honor of bringing Charles Roman II to Dover, where the king was received with great rejoicing. Several of the ships in the fleet had names which were obnoxious to royalists, and on the 23rd May the king came on board the Naseby and altered there the Naseby to the Charles, the Richard to the Royal James, the Speaker to the Mary, the Winsby to the Happy Return, the Wakefield to the Richmond, the Lambert to the Henrietta, the Cheriton to the Speedwell, and the Bradford to the Success. This portion of the diary is of particular interest, and the various excursions in Holland which the diarist made are described in a very amusing manner. When Montagu and Pepys had both returned to London, the former told the latter that he had obtained the promise of the office of Clerk of the Acts for him. Many difficulties occurred before Pepys actually secured the place, so that at times he was inclined to accept the offers which were made to him to give it up. General Monk was anxious to get the office for Mr. Turner, who was chief clerk in the Navy Office, but in the end, Montagu's influence secured it for Pepys. Then Thomas Barlow, who had been appointed Clerk of the Acts in 1638, turned up and appeared likely to become disagreeable. Pepys bought him off with an annuity of 2, which he did not have to pay for any length of time, as Barlow died in February 1664-65. It is not in human nature to be greatly grieved at the death of one to whom you have to pay an annuity, and Pepys expresses his feelings in a very naive manner. For which God knows my heart I could be as sorry as is possible for one to be for a stranger, by whose death he gets L100 per annum, he being a worthy honest man. But when I come to consider the providence of God, by this means unexpectedly to give me L100 a year more in my estate, I have cause to bless God, and do it from the bottom of my heart. This office was one of considerable importance, for not only was the holder the secretary or registrar of the Navy Board, but he was also one of the principal officers of the Navy, and, as member of the board, of equal rank with the other commissioners. This office Pepys held during the whole period of the diary, and we find him constantly fighting for his position, as some of the other members wished to reduce his rank merely to that of secretary. In his contention Pepys appears to have been in the right, and a valuable Ms. volume in the Pepysian Library contains an extract from the old instructions of about 1649, in which this very point is argued out. The volume appears to have been made up by William Penn the Quaker, from a collection of manuscripts on the affairs of the Navy found in his father, Sir William Penn's closet. It was presented to Charles Roman II, with a dedication ending thus: I hope enough to justify so much freedom with a prince that is so easy to excuse things well intended as this is, by, great prince, thy faithful subject, W.M. Penn. London, the 22 of the Mo called June, 1680. It does not appear how the volume came into Pepys's possession. It may have been given him by the king, or he may have taken it as a perquisite of his office. The book has an index, which was evidently added by Pepys. In this are these entries, which show his appreciation of the contents of the MS. Clerk of the Acts his duty, his necessity and usefulness. The following description of the duty of the Clerk of the Acts shows the importance of the office, and the statement that if the clerk is not fitted to act as a commissioner, he is a blockhead and unfit for his employment, is particularly racy, and not quite the form of expression one would expect to find in an official document. Clerk of the Acts. The clerk of the navy's duty depends principally upon rating, by the board's approbation of all bills and recording of them, and all orders, contracts, and warrants, making up and casting of accompts, framing and writing answers to letters, orders, and commands from the council, Lord High Admiral, or commissioners of the Admiralty, and he ought to be a very able accomptant, well versed in naval affairs and all inferior officers' duties. It hath been objected by some that the Clerk of the Acts ought to be subordinate to the rest of the commissioners, and not to be joined in equal power with them, although he was so constituted from the first institution, which hath been an opinion only of some to keep him at a distance, lest he might be thought too forward if he had joint power in discovering or arguing against that which peradventure private interest would have concealed. It is certain no man sees more of the navy's transactions than himself, and possibly may speak as much to the project if required, or else he is a blockhead, and not fit for that employment. But why he should not make as able a commissioner as a shipwright, let wise men judge. In Pepys's patent, the salary is stated to be L33 8d, but this was only the ancient fee out of the exchequer, which had been attached to the office for more than a century. Pepys's salary had been previously fixed at L350 a year. Neither of the two qualifications upon which particular stress is laid in the above instructions was possessed by Pepys. He knew nothing about the Navy, and so little of accounts that apparently he learned the multiplication table for the first time in July, 1661. We see from the particulars given in the diary how hard he worked to obtain the knowledge required in his office, and in consequence of his assiduity, he soon became a model official. When Pepys became Clerk of the Acts, he took up his residence at the Navy Office, a large building situated between Crutched Friars and Seething Lane, with an entrance in each of those places. On July 4, 1660, he went with Commissioner Pett to view the houses, and was very pleased with them, but he feared that the more influential officers would jockey him out of his rights. His fears were not well grounded, and on July 18th, he records the fact that he dined in his own apartments, which were situated in the Seething Lane front. On July 24, 1660, Pepys was sworn in as Lord Sandwich's deputy for a clerkship of the Privy Seal. This office, which he did not think much of at first, brought him in for a time L3 a day. In June 1660, he was made Master of Arts by proxy, and soon afterwards he was sworn in as a Justice of the Peace for Middlesex, Essex, Kent, and Hampshire, the counties in which the chief dockyards were situated. Pepys's life is written large in the diary, and it is not necessary here to do more than catalogue the chief incidents of it in chronological order. In February 1661-62, he was chosen a younger brother of the Trinity House, and in April 1662, when on an official visit to Portsmouth Dockyard, he was made a burgess of the town. In August of the same year, he was appointed one of the commissioners for the affairs of Tangier. Soon afterwards, Thomas Povey, the treasurer, got his accounts into a muddle and showed himself incompetent for the place, so that Pepys replaced him as treasurer to the commission. In March 1663-64, the Corporation of the Royal Fishery was appointed, with the Duke of York as governor and 32 assistants, mostly very great persons. Through Lord Sandwich's influence, Pepys was made one of these. The time was now arriving when Pepys's general ability and devotion to business brought him prominently into notice. During the Dutch War, the unreadiness of the ships, more particularly in respect to victualling, was the cause of great trouble. The Clerk of the Acts did his utmost to set things right, and he was appointed Surveyor General of the Victualling Office. The kind way in which Mr. Coventry proposed him as the fittest man in England for the office, and the Duke of York's expressed approval, greatly pleased him. During the fearful period when the plague was raging, Pepys stuck to his business, and the chief management of naval affairs devolved upon him, for the meetings at the Navy Office were but thinly attended. In a letter to Coventry, he wrote, "The sickness in general thickens round us, and particularly upon our neighborhood. You, sir, took your turn of the sword. I must not, therefore, grudge to take mine of the pestilence." At this time his wife was living at Woolwich, and he himself with his clerks at Greenwich. One maid only remained in the house in London. Pepys rendered special service at the time of the fire of London. He communicated the king's wishes to the Lord Mayor, and he saved the Navy Office by having up workmen from Woolwich and Deptford dockyards to pull down the houses around, and so prevent the spread of the flames. When peace was at length concluded with the Dutch, and people had time to think over the disgrace which the country had suffered by the presence of De Ruyter's fleet in the Medway, it was natural that a public inquiry into the management of the war should be undertaken. A parliamentary committee was appointed in October 1667 to inquire into the matter. Pepys made a statement which satisfied the committee, but for months afterwards he was continually being summoned to answer some charge, so that he confesses himself as mad to become the hackney of this office in perpetual trouble and vexation that need at least. At last, a storm broke out in the House of Commons against the principal officers of the Navy, and some members demanded that they should be put out of their places. In the end, they were ordered to be heard in their own defense at the bar of the House. The whole labor of the defense fell upon Pepys, but having made out his case with great skill, he was rewarded by a most unexpected success. On the 5th March, 1667-68, he made the great speech of his life, and spoke for 3 hours, with the effect that he so far removed the prejudice against the officers of the Navy Board that no further proceedings were taken in Parliament on the subject. He was highly praised for his speech, and he was naturally much elated at his brilliant success. About the year 1664, we first hear of a defect in Pepys's eyesight. He consulted the celebrated Cocker and began to wear green spectacles, but gradually this defect became more pronounced, and on the 31st of May, 1669, he wrote the last words in his diary. "And thus ends all that I doubt I shall ever be able to do with my own eyes in the keeping of my journal, I being not able to do it any longer, having done now as long as to undo my eyes almost every time that I take a pen in my hand." He feared blindness and was forced to desist, to his lasting regret and our great loss. At this time, he obtained leave of absence from the duties of his office, and he set out on a tour through France and Holland accompanied by his wife. In his travels, he was true to the occupation of his life, and made collections respecting the French and Dutch navies. Some months after his return, he spoke of his journey as having been full of health and content. But no sooner had he and his wife returned to London than the latter became seriously ill with a fever. The disease took a fatal turn, and on the 10th of November, 1669, Elizabeth Pepys died at the early age of 29 years, to the great grief of her husband. She died at their house in Crutched Friars and was buried at St. Olave's Church, Hart Street, where Pepys erected a monument to her memory. Pepys's successful speech at the bar of the House of Commons made him anxious to become a member, and the Duke of York and Sir William Coventry heartily supported him in his resolution. An opening occurred in due course at Aldborough in Suffolk, owing to the death of Sir Robert Brooke in 1669, but in consequence of the death of his wife, Pepys was unable to take part in the election. His cause was warmly espoused by the Duke of York and by Lord Henry Howard, afterwards Earl of Norwich and 6th Duke of Norfolk, but the efforts of his supporters failed, and the contest ended in favor of John Bruce, who represented the popular party. In November 1673, Pepys was more successful and was elected for Castle, rising on the elevation of the member, Sir Robert Paston, to the peerage as Viscount Yarmouth. His unsuccessful opponent, Mr. Offley, petitioned against the return, and the election was determined to be void by the Committee of Privileges. The Parliament, however, being prorogued the following month without the Houses coming to any vote on the subject, Pepys was permitted to retain his seat. A most irrelevant matter was introduced into the inquiry, and Pepys was charged with having a crucifix in his house, from which it was inferred that he was a papist or popishly inclined. The charge was grounded upon reported assertions of Sir John Banks and the Earl of Shaftesbury, which they did not stand to when examined on the subject, and the charge was not proved to be good. The House then proceeding upon the debate touching the election for Castle Rising between Mr. Pepys and Mr. Offley, did, in the first place, take into consideration what related personally to Mr. Pepys. Information being given to the House that they had received an account from a person of quality, that he saw an altar with a crucifix upon it, in the house of Mr. Pepys. Mr. Pepys, standing up in his place, did heartily and flatly deny that he ever had any altar or crucifix, or the image or picture of any saint whatsoever in his house, from the top to the bottom of it. And the members being called upon to name the person that gave them the information, they were unwilling to declare it without the order of the House, which, being made, they named the Earl of Shaftesbury. And the House being also informed that Sir J. Banks did likewise see the altar, he was ordered to attend the bar of the House to declare what he knew of this matter. Ordered that Sir William Coventry, Sir Thomas Mears, and Mr. Garraway do attend Lord Shaftesbury on the like occasion, and receive what information his lordship can give on this matter. Journals of the House of Commons, Volume Roman 9, p. 13th February, Sir W. Coventry reports that they attended the Earl of Shaftesbury, and received from him the account which they had put in writing. The Earl of Shaftesbury denieth that he ever saw an altar in Mr. Pepys's house or lodgings. As to the crucifix, he saith he hath some imperfect memory of seeing somewhat which he conceived to be a crucifix. When his lordship was asked the time, he said it was before the burning of the office of the Navy. Being asked concerning the manner, he said he could not remember whether it were painted or carved, or in what manner the thing was, and that his memory was so very imperfect in it, that if he were upon his oath he could give no testimony. Ibid. Volume Roman 9, p. 309, 16th February. Sir John Banks was called in. The Speaker desired him to answer what acquaintance he had with Mr. Pepys, and whether he used to have recourse to him to his house, and had ever seen there any altar or crucifix, or whether he knew of his being a papist or popishly inclined. Sir J. Banks said that he had known and had been acquainted with Mr. Pepys several years, and had often visited him and conversed with him at the Navy Office, and at his house there upon several occasions, and that he never saw in his house there any altar or crucifix, and that he does not believe him to be a papist, or that way inclined in the least, nor had any reason or ground to think or believe it. Ibid. Vol. Roman 9, p. 310. It will be seen from the extracts from the Journals of the House of Commons given in the note that Pepys denied ever having had an altar or crucifix in his house. In the diary, there is a distinct statement of his possession of a crucifix, but it is not clear from the following extracts whether it was not merely a varnished engraving of the crucifixion which he possessed. July 20, 1666. So I away to Lovett there to see how my picture goes on to be varnished, a fine crucifix which will be very fine. August 2. At home find Lovett, who showed me my crucifix which will be very fine when done. Nov. 3. This morning comes Mr. Lovett and brings me my print of the Passion, varnished by him, and the frame which is indeed very fine, though not so fine as I expected, but pleases me exceedingly. Whether he had or had not a crucifix in his house was a matter for himself alone, and the interference of the House of Commons was a gross violation of the liberty of the subject. In connection with Lord Shaftesbury's part in this matter, the late Mr. W. D. Christie found the following letter to Sir Thomas Meres among the papers at St. Giles's House, Dorsetshire. Exeter House, February 10, 1674. Sir, that there might be no mistake, I thought best to put my answer in writing to those questions that yourself, Sir William Coventry, and Mr. Garraway were pleased to propose to me this morning from the House of Commons, which is that I never designed to be a witness against any man for what I either heard or saw, and therefore did not take so exact notice of things inquired of as to be able to remember them so clearly as is requisite to do in a testimony upon honor or oath, or to so great and honorable a body as the House of Commons, it being some years' distance since I was at Mr. Pepys his lodging. Only that particular of an altar is so signal that I must needs have remembered it had I seen any such thing, which I am sure I do not. This I desire you to communicate with Sir William Coventry and Mr. Garraway to be delivered as my answer to the House of Commons, it being the same I gave you this morning. I am, sir, your most humble servant, Shaftesbury. After reading this letter, Sir William Coventry very justly remarked, there are a great many more Catholics than think themselves so, if having a crucifix will make one. Mr. Christie resented the remarks on Lord Shaftesbury's part in this persecution of Pepys made by Lord Braybrooke, who said, painful indeed is it to reflect to what length the bad passions which party violence inflames could in those days carry a man of Shaftesbury's rank, station, and abilities. Mr. Christie observes, it is clear from the letter to Meres that Shaftesbury showed no malice and much scrupulousness when a formal charge, involving important results, was founded on his loose private conversations. This would be a fair vindication if the above attack upon Pepys stood alone, but we shall see later on that Shaftesbury was the moving spirit in a still more unjustifiable attack. Lord Sandwich died heroically in the naval action in Southwold Bay, and on June 24, 1672, his remains were buried with some pomp in Westminster Abbey. There were 11 earls among the mourners, and Pepys, as the first among the 6 banner rolls, walked in the procession. About this time, Pepys was called from his old post of Clerk of the Acts to the higher office of Secretary of the Admiralty. His first appointment was a piece of favoritism, but it was due to his merits alone that he obtained the secretaryship. In the summer of 1673, the Duke of York having resigned all his appointments on the passing of the Test Act, the King put the Admiralty into commission, and Pepys was appointed Secretary for the Affairs of the Navy. The office generally known as Secretary of the Admiralty dates back many years, but the officer who filled it was sometimes Secretary to the Lord High Admiral, and sometimes to the Commission for that office. His Majesty's letters patent for ye erecting the office of Secretary of ye Admiralty of England, and creating Samuel Pepys, Esquire, first Secretary therein, is dated June 10, 1684. He was thus brought into more intimate connection with Charles Roman II, who took the deepest interest in shipbuilding and all naval affairs. The Duke of Buckingham said of the king, the great, almost the only pleasure of his mind to which he seemed addicted was shipping and sea affairs, which seemed to be so much his talent for knowledge as well as inclination, that a war of that kind was rather an entertainment than any disturbance to his thoughts. When Pepys ceased to be Clerk of the Acts, he was able to obtain the appointment for his clerk, Thomas Hayter, and his brother, John Pepys, who held it jointly. The latter does not appear to have done much credit to Samuel. He was appointed clerk to the Trinity House in 1670 on his brother's recommendation, and when he died in 1677, he was in debt L300 to his employers, and this sum Samuel had to pay. In 1676, Pepys was master of the Trinity House, and in the following year master of the Clothworkers' Company when he presented a richly chased silver cup, which is still used at the banquets of the company. On Tuesday, 10th September 1677, the Feast of the Hun. Artillery company was held at Merchant Taylor's Hall, when the Duke of York, the Duke of Somerset, the Lord Chancellor, and other distinguished persons were present. On this occasion, Viscount Newport, Sir Joseph Williamson, and Samuel Pepys officiated as stewards. About this time, it is evident that the secretary carried himself with some haughtiness as a ruler of the navy, and that this was resented by some. An amusing instance will be found in the parliamentary debates. On May 11, 1678, the king's verbal message to quicken the supply was brought in by Mr. Secretary Williamson, when Pepys spoke to this effect. When I promised that the ships should be ready by the 30th of May, it was upon the supposition of the money for 90 ships proposed by the king and voted by you, their sizes and rates, and I doubt not by that time to have 90 ships. And if they fall short, it will be only from the failing of the Straits ships coming home, and those but 2. Sir Robert Howard then rose and said, Pepys here speaks rather like an admiral than a secretary, I and we. I wish he knows half as much of the navy as he pretends. Pepys was chosen by the electors of Harwich as their member in the short parliament that sat from March to July, 1679, his colleague being Sir Anthony Deane, but both members were sent to the Tower in May on a baseless charge, and they were superseded in the next parliament that met on the 17th October, 1679. The high-handed treatment which Pepys underwent at this time exhibits a marked instance of the disgraceful persecution connected with the so-called Popish plot. He was totally unconnected with the Roman Catholic party, but his association with the Duke of York was sufficient to mark him as a prey for the men who initiated this terror of the 17th century. Sir Edmund Barry Godfrey came to his death in October 1678, and in December Samuel Atkins, Pepys's clerk, was brought to trial as an accessory to his murder. Shaftesbury and the others, not having succeeded in getting at Pepys through his clerk, soon afterwards attacked him more directly, using the infamous evidence of Colonel Scott. Much light has lately been thrown upon the underhand dealings of this miscreant by Mr. G. D. Scull, who printed privately in 1883 a valuable work entitled Dorothea Scott, otherwise Gutherson and Hogben of Egerton House, Kent, 1611–1680. John Scott, calling himself Colonel Scott, ingratiated himself into acquaintance with Major Gutherson and sold to the latter large tracts of land in Long Island, to which he had no right whatever. Dorothea Gutherson, after her husband's death, took steps to ascertain the exact state of her property and obtained the assistance of Colonel Francis Lovelace, governor of New York. Scott's fraud was discovered, and a petition for redress was presented to the king. The result of this was that the Duke of York commanded Pepys to collect evidence against Scott, and he accordingly brought together a great number of depositions and information as to his dishonest proceedings in New England, Long Island, Barbados, France, Holland, and England, and these papers are preserved among the Rawlinson manuscripts in the Bodleian. Scott had his revenge and accused Pepys of betraying the navy by sending secret particulars to the French government and of a design to dethrone the king and extirpate the Protestant religion. Pepys and Sir Anthony Deane were committed to the Tower under the Speaker's warrant on May 22, 1679, and Pepys's place at the Admiralty was filled by the appointment of Thomas Hayter. When the 2 prisoners were brought to the bar of the King's Bench on the 2nd of June, the Attorney General refused bail, but subsequently they were allowed to find security for L30000. Pepys was put to great expense in collecting evidence against Scott and obtaining witnesses to clear himself of the charges brought against him. He employed his brother-in-law, Balthazar St. Mitchell, to collect evidence in France, as he himself explains in a letter to the commissioners of the Navy. His Majesty of his gracious regard to me, and the justification of my innocence, was then pleased at my humble request to dispense with my said brother going with ye ship about that time designed for Tangier, and to give leave to his going into France, the scene of ye villanies then in practice against me, he being the only person whom, from his relation to me, together with his knowledge in the place and language, his known diligence and particular affection towards me, I could at that time, and in so great a cause pitch on, for committing the care of this affair of detecting the practice of my enemies there. In the end, Scott refused to acknowledge to the truth of his original deposition, and the prisoners were relieved from their bail on February 12, 1679-80. John James, a butler previously in Pepys's service, confessed on his deathbed in 1680 that he had trumped up the whole story relating to his former master's change of religion at the instigation of Mr. William Harbord, MP for Thetford. Pepys wrote on July 1, 1680, to Mrs. Skinner, "I would not omit giving you the knowledge of my having at last obtained what with as much reason I might have expected a year ago, my full discharge from the bondage I have, from one villain's practice, so long lain under." William Harbord of Cadbury, co-Somerset, second son of Sir Charles Harbord, whom he succeeded in 1682 as surveyor, General of the Land Revenues of the Crown, was Pepys's most persistent enemy. Several papers referring to Harbord's conduct were found at Scott's lodging after his flight, and are now preserved among the Rawlinson MSS. In the Bodleian, one of these was the following memorandum, which shows pretty plainly Pepys's opinion of Harbord. That about the time of Mr. Pepys's surrender of his employment of Secretary of the Admiralty, Capt. Russell and myself being in discourse about Mr. Pepys, Mr. Russell delivered himself in these or other words to this purport: that he thought it might be of advantage to both, if a good understanding were had between his brother Harbord and Mr. Pepys, asking me to propose it to Mr. Pepys, and he would to his brother, which I agreed to, and went immediately from him to Mr. Pepys, and telling him of this discourse, he gave me readily this answer in these very words: that he knew of no service Mr. Harbord could do him, or if he could, he should be the last man in England he would receive any from. William Harbord sat as MP for Thetford in several parliaments. In 1689 he was chosen on the Privy Council, and in 1690 became Vice-Treasurer for Ireland. He was appointed ambassador to Turkey and died at Belgrade in July of that year. Besides Scott's dishonesty in his dealings with Major Gutherson, it came out that he had cheated the States of Holland out of L7000, in consequence of which he was hanged in effigy at The Hague in 1672. In 1682, he fled from England to escape from the law, as he had been guilty of willful murder by killing George Butler, a hackney coachman, and he reached Norway in safety, where he remained till 1696. In that year, some of his influential friends obtained a pardon for him from William Roman III, and he returned to England. In October 1680, Pepys attended on Charles Roman II at Newmarket, and there he took down from the king's own mouth the narrative of His Majesty's escape from Worcester, which was first published in 1766 by Sir David Dalrymple, Lord Hailes, from the Ms., which now remains in the Pepysian Library both in shorthand and in longhand. It is creditable to Charles Roman II and the Duke of York that both brothers highly appreciated the abilities of Pepys and availed themselves of his knowledge of naval affairs. In the following year, there was some chance that Pepys might retire from public affairs and take upon himself the headship of one of the chief Cambridge colleges. On the death of Sir Thomas Page, the provost of King's College, in August 1681, Mr. S. Marion, a fellow of Clare Hall, recommended Pepys to apply to the king for the appointment, being assured that the royal mandate, if obtained, would secure his election. He liked the idea, but replied that he believed Colonel Legge, afterwards Lord Dartmouth, wanted to get the office for an old tutor. Nothing further seems to have been done by Pepys, except that he promised if he were chosen to give the whole profit of the first year, and at least half of that of each succeeding year, to be dedicated to the general and public use of the college. In the end, Dr. John Coplestone was appointed to the post. On May 22, 1681, the Reverend Dr. Mills, rector of St. Olave's, who is so often mentioned in the diary, gave Pepys a certificate as to his attention to the services of the church. It is not quite clear what was the occasion of the certificate, but probably the diarist wished to have it ready in case of another attack upon him in respect to his tendency towards the Church of Rome. Early in 1682, Pepys accompanied the Duke of York to Scotland and narrowly escaped shipwreck by the way. Before letters could arrive in London to tell of his safety, the news came of the wreck of the Gloucester, the Duke's ship, and of the loss of many lives. His friend's anxiety was relieved by the arrival of a letter which Pepys wrote from Edinburgh to Hewer on May 8, in which he detailed the particulars of the adventure. The Duke invited him to go on board the Gloucester frigate, but he preferred his own yacht, the Catherine, in which he had more room, and in consequence of his resolution, he saved himself from the risk of drowning. On May 5th, the frigate struck upon the sand called the Lemon and Oar, about 16 leagues from the mouth of the Humber. This was caused by the carelessness of the pilot, to whom Pepys imputed an obstinate overweening in opposition to the contrary opinions of Sir Ibery, his master, mates, Call Legg, the Duke himself, and several others, concurring unanimously in not being yet clear of the sands. The Duke and his party escaped, but numbers were drowned in the sinking ship, and it is said that had the wreck occurred 2 hours earlier, and the accompanying yachts been at the distance they had previously been, not a soul would have escaped. Pepys stayed in Edinburgh for a short time, and the Duke of York allowed him to be present at 2 councils. He then visited, with Colonel George Legge, some of the principal places in the neighbourhood, such as Stirling, Linlithgow, Hamilton, and Glasgow. The latter place he describes as a very extraordinary town indeed for beauty and trade, much superior to any in Scotland. Pepys had now been out of office for some time, but he was soon to have employment again. Tangier, which was acquired at the marriage of the king to Catherine of Braganza, had long been an encumbrance, and it was resolved at last to destroy the place. Colonel Legge, now Lord Dartmouth, was in August 1683, constituted Captain General of His Majesty's forces in Africa and Governor of Tangier, and sent with a fleet of about 20 sail to demolish and blow up the works, destroy the harbour, and bring home the garrison. Pepys received the king's commands to accompany Lord Dartmouth on his expedition, but the latter's instructions were secret, and Pepys therefore did not know what had been decided upon. He saw quite enough, however, to form a strong opinion of the uselessness of the place to England. Lord Dartmouth carried out his instructions thoroughly, and on March 29, 1684, he and his party, including Pepys, arrived in the English Channel. The king himself now resumed the office of Lord High Admiral and appointed Pepys Secretary of the Admiralty, with a salary of L500 per annum. In the Pepysian Library is the original patent, dated June 10, 1684. His Majesty's letters patent for ye erecting the office of Secretary of ye Admiralty of England, and creating Samuel Pepys, Esquire, first Secretary therein. In this office, the diarist remained until the period of the Revolution, when his official career was concluded. A very special honor was conferred upon Pepys in this year, when he was elected President of the Royal Society in succession to Sir Cyril Witch, and he held the office for 2 years. Pepys had been admitted a Fellow of the Society on February 15, 1664-65, and from Birch's History, we find that in the following month he made a statement to the Society. Mr. Pepys gave an account of what information he had received from the master of the Jersey ship, which had been in company with Major Holmes in the Guinea voyage concerning the pendulum watches, March 15, 1664-5. The records of the Society show that he frequently made himself useful by obtaining such information as might be required in his department. After he retired from the presidency, he continued to entertain some of the most distinguished members of the Society on Saturday evenings at his house in York Buildings. Evelyn expressed the strongest regret when it was necessary to discontinue these meetings on account of the infirmities of the host. In 1685, Charles Roman II died and was succeeded by James, Duke of York. From his intimate association with James, it might have been supposed that a long period of official life was still before Pepys, but the new king's bigotry and incapacity soon made this a practical impossibility. At the coronation of James Roman II, Pepys marched in the procession immediately behind the king's canopy as one of the 16 barons of the Cinque Ports. In the year 1685, a new charter was granted to the Trinity Company, and Pepys was named in it the first master, this being the second time that he had held the office of master. Evelyn specially refers to the event in his diary, and mentions the distinguished persons present at the dinner on July 20th. It is evident that at this time Pepys was looked upon as a specially influential man, and when a parliament was summoned to meet on May 19, 1685, he was elected both for Harwich and for Sandwich. He chose to serve for Harwich, and Sir Philip Parker was elected to fill his place at Sandwich. This parliament was dissolved by proclamation July 2nd, 1687, and on August 24th, the king declared in council that another parliament should be summoned for November 27th, 1688, but great changes took place before that date. And when the Convention Parliament was called together in January and February 1689-90, Pepys found no place in it. The right-hand man of the exiled monarch was not likely to find favor in the eyes of those who were now in possession. When the election for Harwich came on, the electors refused to return him, and the streets echoed to the cry of "No Tower men, no men out of the Tower." They did not wish to be represented in Parliament by a disgraced official. We have little or no information to guide us as to Pepys's proceedings at the period of the Revolution. We know that James Roman II, just before his flight, was sitting to Kneller for a portrait intended for the Secretary to the Admiralty, and that Pepys acted in that office for the last time on 20th February, 1688-89. But between those dates, we know nothing of the anxieties and troubles that he must have suffered. On the 9th March, an order was issued from the Commissioners of the Admiralty for him to deliver up his books, and to Phineas Bowes, who superseded him as Secretary. Pepys had many firm friends upon whom he could rely, but he had also enemies who lost no opportunity of worrying him. On June 10, 1690, Evelyn has this entry in his diary, which throws some light upon the events of the time. Mr. Pepys read to me his remonstrance, skewing with what malice and injustice he was suspected with Sir Anth Dean about the timber of which the 30 ships were built by a late Act of Parliament, with the exceeding danger which the fleet would shortly be in, by reason of the tyranny and incompetency of those who now managed the Admiralty and affairs of the Navy, of which he gave an accurate state, and showed his great ability. On the 25th of this same month, Pepys was committed to the Gatehouse at Westminster on a charge of having sent information to the French court of the state of the English Navy. There was no evidence of any kind against him, and at the end of July, he was allowed to return to his own house on account of ill health. Nothing further was done in respect to the charge, but he was not free till some time after, and he was long kept in anxiety. For even in 1692, he still apprehended some fresh persecution. Sir Peter Pallavicini, Mr. James Howblon, Mr. Blackburn, and Mr. Martin bailed him, and he sent them the following circular letter. October 15, 1690. Being this day become once again a free man in every respect, I mean, but that of my obligation to you and the rest of my friends, to whom I stand indebted for my being so, I think it but a reasonable part of my duty to pay you and them my thanks for it in a body. But know not how otherwise to compass it than by begging you, which I hereby do, to take your share with them and me here tomorrow of a piece of mutton, which is all I dare promise you, besides that of being ever your most bounden and faithful humble servant, S.P. He employed the enforced idleness caused by being thrust out of his employment in the collection of the materials for the valuable work which he published in 1690, under the title of Memoirs of the Navy. Little more was left for him to do in life, but as the government became more firmly established and the absolute absurdity of the idea of his disloyalty was proved, Pepys held up his head again as a man to be respected and consulted, and for the remainder of his life he was looked upon as the Nestor of the Navy. There is little more to be told of Pepys's life. He continued to keep up an extended correspondence with his many friends, and as treasurer of Christ's Hospital, he took very great interest in the welfare of that institution. He succeeded in preserving from impending ruin the mathematical foundation which had been originally designed by him, and through his anxious solicitations endowed and cherished by Charles Roman II and James Roman II. One of the last public acts of his life was the presentation of the portrait of the eminent Dr. John Wallis, Savilian professor of geometry, to the University of Oxford. In 1701, he sent Sir Godfrey Kneller to Oxford to paint the portrait, and the university rewarded him with a Latin diploma containing in gorgeous language the expression of thanks for his munificence. On the 26th May, 1703, Samuel Pepys, after long continued suffering, breathed his last in the presence of the learned Dr. George Hickes, the non-juring Dean of Worcester, and the following letter from John Jackson to his uncle's lifelong friend Evelyn contains particulars as to the cause of death. Mr. Jackson to Mr. Evelyn. Clapham, May 28, 1703, Friday night. Honored Sir, 'tis no small addition to my grief, to be obliged to interrupt the quiet of your happy recess with the afflicting tidings of my uncle Pepys's death, knowing how sensibly you will partake with me herein. But I should not be faithful to his desires, if I did not beg your doing the honor to his memory of accepting mourning from him, as a small instance of his most affectionate respect and honor for you. I have thought myself extremely unfortunate to be out of the way at that only time when you were pleased lately to touch here, and express so great a desire of taking your leave of my uncle, which could not but have been admitted by him as a most welcome exception to his general orders against being interrupted. And I could most heartily wish that the circumstances of your health and distance did not forbid me to ask the favor of your assisting in the holding up of the pallor at his interment, which is intended to be on Thursday next. For if the Monets are affected with what passes below, I am sure this would have been very grateful to his. I must not omit acquainting you, sir, that upon opening his body, which the uncommonness of his case required of us, for our own satisfaction as well as public good, there was found in his left kidney a nest of no less than 7 stones, of the most irregular, figures your imagination can frame, and weighing together 4 ounces and a half, but all fast linked together, and adhering to his back. Whereby they solve his having felt no greater pains upon motion, nor other of the ordinary symptoms of the stone. Some other lesser defects there also were in his body, proceeding from the same cause. But his stamina, in general, were marvelously strong, and not only supported him, under the most exquisite pains, weeks beyond all expectations, but in the conclusion, contended for nearly 40 hours, unassisted by any nourishment, with the very agonies of death, some few minutes excepted before his expiring, which were very calm. There remains only for me, under this affliction, to beg the consolation and honor of succeeding to your patronage, for my uncle's sake, and leave to number myself, with the same sincerity he ever did, among your greatest honorers, which I shall esteem as one of the most valuable parts of my inheritances from him, being also, with the faithfulest wishes of health and a happy long life to you. Honored Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, J. Jackson. Mr. Hewer, as my uncle's executor, and equally your faithful servant, joins with me in every part hereof. The time of my uncle's departure was about 3:15 on Wednesday morning last. Evelyn alludes in his diary to Pepys's death and the present to him of a suit of mourning. He speaks in very high terms of his friend. 1703, May 26th. This day died Mr. Sam Pepys, a very worthy, industrious, and curious person, none in England exceeding him in knowledge of the navy, in which he had passed through all the most considerable offices, clerk of the Acts and secretary of the Admiralty, all which he performed with great integrity. When K. James Roman II. When out of England, he laid down his office and would serve no more but withdrawing himself from all public affairs. He lived at Clapham with his partner Mr. Hewer, formerly his clerk, in a very noble and sweet place, where he enjoyed the fruits of his labors in great prosperity. He was universally beloved, hospitable, generous, learned in many things, skillful in music, a very great cherisher of learned men of whom he had the conversation. Mr. Pepys had been for near 40 years so much my particular friend that Mr. Jackson sent me complete mourning, desiring me to be one to hold up the pall at his magnificent obsequies, but my indisposition hindered me from doing him this last office. The body was brought from Clapham and buried in St. Olave's Church, Hart Street, on the 5th June, at 9 o'clock at night, in a vault just beneath the monument to the memory of Mrs. Pepys. Dr. Hicks performed the last sad offices for his friend. Pepys's faithful friend, Hewer, was his executor, and his nephew, John Jackson, his heir. Mourning was presented to 40 persons, and a large number of rings to relations, godchildren, servants, and friends, also to representatives of the Royal Society, of the Universities of Cambridge and Oxford, of the Admiralty, and of the Navy Office. The bulk of the property was bequeathed to Jackson, but the money which was left was much less than might have been expected, for at the time of Pepys's death there was a balance of L280072s, 1d, due to him from the Crown, and none of this was ever paid. The books and other collections were left to Magdalene College, Cambridge, but Jackson was to have possession of them during his lifetime. These were the most important portion of Pepys's effects, for with them was the manuscript of the immortal diary. The following are the directions for the disposition of the library, taken from Harl. Ms. No. 7301. For the further settlement and preservation of my said library, after the death of my nephew, John Jackson, I do hereby declare that could I be sure of a constant succession of heirs from my said nephew, qualified like himself for the use of such a library, I should not entertain a thought of its ever being alienated from them. But this uncertainty considered, with the infinite pains, and time, and cost employed in my collecting, methodizing and reducing the same to the state it now is, I cannot but be greatly solicitous that all possible provision should be made for its unalterable preservation and perpetual security against the ordinary fate of such collections falling into the hands of an incompetent heir, and thereby being sold, dissipated, or embezzled. And since it has pleased God to visit me in a manner that leaves little appearance of being myself restored to a condition of concerting the necessary measures for attaining these ends, I must and do with great confidence rely upon the sincerity and direction of my executor, and said nephew for putting in execution the powers given them, by my forementioned will relating hereto, requiring that the same be brought to a determination in 12 months after my decease. And that special regard be had therein to the following particulars, which I declare to be my present thoughts, and prevailing inclinations in this matter, viz. 1. That after the death of my said nephew, my said library be placed and forever settled in one of our universities, and rather in that of Cambridge than Oxford. 2. And rather in a private college there than in the public library. 3. And in the colleges of Trinity or Magdalen, preferably to all others. 4. And of these two, ceteris paribus, rather in the latter, for the sake of my own and my nephew's education therein. 5. That in whichsoever of the two it is, a fair room be provided therein. 6. And if in Trinity, that the said room be contiguous to, and have communication with, the new library there. 7. And if in Magdalen, that it be in the new building there, and any part thereof at my nephew's election. 8. That my said library be continued in its present form, and no other books mixed therein, save what my nephew may add to theirs of his own collecting, in distinct presses. 9. That the said room and books so placed, and adjusted be called by the name of Bibliotheca Pepysiana. 10. That this Bibliotheca Pepysiana be under the sole power and custody of the master of the college for the time being, who shall neither himself convey, nor suffer to be conveyed by others, any of the said books from thence to any other place, except to his own lodge in the said college, nor there have more than 10 of them at a time. And that of those also a strict entry be made and account kept, at the time of their having been taken out and returned, in a book to be provided, and remain in the said library for that purpose only. 11. That before my said library be put into the possession of either of the said colleges, that college for which it shall be designed, first enter into covenants for performance of the foregoing articles. 12. And that for a yet further security herein, the said two colleges of Trinity and Magdalen have a reciprocal check upon one another. And that college which shall be in present possession of the said library, be subject to an annual visitation from the other, and to the forfeiture thereof to the life, possession, and use of the other, upon conviction of any breach of their said covenants. S. Pepys. The library and the original bookcases were not transferred to Magdalene College until 1724, and there they have been preserved in safety ever since. A large number of Pepys's manuscripts appear to have remained unnoticed in York buildings for some years. They never came into Jackson's hands and were thus lost to Magdalene College. Dr. Rawlinson afterwards obtained them, and they were included in the bequest of his books to the Bodleian Library. Pepys was partial to having his portrait taken, and he sat to Saville, Hales, Lely, and Kneller. Hales's portrait, painted in 1666, is now in the National Portrait Gallery, and an etching from the original forms the frontispiece to this volume. The portrait by Lely is in the Pepysian Library. Of the 3 portraits by Kneller, one is in the hall of Magdalene College, another at the Royal Society, and the third was lent to the first special exhibition of national portraits, 1866, by the late Mr. Andrew Pepys Cockerell. Several of the portraits have been engraved, but the most interesting of these are those used by Pepys himself as bookplates. These were both engraved by Robert White and taken from paintings by Kneller. The Church of St. Olave, Hart Street, is intimately associated with Pepys both in his life and in his death, and for many years the question had been constantly asked by visitors, where is Pepys's monument? On Wednesday, July 5, 1882, a meeting was held in the vestry of the church, when an influential committee was appointed, upon which all the great institutions with which Pepys was connected were represented by their masters, presidents, or other officers, with the object of taking steps to obtain an adequate memorial of the diarist. Mr. Now Sir Alfred Blomfield, architect of the church, presented an appropriate design for a monument, and sufficient subscriptions having been obtained for the purpose, he superintended its erection. On Tuesday afternoon, March 18, 1884, the monument, which was affixed to the wall of the church where the gallery containing Pepys's pew formerly stood, was unveiled in the presence of a large concourse of visitors. The Earl of Northbrook, First Lord of the Admiralty, consented to unveil the monument, but he was at the last moment prevented by public business from attending. The late Mr. Russell Lowell, then the American minister, took Lord Northbrook's place and made a very charming and appreciative speech on the occasion, from which the following passages are extracted. It was proper, His Excellency said, that he should read a note he had received from Lord Northbrook. This was dated that day from the Admiralty and was as follows. My dear Mr. Lowell, I am very much annoyed that I am prevented from assisting at the ceremony today. It would be very good if you would say that nothing but very urgent business would have kept me away. I was anxious to give my testimony to the merits of Pepys as an Admiralty official, leaving his literary merits to you. He was concerned with the administration of the Navy from the Restoration to the Revolution, and from 1673 as secretary. I believe his merits to be fairly stated in a contemporary account, which I send. Yours very truly, Northbrook. The contemporary account, which Lord Northbrook was good enough to send him, said, Pepys was, without exception, the greatest and most useful minister that ever filled the same situations in England, the Acts and Registers of the Admiralty proving this beyond contradiction. The principal rules and establishments in present use in these offices are well known to have been of his introducing, and most of the officers serving therein since the Restoration, of his bringing up. He was a most studious promoter and strenuous asserter of order and discipline. Sobriety, diligence, capacity, loyalty, and subjection to command were essentials required in all whom he advanced. Where any of these were found wanting, no interest or authority was capable of moving him in favor of the highest pretender. Discharging his duty to his prince and country with a religious application and perfect integrity, he feared no one, courted no one, and neglected his own fortune. That was a character drawn, it was true, by a friendly hand, but to those who were familiar with the life of Pepys, the praise hardly seemed exaggerated. As regarded his official life, it was unnecessary to dilate upon his peculiar merits, for they all knew how faithful he was in his duties, and they all knew, too, how many faithful officials there were working on in obscurity, who were not only never honored with a monument, but who never expected one. The few words, Mr. Lowell went on to remark, which he was expected to say upon that occasion, therefore, referred rather to what he believed was the true motive which had brought that assembly together, and that was by no means the character of Pepys either as Clerk of the Acts or as Secretary to the Admiralty. This was not the place in which one could go into a very close examination of the character of Pepys as a private man. He would begin by admitting that Pepys was a type, perhaps, of what was now called a Philistine. We had no word in England which was equivalent to the French adjective bourgeois, but, at all events, Samuel Pepys was the most perfect type that ever existed of the class of people whom this word described. He had all its merits as well as many of its defects. With all those defects, however perhaps in consequence of them Pepys had written one of the most delightful books that it was man's privilege to read in the English language or in any other. Whether Pepys intended this diary to be afterwards read by the general public or not, and this was a doubtful question when it was considered that he had left, possibly by inadvertence, A key to his cipher behind him it was certain that he had left with us a most delightful picture. Or rather, he had left the power in our hands of drawing for ourselves some of the most delightful pictures of the time in which he lived. There was hardly any book which was analogous to it. If one were asked what were the reasons for liking Pepys, it would be found that they were as numerous as the days upon which he made an entry in his diary, and surely that was sufficient argument in his favor. There was no book, Mr. Lowell said, that he knew of or that occurred to his memory, with which Pepys's diary could fairly be compared, except the Journal of L. Estoile, who had the same anxious curiosity and the same commonness, not to say vulgarity of interest, and the book was certainly unique in one respect, and that was the absolute sincerity of the author with himself. Montaigne is conscious that we are looking over his shoulder, and Rousseau secretive in comparison with him. The very fact of that sincerity of the author with himself argued a certain greatness of character. Dr. Hicks, who attended Pepys at his deathbed, spoke of him as this great man, and said he knew no one who died so greatly. And yet there was something almost of the ridiculous in the statement when the greatness was compared with the garrulous frankness which Pepys showed towards himself. There was no parallel to the character of Pepys. He believed in respect of naivete, unless it were found in that of Falstaff, and Pepys showed himself, too, like Falstaff, on terms of unbuttoned familiarity with himself. Falstaff had just the same naivete, but in Falstaff it was the naivete of conscious humor. In Pepys it was quite different, for Pepys's naivete was the inoffensive vanity of a man who loved to see himself in the glass. Falstaff had a sense, too, of inadvertent humor, but it was questionable whether Pepys could have had any sense of humor at all, and yet permitted himself to be so delightful. There was probably, however, more involuntary humor in Pepys's diary than there was in any other book extant, when he told his readers of the landing of Charles Roman II. At Dover, for instance, it would be remembered how Pepys chronicled the fact that the mayor of Dover presented the prince with a Bible, for which he returned his thanks and said it was the most precious book to him in the world. Then, again, it would be remembered how, when he received a letter addressed Samuel Pepys, Esquire, he confesses in the diary that this pleased him mightily. When, too, he kicked his cookmaid, he admits that he was not sorry for it, but was sorry that the footboy of a worthy knight with whom he was acquainted saw him do it. And the last instance he would mention of poor Pepys's naivete was when he said in the diary that he could not help having a certain pleasant and satisfied feeling when Barlow died. Barlow, it must be remembered, received during his life the yearly sum from Pepys of L100. The value of Pepys's book was simply priceless, and while there was nothing in it approaching that single page in St. Simon, where he described that thunder of courtierly red heels passing from one wing of the palace to another as the prince was lying on his deathbed, and favor was to flow from another source, still Pepys's diary was unequaled in its peculiar quality of amusement. The lightest part of the diary was of value, historically, for it enabled one to see London of 200 years ago, and, what was more, to see it with the eager eyes of Pepys. It was not Pepys the official who had brought that large gathering together that day in honor of his memory. It was Pepys the diarist. In concluding this account of the chief particulars of Pepys's life, it may be well to add a few words upon the pronunciation of his name. Various attempts appear to have been made to represent this phonetically. Lord Braybrooke, in quoting the entry of death from St. Olave's registers, where the spelling is Pepys, wrote, "This is decisive as to the proper pronunciation of the name." This spelling may show that the name was pronounced as a monosyllable, but it is scarcely conclusive as to anything else, and Lord Braybrooke does not say what he supposes the sound of the vowels to have been. At present, there are 3 pronunciations in use: Peps, which is the most usual; Pepys, which is the received one at Magdalene College; and Pepys, which I learn from Mr. Walter C. Pepys is the one used by other branches of the family. Mr. Pepys has paid particular attention to this point, and in his valuable Genealogy of the Pepys Family, 1887, he has collected 17 varieties of spelling of the name, which are as follows, the dates of the documents in which the form appears being attached: 1 Pepys 1273, 2 Pepy 1439, 3 Pipes 1511, 4 Pipes 1511, 5 Pepys 1518, 6 Peps 1519, 7 Peps 1520, 8 Pepys 1552, 9 Pepys 1636, 10 Pepys 1639, 11 Pepys 1653, 12 Peps 1655, 13 Pipes 1656, 14 Papes 1656, 15 Pepys 1679, 16 Pepys 1683, 17 Papes 1703. Mr. Walter Pepys adds, the accepted spelling of the name Pepys was adopted generally about the end of the 17th century, though it occurs many years before that time. There have been numerous ways of pronouncing the name, as Peps, Peeps, and Pepys. The diarist undoubtedly pronounced it Peeps, and the lineal descendants of his sister Paulina, the family of Pepys Cockerell, pronounce it so to this day. The other branches of the family all pronounce it as Pepys, and I am led to be satisfied that the latter pronunciation is correct by the two facts that in the earliest known writing it is spelt Pepys, and that the French form of the name is Pepi. The most probable explanation is that the name in the 17th century was either pronounced Pips or Papes, for both the forms E and I would represent the latter pronunciation. The general change in the pronunciation of the spelling, E from AI to E, took place in a large number of words at the end of the 17th and beginning of the 18th century, and 3 words at least, yea, break, and great, keep this old pronunciation still. The present Irish pronunciation of English is really the same as the English pronunciation of the 17th century, when the most extensive settlement of Englishmen in Ireland took place, and the Irish always pronounce E like AI, as he gave him a neat beating. Again, the I of Papes would rhyme with they and obey. English literature is full of illustrations of the old pronunciation of E, as in Hudibras. Doubtless the pleasure is as great in being cheated as to cheat, which was then a perfect rhyme. In The Rape of the Lock, te rhymes with obey, and in Cowper's verses on Alexander Selkirk C rhymes with survey. It is not likely that the pronunciation of the name was fixed, but there is every reason to suppose that the spellings of Papes and Peeps were intended to represent the sound Peps rather than Peeps. In spite of all the research which has brought to light so many incidents of interest in the life of Samuel Pepys, we cannot but feel how dry these facts are when placed by the side of the living details of the diary. It is in its pages that the true man is displayed, and it has therefore not been thought necessary here to do more than set down in chronological order such facts as are known of the life outside the diary. A fuller appreciation of the man must be left for some future occasion. HBW. January 1659–1660. The year did not legally begin in England before the 25th March, until the Act for altering the style fixed the 1st of January as the first day of the year. And previous to 1752, the year extended from March 25th to the following March 24th. Thus, since 1752, we have been in the habit of putting the 2 dates for the months of January and February, and March 1 to 24 in all years previous to 1752. Practically, however, many persons considered the year to commence with January 1st, as it will be seen Pepys did. The 1st of January was considered as New Year's Day long before Pepys's time. The fiscal year has not been altered, and the national accounts are still reckoned from Old Lady Day, which falls on the 6th of April. Blessed be God, at the end of the last year I was in very good health, without any sense of my old pain, but upon taking of cold. Pepys was successfully cut for the stone on March 26, 1658. See March 26 below. Although not suffering from this cause again until the end of his life, there are frequent references in the diary to pain whenever he caught cold. In a letter from Pepys to his nephew Jackson, April 8, 1700, there is a reference to the breaking out 3 years before his death of the wound caused by the cutting for the stone. It has been my calamity for much the greatest part of this time to have been kept bedrid, under an evil so rarely known as to have had it matter of universal surprise, and with little less general opinion of its dangerousness. Namely, that the cicatrice of a wound occasioned upon my cutting for the stone, without hearing anything of it in all this time, should after more than 40 years' perfect cure break out again. At the post-mortem examination, a nest of 7 stones, weighing 4½ ounces, was found in the left kidney, which was entirely ulcerated. I lived in Axe Yard. Pepys's house was on the south side of King Street, Westminster. It is singular that when he removed to a residence in the city, he should have settled close to another Axe Yard. Floodayre Street stands on the site of Axe Yard, which derived its name from a great messwage or brewhouse on the west side of King Street, called the Axe, and referred to in a document of the 23rd of Henry Roman 8b. Having my wife and servant Jane, and no more in family than us 3, my wife gave me hopes of her being with child, but on the last day of the year. The condition of the state was thus, viz., the rump, after being disturbed by my Lord Lambert. John Lambert, Major General in the Parliamentary Army. The title Lord was not his by right, but it was frequently given to the Republican officers. He was born in 1619 at Calton Hall, in the parish of Kirkby and Malhamdale, in the West Riding of Yorkshire. In 1642, he was appointed captain of horse under Fairfax, and acted as Major General to Cromwell in 1650 during the war in Scotland. After this Parliament conferred on him a grant of lands in Scotland worth £1,000 per annum. He refused to take the oath of allegiance to Cromwell, for which the Protector deprived him of his commission. After Cromwell's death, he tried to set up a military government. The Commons cashiered Lambert, Disborough, and other officers October 12, 1659, but Lambert retaliated by thrusting out the Commons and set out to meet Monk. His men fell away from him, and he was sent to the Tower March 3, 1660, but escaped. In 1662, he was tried on a charge of high treason and condemned, but his life was spared. It is generally stated that he passed the remainder of his life in the island of Guernsey, but this is proved to be incorrect by a Ms. in the Plymouth Athenaeum, entitled Plymouth Memoirs collected by James Yonge, 1684. This will be seen from the following extracts quoted by Mr. R. J. King in Notes and Queries. 1667, Lambert the arch-rebel brought to this island St. Nicholas, at the entrance of Plymouth Harbor. 1683, Easter Day, Lambert, that oldie rebel, died this winter on Plymouth Island, where he had been prisoner 15 years and more. Was lately returned to sit again, the officers of the army all forced to yield. Lawson. Sir John Lawson, the son of a poor man at Hull, entered the Navy as a common sailor, rose to the rank of admiral, and distinguished himself during the Protectorate. Though a Republican, he readily closed with the design of restoring the king. He was vice-admiral under the Earl of Sandwich, and commanded the London in the squadron which conveyed Charles Roman II to England. He was mortally wounded in the action with the Dutch off Harwich, June, 1665. He must not be confounded with another John Lawson, the royalist of Brahall in Yorkshire, who was created a baronet by Charles Roman II, July 6, 1665. Lies still in the river, and Monk George Monk, born 1608, created Duke of Albemarle, 1660, married Anne Clarges, March, 1654, died January 3, 1676, is with his army in Scotland. Only my Lord Lambert is not yet come into the Parliament, nor is it expected that he will without being forced to it. The new Common Council of the city do speak very high, and had sent to Monk their sword-bearer, to acquaint him with their desires for a free and full Parliament, which is at present the desires, and the hopes and expectation of all. 22 of the old secluded members, to dine the next day at Guildhall, and there he declared for the members whom the army had forced away in year 47 and 48, who were known by the names of secluded members. Burnet's Hist. Of his own time, Book 1. Having been at the house door the last week to demand entrance, but it was denied them, and it is believed that they nor the people will be satisfied till the house be filled. My own private condition very handsome, and esteemed rich, but indeed very poor, besides my goods of my house, and my office, which at present is somewhat uncertain. Mr. Downing, master of my office. George Downing was one of the 4 tellers of the receipt of the Exchequer, and in his office Pepys was a clerk. He was the son of Emmanuel Downing of the Inner Temple, afterwards of Salem, Massachusetts, and of Lucy, sister of Governor John Winthrop. He is supposed to have been born in August, 1623. He and his parents went to New England in 1638, and he was the second graduate of Harvard College. He returned to England about 1645 and acted as Colonel Oakey's chaplain before he entered into political life. Anthony a Wood, who incorrectly describes him as the son of Dr. Calebute Downing, Vicar of Hackney, calls Downing a cider with all times and changes, skilled in the common cant, and a preacher occasionally. He was sent by Cromwell to Holland in 1657 as resident there. At the Restoration, he espoused the king's cause and was knighted and elected MP for Morpeth in 1661. Afterwards, becoming secretary to the Treasury and commissioner of the customs, he was created a baronet of East Hatley in Cambridgeshire and was again sent ambassador to Holland. His grandson of the same name, who died in 1749, was the founder of Downing College, Cambridge. The title became extinct in 1764 upon the decease of Sir John Gerard Downing, the last heir male of the family. Sir George Downing's character will be found in Lord Clarendon's Life, Volume Roman 3, p. 4. Pepys's opinion seems to be somewhat of a mixed kind. He died in July, 1684. Jan. 1st, Lord's Day. This morning, we living lately in the garret, I rose, put on my suit with great skirts, having not lately worn any other clothes but them. Went to Mr. Gunning S. Peter Gunning, afterwards master of St. John's College, Cambridge, and successively Bishop of Chichester and Ely. He had continued to read the liturgy at the chapel at Exeter House when the Parliament was most predominant, for which Cromwell often rebuked him. Evelyn relates that on Christmas Day, 1657, the chapel was surrounded with soldiers, and the congregation taken prisoners, he and his wife being among them. There are several notices of Dr. Gunning in Evelyn's diary. When he obtained the mastership of St. John's College upon the ejection of Dr. Tuckney, he allowed that nonconformist divine a handsome annuity during his life. He was a great controversialist and a man of great reading. Burnet says he was a very honest, sincere man, but of no sound judgment and of no prudence in affairs. Hist. Of his own time. He died July 6th, aged 71. Chapel at Exeter House, where he made a very good sermon upon these words, that in the fullness of time God sent his Son, made of a woman and sea. Showing that by made under the law is meant his circumcision, which is solemnized this day. Dined at home in the garret, where my wife dressed the remains of a turkey, and in the doing of it she burned her hand. I stayed at home all the afternoon, looking over my accounts, then went with my wife to my father S., and in going observed the great posts which the city have set up at the conduit in Fleet Street. Supped at my father's, wherein came Mrs. the Turner Theophila Turner, daughter of Sergeant John and Jane Turner, who married Sir Arthur Harris, Bart. She died 1686, and Madam Morris, and supped with us. After that my wife and I went home with them, and so to our own home. Second, in the morning before I went forth old East brought me a dozen of bottles of sack, and I gave him a shilling for his pains. Then I went to Mr. Shepley, who was drawing of sack in the wine cellar to send to other places as a gift from my lord, and told me that my lord had given him order to give me the dozen of bottles. Thence I went to the Temple to speak with Mr. Calthrop about the L60 due to my lord. Sir Edward Montagu, born 1625, son of Sir Sidney Montagu, by Paulina, daughter of John Pepys of Cottenham, married Jemima, daughter of John Crew of Steen. He died in action against the Dutch in Southwold Bay, May 28, 1672. The title of my lord, here applied to Montagu before he was created Earl of Sandwich, is of the same character as that given to General Lambert. but missed of him, he being abroad. Then I went to Mr. Crewe S. John Crewe, born 1598, eldest son of Sir Thomas Crewe, Sergeant at Law and Speaker of the House of Commons. He sat for Brackley in the Long Parliament. Created Baron Crewe of Stein, in the county of Northampton, at the coronation of Charles Roman II. He married Jemima, daughter and co-heir of Edward Waldegrave or Waldegrave of Lawford, Essex. His house was in Lincoln's Inn Fields. He died December 1679. And borrowed L10 of Mr. Andrews for my own use, and so went to my office, where there was nothing to do. Then I walked a great while in Westminster Hall, where I heard that Lambert was coming up to London, that my Lord Fairfax. Thomas, Lord Fairfax, generalissimo of the Parliament forces. After the Restoration, he retired to his country seat, where he lived in private till his death, 1671. In a volume autograph of Lord Fairfax's poems, preserved in the British Museum, 11,744, f42, the following lines occur upon the 30th of January, on which day the king was beheaded. It is believed that they have never been printed. Oh, let that day from time be bloated quit, and belief of tea in next age be waived, in did pest silence that act concealed might, that so the credit of our nation might be saved. But if the power divine hath ordered this, his will's the law, and our must acquiesce. These wretched verses have obviously no merit, but they are curious as showing that Fairfax, who had refused to act as one of Charles's judges, continued long afterwards to entertain a proper horror for that unfortunate monarch's fate. It has recently been pointed out to me that the lines were not originally composed by Fairfax, being only a poor translation of the spirited lines of Statius, Silvarum lib. V. Cap. Roman 2. L. 88. Excidet eladies evo, ni postera credent secula, no cert tesamus, et obruta multa noct, tegi propria patiemer crimina gentes. These verses were first applied by the President de Thou to the massacre of St. Bartholomew, 1572, and in our day by Mr. Pitt, in his memorable speech in the House of Commons, January, 1793, after the murder of Louis Roman XVI. B. Was in the head of the Irish Brigade, but it was not certain what he would declare for. The House was today upon finishing the act for the Council of State, which they did, and for the indemnity to the soldiers, and were to sit again thereupon in the afternoon. Great talk that many places have declared for a free Parliament, and it is believed that they will be forced to fill up the House with the old members. From the hall I called at home, and so went to Mr. Crewe's. My wife she was to go to her father's, thinking to have dined, but I came too late, so Mr. Moore and I and another gentleman went out and drank a cup of ale together in the New Market, and there I eat some bread and cheese for my dinner. After that Mr. Moore and I went as far as Fleet Street together and parted, he going into the city, I to find Mr. Calthrop, but failed again of finding him, so returned to Mr. Crewe S. again, and from thence went along with Mrs. Jemima. Mrs. Jemima, or Mrs. Jem, was Jemima, eldest daughter of Sir Edward Montagu. At this time she and her sister, Mrs. Anne, seemed to have been living alone with their maids in London, and Pepys's duty was to look after them. Home, and there she taught me how to play at cribbage. Then I went home, and finding my wife gone to see Mrs. Hunt, I went to Will's. Pepys constantly visited Will's about this time, but this could not be the famous coffee house in Covent Garden, because he mentions visiting there for the first time, February 3, 1663-64. It was most probably the house of William Joyce, who kept a place of entertainment at Westminster, see Jan. 29th. And there sat with Mr. Ashwell talking and singing till 9 o'clock, and so home, there, having not eaten anything but bread and cheese, my wife cut me a slice of brawn which I received from my lady, Jemima, wife of Sir Edward Montagu, daughter of John Crewe of Stein, afterwards Lord Crewe, which proves as good as ever I had any. So to bed, and my wife had a very bad night of it through wind and cold. Third, I went out in the morning, it being a great frost, and walked to Mrs. Turner S. Jane, daughter of John Pepys of South Creek, Norfolk, married to John Turner, Sergeant at Law, Recorder of York. Their only child, Theophila, frequently mentioned as the, or Theoph, became the wife of Sir Arthur Harris, Bart, of Stoford, Devon, and died 1686 sp. To stop her from coming to see me today, because of Mrs. Jem's corning, thence I went to the Temple to speak with Mr. Calthrop, and walked in his chamber an hour, but could not see him, so went to Westminster, where I found soldiers in my office to receive money and paid it them. At noon went home, where Mrs. Jem, her maid, Mr. Shepley, Hawley, and Moore dined with me on a piece of beef and cabbage and a collar of brawn. We then fell to cards till dark, and then I went home with Mrs. Jem, and meeting Mr. Hawley got him to bear me company to Chancery Lane, where I spoke with Mr. Calthrop. He told me that Sir James Calthrop was lately dead, but that he would write to his lady that the money may be speedily paid. Thence back to Whitehall, where I understood that the Parliament had passed the Act for indemnity to the soldiers and officers that would come in so many days, and that my Lord Lambert should have benefit of the said Act. They had also voted that all vacancies in the House, by the death of any of the old members, shall be filled up, but those that are living shall not be called in. Thence I went home, and there found Mr. Hunt and his wife, and Mr. Hawley, who sat with me till 10 at night at cards, and so broke up and to bed. Fourth, early came Mr. Vanley. Mr. Vanley appears to have been Pepys's landlord. He is mentioned again in the diary on September 20th, 1660, to me for his half-year's rent, which I had not in the house, but took his man to the office and there paid him. Then I went down into the hall and to Will's, where Hawley brought a piece of his Cheshire cheese, and we were merry with it. Then into the hall again, where I met with the clerk and quartermaster of my lord's troop, and took them to the Swan, and gave them their morning's draught. It was not usual at this time to sit down to breakfast, but instead a morning draught was taken at a tavern. They being just come to town, Mr. Jenkins showed me 2 bills of exchange for money to receive upon my Lord S. and my pay. It snowed hard all this morning and was very cold, and my nose was much swelled with cold. Strange the difference of men's talk. Some say that Lambert must of necessity yield up, others that he is very strong, and that the Fifth Monarchy men stick to him if he declares for a free Parliament. Chillington was sent yesterday to him with the vote of pardon and indemnity from the Parliament. From the hall I came home, where I found letters from Hinchinbroke. Hinchinbroke was Sir Edward Montagu's seat, from which he afterwards took his second title. Hinchinbroke House, so often mentioned in the diary, stood about half a mile to the westward of the town of Huntingdon. It was erected late in the reign of Elizabeth, by Sir Henry Cromwell, on the site of a Benedictine nunnery, granted at the dissolution, with all its appurtenances, to his father, Richard Williams, who had assumed the name of Cromwell, and whose grandson, Sir Oliver, was the uncle and godfather of the Protector. The knight, who was renowned for his hospitality, had the honor of entertaining King James at Hinchinbroke, but getting into pecuniary difficulties, was obliged to sell his estates, which were conveyed July 28, 1627, to Sir Sidney Montagu of Barnwell, father of the first Earl of Sandwich, in whose descendant they are still vested. On the morning of the 22nd January, 1830, during the minority of the 7th Earl, Hinchinbroke was almost entirely destroyed by fire, but the pictures and furniture were mostly saved, and the house has been rebuilt in the Elizabethan style, and the interior greatly improved under the direction of Edward Blore, Esquire, R.A.B. And news of Mr. Shepley's going thither the next week. I dined at home, and from thence went to Will's to Shaw, who promised me to go along with me to Atkinson's about some money, but I found him at cards with Spicer and Devines, and could not get him along with me. I was vexed at this, and went and walked in the hall, where I heard that the Parliament spent this day in fasting and prayer. And in the afternoon came letters from the north that brought certain news that my Lord Lambert his forces were all forsaking him, and that he was left with only 50 horse, and that he did now declare for the Parliament himself. And that my Lord Fairfax did also rest satisfied, and had laid down his arms, and that what he had done was only to secure the country against my Lord Lambert his raising of money and free quarter. I went to Will's again, where I found them still at cards, and Spicer had 114s. Of Shaw and Vines. Then I spent a little time with G. Vines and Maillard at Vines, S. at our vials. It was usual to have a chest of vials, which consisted of 6 viz., 2 trebles, 2 tenors, and 2 basses, see note in North's Memoirs of Music, ed. Rimbault, p. 70. The bass viol was also called the viola da gamba because it was held between the legs. So home, and from thence to Mr. Hunt S., and sat with them and Mr. Hawley at cards till 10 at night, and was much made of by them. Home and so to bed, but much troubled with my nose, which was much swelled. 5th, I went to my office, where the money was again expected from the excise office, but none brought, but was promised to be sent this afternoon. I dined with Mr. Shepley at my lord's lodgings upon his turkey pie, and so to my office again, where the excise money was brought, and some of it told to soldiers till it was dark. Then I went home, and after writing a letter to my lord, and told him the news that the Parliament hath this night voted that the members that were discharged from sitting in the years 1648 and 49 were duly discharged, and that there should be writs issued presently for the calling of others in their places, and that Monk and Fairfax were commanded up to town, and that the prince's lodgings were to be provided for Monk at Whitehall. Then my wife and I, it being a great frost, went to Mrs. Jem's in expectation to eat a sack posset, but Mr. Edward Montage, son of Sir Edward and afterwards Lord Hinchinbroke, not coming, it was put off, and so I left my wife playing at cards with her, and went myself with my lanthorn to Mr. Fage to consult concerning my nose, who told me it was nothing but cold, and after that we did discourse concerning public business. And he told me it is true the city had not time enough to do much, but they are resolved to shake off the soldiers, and that unless there be a free parliament chosen, he did believe there are half the Common Council will not levy any money by order of this Parliament. From thence I went to my father's, where I found Mrs. Ramsay and her grandchild, a pretty girl, and stayed a while and talked with them and my mother, and then took my leave, only heard of an invitation to go to dinner tomorrow to my cousin Thomas Pepys. Thomas Pepys, probably the son of Thomas Pepys of London, born 1595, brother of Samuel's father, John Pepys. I went back to Mrs. Jem and took my wife and Mrs. Shepley and went home. 6th, this morning Mr. Shepley and I did eat our breakfast at Mrs. Harper S., my brother John being with me. John Pepys was born in 1641, and his brother Samuel took great interest in his welfare, but he did not do any great credit to his elder. Upon a cold turkey pie and a goose. From thence I went to my office, where we paid money to the soldiers till 1 o'clock, at which time we made an end, and I went home and took my wife and went to my cousin Thomas Pepys, and found them just sat down to dinner, which was very good. Only the venison pasty was palpable beef, which was not handsome. After dinner I took my leave, leaving my wife with my cousin Stradwick, Elizabeth, daughter of Richard Pepys, Lord Chief Justice of Ireland and wife of Thomas Stradwick, and went to Westminster to Mr. Vine's, where George and I fiddled a good while, Dick and his wife, who was lately brought to bed, and her sister being there, but Mr. Hudson not coming according to his promise, I went away, and calling at my house on the wench, I took her and the lanthorn with me to my cousin Stradwick, where, after a good supper, there being there my father, mother, brothers, and sister, my cousin Scott and his wife, Mr. Drawater and his wife, and her brother, Mr. Stradwick, we had a brave cake brought us, and in the choosing, Paul was queen and Mr. Stradwick was king. After that my wife and I bid adieu and came home, it being still a great frost. 7th, at my office as I was receiving money of the probate of wills, in came Mrs. Turner, Theoff, Madame Morris, and Joyce, and after I had done I took them home to my house and Mr. Hawley came after, and I got a dish of steaks and a rabbit for them, while they were playing a game or two at cards. In the middle of our dinner, a messenger from Mr. Downing came to fetch me to him, so leaving Mr. Hawley there, I went and was forced to stay till night in expectation of the French ambassador, who at last came, and I had a great deal of good discourse with one of his gentlemen concerning the reason of the difference between the zeal of the French and the Spaniard. After he was gone, I went home and found my friends still at cards, and after that I went along with them to Dr. Hoare's, sending my wife to Mrs. Jem's to a sack posset, where I heard some symphony and songs of his own making, performed by Mr. May, Harding, and Mallard. Afterwards I put my friends into a coach and went to Mrs. Jem's, where I wrote a letter to my lord by the post, and had my part of the posset which was saved for me, and so we went home and put in at my lord's lodgings, where we stayed late, eating of part of his turkey pie and reading of Quarles' emblems. So home and to bed. 8th Sunday. In the morning I went to Mr. Gunning S., where a good sermon, wherein he showed the life of Christ, and told us good authority for us to believe that Christ did follow his father's trade, and was a carpenter till 30 years of age. From thence to my father S to dinner, where I found my wife, who was forced to dine there, we not having one coal of fire in the house, and it being very hard frosty weather. In the afternoon my father, he going to a man's to demand some money due to my Aunt Bells, my wife and I went to Mr. Mossum's, where a strange doctor made a very good sermon. From thence sending my wife to my father's, I went to Mrs. Turner S and stayed a little while, and then to my father's, where I found Mr. Shepley, and after supper went home together. Here I heard of the death of Mr. Palmer, and that he was to be buried at Westminster tomorrow. 9th. For these 2 or 3 days I have been much troubled with thoughts how to get money to pay them that I have borrowed money of, by reason of my money being in my uncle's hands. I rose early this morning, and looked over and corrected my brother John's speech, which he is to make the next opposition, declamations at St. Paul's School, in which there were opponents and respondents. And after that I went towards my office, and in my way met with W. Simons, Muddiman, and Jack Price, and went with them to Harper's, and in many sorts of talk I stayed till 2 of the clock in the afternoon. I found Muddiman a good scholar, an arch rogue, and owns that though he writes new books for the Parliament, yet he did declare that he did it only to get money, and did talk very basely of many of them. Among other things, W. Simons told me how his uncle Scobel was on Saturday last called to the bar, for entering in the Journal of the House, for the year 1653, these words: "This day His Excellence the Lord General Cromwell dissolved this House," which words the Parliament voted a forgery, and demanded of him how they came to be entered. He answered that they were his own handwriting, and that he did it by virtue of his office, and the practice of his predecessor, and that the intent of the practice was to let posterity know how such and such a Parliament was dissolved, whether by the command of the King, or by their own neglect, as the last House of Lords was, and that to this end he had said and writ that it was dissolved by His Excellence the Lord G., and that for the word dissolved he never at the time did hear of any other term, and desired pardon if he would not dare to make a word himself when it was 6 years after, before they came themselves to call it an interruption. But they were so little satisfied with this answer, that they did choose a committee to report to the House, whether this crime of Mr. Scobel's did come within the Act of Indemnity or no. Thence I went with Muddiman to the coffee house, and gave 18d. to be entered of the club. Thence into the hall, where I heard for certain that Monk was coming to London, and that Bradshaw's 2 lodgings were preparing for him. Thence to Mrs. Jem's, and found her in bed, and she was afraid that it would prove the smallpox. Thence back to Westminster Hall, where I heard how Sir H. Vane, Sir Harry Vane the younger, an inflexible Republican. He was executed in 1662 on a charge of conspiring the death of Charles I. Was this day voted out of the House, and to sit no more there, and that he would retire himself to his house at Raby, as also all the rest of the 9 officers that had their commissions formerly taken away from them, were commanded to their farthest houses from London during the pleasure of the Parliament. Here I met with the quartermaster of my lord's troop, and his clerk Mr. Jennings, and took them home, and gave them a bottle of wine, and the remainder of my collar of brawn, and so good night. After that came in Mr. Hawley, who told me that I was missed this day at my office, and that tomorrow I must pay all the money that I have, at which I was put to a great loss how I should get money to make up my cash, and so went to bed in great trouble. 10th. Went out early, and in my way met with Greatorex, Ralph Greatorex, the well-known mathematical instrument maker of his day. He is frequently mentioned by Pepys, and at an alehouse he showed me the first sphere of wire that ever he made, and indeed it was very pleasant. Thence to Mr. Crewe S. and borrowed L10, and so to my office and was able to pay my money. Thence into the hall, and meeting the quartermaster, Jennings, and Captain Ryder, we 4 went to a cook's to dinner. Thence Jennings and I into London, it being through heat of the sun a great thaw and dirty, to show our bills of return, and coming back drank a pint of wine at the Star in Cheapside. So to Westminster, overtaking Captain Oakshott in his silk cloak, whose sword got hold of many people in walking. Thence to the coffee house, where were a great confluence of gentlemen, viz. Mr. Harrington, Pulteney, Chairman, Gold, Dr. Petty, and C., where admirable discourse till at night. Thence with Doling to Mother Lamb's, who told me how this day Scott, Thomas Scott, MP, was made Secretary of State to the Commonwealth on the 17th of this same January. He signed the death warrant of Charles I, for which he was executed at Charing Cross, October 1660. He gloried in his offense and desired to have written on his tombstone, Thomas Scott, who adjudged to death the late king, was made intelligencer, and that the rest of the members that were objected against last night, their business was to be heard this day senate. Thence I went home and wrote a letter, and went to Harper S., and stayed there till Tom carried it to the postboy at Whitehall. So home to bed. 11th. Being at Will's with Captain Barker, who hath paid me L300 this morning at my office, in comes my father, and with him I walked and leave him at W. Joyce's, and went myself to Mr. Crew S., but came too late to dine. And therefore after a game at Shuttlecock's, the game of battledore and shuttlecock was formerly much played even in tennis courts, and was a very violent game. With Mr. Walgrave and Mr. Edward, I returned to my father, and taking him from W. Joyce's, who was not abroad himself, we inquired of a porter, and by his direction went to an alehouse, where after a cup or two we parted. I went towards London, and in my way went in to see Crowley, who was now grown a very great loon and very tame. Thence to Mr. Stevens with a pair of silver snuffers, and bought a pair of shears to cut silver, and so homeward again. From home I went to see Mrs. Jem, who was in bed, and now granted to have the smallpox. Back again and went to the coffee house, but tarried not, and so home. 12th. I drink my morning at Harper S. with Mr. Shepley and a seaman, and so to my office, where Captain Holland came to see me, and appointed a meeting in the afternoon. Then wrote letters to Hinchinbroke and sealed them at Will's, and after that went home, and thence to the Half Moon, where I found the captain and Mr. Billsley and Newman, a barber, where we were very merry, and had the young man that plays so well on the Welsh harp. Billsley paid for all. Thence home, and finding my letters this day not gone by the carrier, I knew sealed them. But my brother Tom coming, we fell into discourse about my intention to feast the Joyces. I sent for a bit of meat for him from the cook S., and forgot to send my letters this night. So I went to bed, and in discourse broke to my wife what my thoughts were concerning my design of getting money by, and c. 13th. Coming in the morning to my office, I met with Mr. Fage and took him to the Swan. He told me how High Haselrig and Morley the last night began at my Lord Mayor's to exclaim against the City of London, saying that they had forfeited their charter, and how the Chamberlain of the city did take them down, letting them know how much they were formerly beholding to the city. And see, he also told me that Monk's letter that came to them by the sword-bearer was a cunning piece, and that which they did not much trust to. But they were resolved to make no more applications to the Parliament, nor to pay any money, unless the secluded members be brought in, or a free Parliament chosen. Thence to my office, where nothing to do. So to Will's with Mr. Pinkney, who invited me to their feast at his hall the next Monday. Thence I went home and took my wife and dined at Mr. Wade's, and after that we went and visited Catton. From thence home again, and my wife was very unwilling to let me go forth, but with some discontent would go out if I did, and I going forth towards Whitehall, I saw she followed me, and so I stayed and took her round through Whitehall, and so carried her home angry. Thence I went to Mrs. Jem and found her up and merry, and that it did not prove the smallpox, but only the swinepox, so I played a game or two at cards with her. And so to Mr. Vine's, where he and I and Mr. Hudson played half a dozen things, there being their Dick's wife and her sister. After that, I went home and found my wife gone abroad to Mr. Hunt S., and came in a little after me so to bed. 14th. Nothing to do at our office. Thence into the hall, and just as I was going to dinner from Westminster Hall with Mr. Moore, with whom I had been in the lobby to hear news, and had spoke with Sir Anthony Ashley Cooper about my lord's lodgings to his house, I met with Captain Holland, who told me that he hath brought his wife to my house, so I posted home and got a dish of meat for them. They stayed with me all the afternoon, and went hence in the evening. Then I went with my wife and left her at market, and went myself to the coffee house, and heard exceeding good argument against Mr. Harrington's assertion that overbalance of propriety was the foundation of government. Home, and wrote to Hinchinbroke, and sent that and my other letter that missed of going on Thursday last. So to bed. 15th. Having been exceedingly disturbed in the night with the barking of a dog of one of our neighbors that I could not sleep for an hour or two, I slept late, and then in the morning took physic, and so stayed within all day. At noon my brother John came to me, and I corrected as well as I could his Greek speech to say the apposition, though I believe he himself was as well able to do it as myself. After that, we went to read in the great official about the blessing of bells in the Church of Rome. After that, my wife and I in pleasant discourse till night, then I went to supper, and after that to make an end of this week's notes in this book, and so to bed. It being a cold day and a great snow, my physic did not work so well as it should have done. 16th. In the morning I went up to Mr. Crewe, S., and at his bedside he gave me direction to go tomorrow with Mr. Edward to Twickenham, and likewise did talk to me concerning things of state, and expressed his mind how just it was that the secluded members should come to sit again. I went from thence, and in my way went into an alehouse and drank my morning draught with Matthew Andrews and 2 or 3 more of his friends, coachmen. And of one of them I did hire a coach to carry us tomorrow to Twickenham. From thence to my office, where nothing to do, but Mr. Downing he came and found me all alone, and did mention to me his going back into Holland, and did ask me whether I would go or no, but gave me little encouragement, but bid me consider of it, and asked me whether I did not think that Mr. Hawley could perform the work of my office alone or no. I confess I was at a great loss, all the day after, to bethink myself how to carry this business. At noon, Harry Ethel came to me and went along with Mr. Maillard by coach as far as Salisbury Court, and there we set him down, and we went to the clerk's, where we came a little too late. But in a closet we had a very good dinner by Mr. Pinkney's courtesy, and after dinner we had pretty good singing, and one, Hazard, sung alone after the old fashion, which was very much cried up, but I did not like it. Thence we went to the Green Dragon, on Lambeth Hill, both the Mr. Pinkneys, Smith, Harrison, Morris, that sang the bass, Shepley, and I, and there we sang of all sorts of things, and I ventured with good success upon things at first sight, and after that I played on my flageolet and stayed there till 9 o'clock, very merry and drawn on with one song after another till it came to be so late. After that Shepley, Harrison, and myself, we went towards Westminster on foot, and at the Golden Lion, near Charing Cross, we went in and drank a pint of wine, and so parted, and thence home, where I found my wife and maid a-washing. I stayed up till the bellman came by with his bell just under my window as I was writing of this very line, and cried, past 1 of the clock, and a cold, frosty, windy morning. I then went to bed, and left my wife and the maid a-washing still. 17th. Early I went to Mr. Crewe, S., and having given Mr. Edward money to give the servants, I took him into the coach that waited for us and carried him to my house, where the coach waited for me while I and the child went to Westminster Hall and bought him some pictures. In the hall I met Mr. Woodfine, and took him to Will's and drank with him, thence the child and I to the coach, where my wife was ready, and so we went towards Twickenham. In our way, at Kensington, we understood how that my Lord Chesterfield had killed another gentleman about half an hour before, and was fled. Philip Stanhope, 2nd Earl of Chesterfield, Ob 1713, Act. Sui. We learn from the memoir prefixed to his printed correspondence that he fought 3 duels, disarming and wounding his first and second antagonists, and killing the third. The name of the unfortunate gentleman who fell on this occasion was Woolley. Lord Chesterfield, absconding, went to Breda, where he obtained the royal pardon from Charles Roman II. He acted a busy part in the eventful times in which he lived, and was remarkable for his steady adherence to the Stuarts. Lord Chesterfield's letter to Charles Roman II, and the King's answer granting the royal pardon, occur in the correspondence published by General Sir John Murray in 1829. Jan. 17th, 1659. The Earl of Chesterfield and Dr. Woolley's son of Hammersmith had a quarrel about a mare of £18 price. The quarrel would not be reconciled, insomuch that a challenge passed between them. They fought a duel on the backside of Mr. Colby's house at Kensington, where the Earl and he had several passes. The Earl wounded him in 2 places, and would fain have then ended, but the stubbornness and pride of heart of Mr. Woolley would not give over, and the next pass was killed on the spot. The Earl fled to Chelsea, and there took water and escaped. The jury found it chance medley. Rugge's Diurnal, added MSS, British Museum.B. We went forward and came about 1 of the clock to Mr. Fuller's, but he was out of town, so we had a dinner there, and I gave the child 40s to give to the 2 ushers. After that we parted and went homewards, it being market day at Brainford. I set my wife down and went with the coach to Mr. Crewe's, thinking to have spoke with Mr. Moore and Mrs. Jem. He having told me the reason of his melancholy was some unkindness from her after so great expressions of love, and how he had spoke to her friends and had their consent, and that he would desire me to take an occasion of speaking with her, but by no means not to heighten her discontent or distaste whatever it be, but to make it up if I can. But he being out of doors, I went away and went to see Mrs. Jem, who was now very well again, and after a game or two at cards, I left her. So I went to the coffee club and heard very good discourse. It was an answer to Mr. Harrington's answer, who said that the state of the Roman government was not a settled government, and so it was no wonder that the balance of propriety was in one hand, and the command in another, it being therefore always in a posture of war. But it was carried by ballot, that it was a steady government, though it is true by the voices it had been carried before that it was an unsteady government. So tomorrow it is to be proved by the opponents that the balance lay in one hand and the government in another. Thence I went to Westminster and met Shaw and Washington, who told me how this day Sydenham. Colonel William Sydenham had been an active officer during the Civil Wars, on the Parliament side, MP for Dorsetshire, Governor of Melcombe, and one of the Committee of Safety. He was the elder brother of the celebrated physician of that name was voted out of the House for sitting any more this Parliament, and that Salloway was voted out likewise and sent to the Tower, during the pleasure of the House. Home and wrote by the post and carried to Whitehall, and coming back turned in at Harper's, where Jack Price was, and I drank with him, and he told me, among other things, how much the Protector. Richard Cromwell, third son of Oliver Cromwell, born October 4th, admitted a member of Lincoln's in May 27, 1647, fell into debt and devoted himself to hunting and field sports. His succession to his father as Protector was universally accepted at first, but the army soon began to murmur because he was not a general. Between the dissensions of various parties he fell, and the country was left in a state of anarchy. He went abroad early in the summer of 1660 and lived abroad for some years, returning to England in 1680. After his fall, he bore the name of John Clark, died at Cheshunt, July 12, 1712. Is altered, though he would seem to bear out his trouble very well, yet he is scarce able to talk sense with a man, and how he will say that, who should a man trust, if he may not trust to a brother and an uncle? And how much those men have to answer before God Almighty for their playing the knave with him as they did. He told me also that there was L100000 offered, and would have been taken for his restitution, had not the Parliament come in as they did again, and that he do believe that the Protector will live to give a testimony of his valor and revenge yet before he dies, and that the Protector will say so himself sometimes. Thence I went home, it being late and my wife in bed. 18th, to my office, and from thence to Will's, and there Mr. Shepley brought me letters from the carrier, and so I went home. After that to Wilkinson's, where we had a dinner for Mr. Talbot, Adams, Pinckney, and his son, but his son did not come. Here we were very merry, and while I was here Mr. Fuller came thither and stayed a little while. After that we all went to my lord's, whither came afterwards Mr. Harrison, and by chance seeing Mr. Butler is usually styled by Pepys Mons. El impertinent. Coming by I called him in, and so we sat drinking a bottle of wine till night. At which time Mistress and probably Mrs., afterwards Lady, Anne Montagu, daughter of Sir Edward Montagu, and sister to Mrs. Jem, came with the key of my lord's study for some things, and so we all broke up, and after I had gone to my house and interpreted my lord's letter by his character the making of ciphers, was a popular amusement about this time. Pepys made several for Montagu, Downing, and others. I came to her again and went with her to her lodging, and from thence to Mr. Crewe's, where I advised with him what to do about my lord's lodgings and what answer to give to Sir Ant Cooper, and so I came home and to bed. All the world is at a loss to think what Monk will do, the city saying that he will be for them, and the Parliament saying he will be for them. 19th. This morning I was sent for to Mr. Downing, and at his bedside he told me that he had a kindness for me, and that he thought that he had done me one, and that was that he had got me to be one of the clerks of the council. At which I was a little stumbled, and could not tell what to do, whether to thank him or no, but by and by I did, but not very heartily, for I feared that his doing of it was but only to ease himself of the salary which he gives me. After that, Mr. Shepley staying below all this time for me, we went thence, and met Mr. Pierce. Pepys had two friends named Pierce, one the surgeon and the other the purser. He usually, but not always, distinguishes them. The one here alluded to was probably the surgeon and husband of pretty Mrs. Pierce. After the Restoration, James Pierce or Pierce became surgeon to the Duke of York, and he was also Surgeon General of the fleet. So, at the Harp and Ball, drank our morning draught, and so to Whitehall, where I met with Sir Ant Cooper, and did give him some answer from my lord, and he did give us leave to keep the lodgings still. And so, we did determine thereupon that Mr. Shepley might now go into the country, and would do so tomorrow. Back I went by Mr. Downing's order, and stayed there till 12 o'clock in expectation of one to come to read some writings. But he came not. So I stayed all alone reading the answer of the Dutch ambassador to our state, in answer to the reasons of my lord's coming home, which he gave for his coming, and did labor herein to contradict my lord's arguments for his coming home. Thence to my office, and so with Mr. Shepley and Moore, to dine upon a turkey with Mrs. Jem, and after that Mr. Moore and I went to the French ordinary, where Mr. Downing this day feasted Sir Arth Haselrig, and a great many more of the Parliament, and did stay to put him in mind of me. Here he gave me a note to go and invite some other members to dinner tomorrow. So I went to Whitehall, and did stay at Marsh S. with Simons, Llewellyn, and all the rest of the clerks of the council, who I hear are all turned out, only the two Lees, and they do all tell me that my name was mentioned the last night, but that nothing was done in it. Hence I went and did leave some of my notes at the lodgings of the members, and so home. To bed. 20th. In the morning I went to Mr. Downing's bedside, and gave him an account what I had done as to his guests. Land I went thence to my Lord Widrington, who I met in the street, going to seal the patents for the judges today, and so could not come to dinner. I called upon Mr. Calthrop about the money due to my lord. Here I met with Mr. Woodfine, and drank with him at the Sun in Chancery Lane, and so to Westminster Hall, where at the lobby I spoke with the rest of my guests, and so to my office. At noon went by water with Mr. Maillard, and Hales to the Swan in Fish Street at our Gull Feast, where we were very merry at our Joel of Ling. And from thence, after a great and good dinner, Mr. Falconbridge would go drink a cup of ale at a place where I had liked to have shot at a scholar that lay over the house of office. Thence calling on Mr. Stevens and Wooton, with whom I drank, about business of my lord's I went to the coffee club where there was nothing done, but choosing of a committee for orders. Thence to Westminster Hall, where Mrs. Lane and the rest of the maids had their white scarfs, all having been at the burial of a young bookseller in the hall. These stationers and booksellers, whose shops disfigured Westminster Hall down to a late period, were a privileged class. In the statutes for appointing licensers and regulating the press, there is a clause exempting them from the pains and penalties of these obnoxious laws. Thence to Mr. Shepley, S., and took him to my house, and drank with him in order to his going tomorrow. So parted, and I sat up late making up my accounts before he go. This day 3 citizens of London went to meet Monk from the Common Council. Jan. 20th. Then there went out of the city, by desire of the Lord Mayor and Court of Aldermen, Alderman Fowke and Alderman Vincent, alias Vincent, and Mr. Broomfield, to compliment General Monk, who lay at Harborough Town in Leicestershire. Jan. 21st. Because the Speaker was sick, and Lord General Monk so near London, and everybody thought that the city would suffer for their affronts to the soldiery, and because they had sent the sword-bearer to the general without the Parliament's consent, and the 3 aldermen were gone to give him the welcome to town, these 4 lines were in almost everybody's mouth. Monk under a hood not well understood, the city pull in their horns, the Speaker is out and sick of the gout, and the Parliament sit upon thorns. Rugges diurnal. B. 21st. Up early in finishing my accounts and writing to my lord, and from thence to my lord S., and took leave of Mr. Shepley and possession of all the keys and the house. Thence to my office for some money to pay Mr. Shepley, and sent it him by the old man. I then went to Mr. Downing, who chid me because I did not give him notice of some of his guests failed him, but I told him that I sent our porter to tell him, and he was not within, but he told me that he was within till past 12 o'clock. So the porter or he lied. Thence to my office where nothing to do. Then with Mr. Hawley, he and I went to Mr. Crewe's and dined there. Thence into London, to Mr. Vernon's, and I received my L25 due by bill for my troopers' pay. Then back again to Stedman's. At the Mitre, in Fleet Street, in our way calling on Mr. Fage, who told me how the city have some hopes of monk. Thence to the Mitre, where I drank a pint of wine, the house being in fitting for Bannister to come hither from Paggett's. Thence to Mrs. Jem, and gave her L5. So home and left my money, and to Whitehall, where Llewellyn and I drank and talked together an hour at Marsh's, and so up to the clerk's room, where poor Mr. Cook, a black man, that is like to be put out of his clerk's place, came and railed at me for endeavoring to put him out and get myself in, when I was already in a good condition. But I satisfied him, and after I had wrote a letter there to my lord, wherein I gave him an account how this day Lenthal took his chair again, and resolved a declaration to be brought in on Monday next to satisfy the world what they intend to do. So home and to bed. 22nd. I went in the morning to Mr. Messam, S., where I met with W. Thurburn and sat with him in his pew. A very eloquent sermon about the duty of all to give good example in our lives and conversation, which I fear he himself was most guilty of not doing. After sermon, at the door by appointment my wife met me, and so to my father's to dinner, where we had not been to my shame in a fortnight before. After dinner my father showed me a letter from Mr. Widrington, of Christ's College in Cambridge, wherein he do express very great kindness for my brother, and my father intends that my brother shall go to him. To church in the afternoon to Mr. Herring, where a lazy poor sermon, and so home with Mrs. Turner, and sitting with her a while, we went to my father's, where we supped very merry, and so home. This day I began to put on buckles to my shoes, which I have bought yesterday of Mr. Watt. 23rd. In the morning called out to carry L20 to Mr. Downing, which I did and came back, and finding Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, I took him to the axe and gave him his morning draught. Thence to my office, and there did nothing but make up my balance. Came home and found my wife dressing of the girl's head, by which she was made to look very pretty. I went out and paid Wilkinson what I did owe him, and brought a piece of beef home for dinner. Thence I went out and paid Waters the vintner, and went to see Mrs. Jem, where I found my lady right, but Scott was so drunk that he could not be seen. Here I stayed and made up Mrs. Ann's bills, and played a game or two at cards, and thence to Westminster Hall, it being very dark. I paid Mrs. Mitchell, my bookseller, and back to Whitehall, and in the garden, going through to the stone gallery. The stone gallery was a long passage between the privy garden and the river. It led from the bowling green to the court of the Palace. Fell into a ditch, it being very dark. At the clerk's chamber, I met with Simons and Llewellyn, and went with them to Mr. Mount's chamber at the cockpit, where we had some rare pot venison, and ale to abundance till almost 12 at night, and after a song round we went home. This day the Parliament sat late, and resolved of the declaration to be printed for the people's satisfaction, promising them a great many good things. 24th. In the morning to my office, where, after I had drank my morning draught at Will's with Ethel and Mr. Stevens, I went and told part of the excise money till 12 o'clock, and then called on my wife and took her to Mr. Pierce's, she in the way being exceedingly troubled with a pair of new patents, and I vexed to go so slow, it being late. There when we came, we found Mrs. Carrick very fine, and one Mr. Lucy, who called one another husband and wife, and after dinner a great deal of mad stir. There was pulling off Mrs. Bride's and Mr. Bridegroom's ribbons. The scramble for ribbons, here mentioned by Pepys in connection with weddings. See also January 26, 1660-61, and February 8, 3, doubtless formed part of the ceremony of undressing the bridegroom, which, as the age became more refined, fell into disuse. All the old plays are silent on the custom, the earliest notice of which occurs in the old ballad of the wedding of Arthur Bradley, printed in the appendix to Robin Hood, 1795, where we read, "Then got they his points and his garters, and cut them in pieces like martyrs, and then they all did play for the honour of Arthur O'Bradley." Sir Winston Churchill also observes, Divi Britannici, p. 340, that James I was no more troubled at his querulous countrymen robbing him than a bridegroom at the losing of his points and garters. Lady Fanshawe, in her Memoirs, says that at the nuptials of Charles Roman II. And the Infanta, the Bishop of London declared them married in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and then they caused the ribbons Her Majesty wore to be cut in little pieces, and as far as they would go, every one had some. the practice still survives in the form of wedding favors. A similar custom is still of every day's occurrence at Deep. Upon the morrow after their marriage, the bride and bridegroom perambulate the streets, followed by a numerous cortege, the guests at the wedding festival, 2 and 2, each individual wearing 2 bits of narrow ribbon, about 2 inches in length, of different colors, which are pinned crossways upon the breast. These morsels of ribbons originally formed the garters of the bride and bridegroom, which had been divided amidst boisterous mirth among the assembled company, the moment the happy pair had been formally installed in the bridal bedex. Inf. Mr. William Hughes Belvedere, Jersey B. With a great deal of fooling among them that I and my wife did not like. Mr. Lucy and several other gentlemen coming in after dinner, swearing and singing as if they were mad, only he singing very handsomely. There came in afterwards Mr. Southern, clerk to Mr. Blackburn, and with him Lambert, lieutenant of my lord's ship, and brought with them the declaration that came out today from the Parliament, wherein they declare for law and gospel and for tithes, but I do not find people apt to believe them. After this taking leave I went to my father S., and my wife staying there, he and I went to speak with Mr. Crumlum. In the meantime, while it was 5 o'clock, he being in the school, we went to my cousin Tom Pepys' shop, the turner in Paul's churchyard, and drank with him a pot of ale. He gave my father directions what to do about getting my brother an exhibition, and spoke very well of my brother. Thence back with my father home, where he and I spoke privately in the little room to my sister Paul about stealing of things as my wife Cissar's and my maid's book, at which my father was much troubled. Hence home with my wife and so to Whitehall, where I met with Mr. Hunt and Llewellyn, and drank with them at Marsh S., and afterwards went up and wrote to my lord by the post. This day the Parliament gave order that the late Committee of Safety should come before them this day sennight, and all their papers, and their model of government that they had made, to be brought in with them. So home and talked with my wife about our dinner on Thursday. 25th. Called up early to Mr. Downing. He gave me a character, such a one as my Lord S., to make perfect, and likewise gave me his order for L500 to carry to Mr. Frost, which I did, and so to my office, where I did do something about the character till 12 o'clock. Then home found my wife and the maid at my lord's getting things ready against tomorrow. I went by water to my uncle White S. to dinner, where I met my father, where we alone had a fine jowl of ling to dinner. After dinner, I took leave, and coming home heard that in Cheapside there had been but a little before a gibbet set up, and the picture of Hewson. John Hewson, who, from a low origin, became a colonel in the Parliament army, and sat in judgment on the king. He escaped hanging by flight, and died in 1662 at Amsterdam. A curious notice of Hewson occurs in Rugg's Diurnal, December 5, 1659, which states that he was a cobbler by trade, but a very stout man and a very good commander. But in regard of his former employment, they the city apprentices threw at him old shoes, and slippers and turnip tops and brickbats, stones and tiles. At this time there came forth, almost every day, jeering books. One was called Colonel Hewson's Confession, or A Parley with Pluto, about his going into London and taking down the gates of Temple Bar. He had but one eye, which did not escape the notice of his enemies be. Hung upon it in the middle of the street. I called at Paul's churchyard, where I bought Buxtorf's Hebrew grammar, and read a declaration of the gentleman of Northampton which came out this afternoon. Thence to my father's, where I stayed with my mother a while, and then to Mr. Crewe's about a picture to be sent into the country, of Mr. Thomas Crewe, to my lord. So my lady write to speak with her, but she was abroad, so Mr. Evans, her butler, had me into his buttery, and gave me sack and a lesson on his lute, which he played very well. Thence I went to my Lord S. and got most things ready against tomorrow, as fires and laying the cloth, and my wife was making of her tarts and larding of her pullets till 11 o'clock. This evening Mr. Downing sent for me, and gave me order to go to Mr. Jessup for his papers concerning his dispatch to Holland, which were not ready. Only his order for a ship to transport him he gave me. To my lord's again, and so home with my wife, tired with this day's work. 26th. To my office for L20 to carry to Mr. Downing, which I did and back again. Then came Mr. Frost to pay Mr. Downing his L500, and I went to him for the warrant and brought it Mr. Frost. Called for some papers at Whitehall for Mr. Downing, one of which was an order of the council for L 1,800 per annum, to be paid monthly, and the other 2 orders to the commissioners of customs to let his goods pass free. Home from my office to my lord's lodgings, where my wife had got ready a very fine dinner, viz. A dish of marrow bones, a leg of mutton, a loin of veal, a dish of fowl, 3 pullets, and 2 dozen of larks all in a dish, a great tart, a neat's tongue, a dish of anchovies, a dish of prawns and cheese. My company was my father, my uncle Fenner, his 2 sons, Mr. Pierce, and all their wives, and my brother Tom. We were as merry as I could frame myself to be in the company. W. Joyce, talking after the old rate and drinking hard, vexed his father and mother and wife. And I did perceive that Mrs. Pierce her coming so gallant, that it put the 2 young women quite out of courage. When it became dark, they all went away but Mr. Pierce, and W. Joyce, and their wives and Tom, and drank a bottle of wine afterwards, so that will did heartily vex his father and mother by staying. At which I and my wife were much pleased. Then they all went, and I fell to writing of 2 characters for Mr. Downing, and carried them to him at 9 o'clock at night, and he did not like them but corrected them, so that tomorrow I am to do them anew. To my lord's lodging again, and sat by the great log, it being now a very good fire, with my wife, and ate a bit, and so home. The news this day is a letter that speaks absolutely Monk's concurrence with this Parliament, and nothing else, which yet I hardly believe. After dinner today, my father showed me a letter from my uncle Robert, in answer to my last, concerning my money which I would have out of my cause. Beck's hand, wherein Beck desires it 4 months longer, which I know not how to spare. 27th. Going to my office, I met with Tom Newton, my old comrade, and took him to the Crown in the palace, and gave him his morning draft. And as he always did talk very high what he would do with the Parliament, that he would have what place he would, and that he might be one of the clerks to the council if he would. Here I stayed talking with him till the offices were all shut, and then I looked in the hall, and was told by my bookseller, Mrs. Mitchell, that Mr. G. Montagu had inquired there for me. So I went to his house, and was forced by him to dine with him, and had a plenteous brave dinner, and the greatest civility that ever I had from any man. Thence home and so to Mrs. Jem, and played with her at cards, and coming home again my wife told me that Mr. Hawley had been there to speak with me, and seemed angry that I had not been at the office that day, and she told me she was afraid that Mr. Downing may have a mind to pick some hole in my coat. So I made haste to him, but found no such thing from him, but he sent me to Mr. Sherwin's about getting Mr. Squibb to come to him tomorrow, and I carried him an answer. So home and fell a writing the characters for Mr. Downing, and about 9 at night Mr. Hawley came, and after he was gone I sat up till almost 12 writing, and wrote 2 of them. In the morning up early and wrote another, my wife lying in bed and reading to me. 28th. I went to Mr. Downing and carried him 3 characters, and then to my office and wrote another, while Mr. Frost stayed telling money. And after I had done it, Mr. Hawley came into the office, and I left him and carried it to Mr. Downing, who then told me that he was resolved to be gone for Holland this morning. So I to my office again, and dispatched my business there, and came with Mr. Hawley to Mr. Downing's lodging, and took Mr. Squibb from Whitehall in a coach thither with me, and there we waited in his chamber a great while, till he came in, and in the meantime sent all his things to the barge that lay at Charing Cross stairs. Then came he in, and took a very civil leave of me, beyond my expectation, for I was afraid that he would have told me something of removing me from my office, but he did not, but that he would do me any service that lay in his power. So I went down and sent a porter to my house for my best fur cap, but he coming too late with it, I did not present it to him. Thence I went to Westminster Hall, and bound up my cap at Mrs. Mitchell's, who was much taken with my cap, and endeavored to overtake the coach at the Exchange and to give it him there, but I met with one that told me that he was gone, and so I returned and went to Heaven, a place of entertainment within or adjoining Westminster Hall. It is called in Hudibras, False Heaven, at the end of the hall. There were 2 other alehouses near Westminster Hall, called Hell and Purgatory. Nor break his fast in Heaven and Hell. Ben Jonson's Alchemist, Act 5, SC 2. Where Llewellyn and I dined on a breast of mutton all alone, discoursing of the changes that we have seen and the happiness of them that have estates of their own, and so parted, and I went by appointment to my office, and paid young Mr. Walton L. 500. It being very dark, he took L. 300 by content. He gave me half a piece and carried me in his coach to St. Clement, S., from whence I went to Mr. Cruse and made even with Mr. Andrews, and took in all my notes and gave him one for all. Then to my Lady Wright and gave her my lord's letter, which he bade me give her privately. So home and then to Will's for a little news, then came home again and wrote to my lord, and so to Whitehall and gave them to the postboy. Back again, home and to bed. 29th. In the morning I went to Mr. Gunning, S., where he made an excellent sermon upon the 2D of the Galatians, about the difference that fell between St. Paul and St. Peter, the feast day of St. Paul being a day or two ago, whereby he did prove that, contrary to the doctrine of the Roman Church, St. Paul did never own any dependence, or that he was inferior to St. Peter, but that they were equal, only one a particular charge of preaching to the Jews and the other to the Gentiles. Here I met with Mr. Moore, and went home with him to dinner to Mr. Cruse, where Mr. Spurrier being in town did dine with us. From thence I went home and spent the afternoon in casting up my accounts, and do find myself to be worth L. 40 and more, which I did not think, but am afraid that I have forgot something. To my father's to supper, where I heard by my brother Tom how W. Joyce would the other day have Mr. Pierce and his wife to the tavern after they were gone from my house, and that he had so little manners as to make Tom pay his share notwithstanding that he went upon his account, and by my father I understand that my Uncle Fenner and my aunt were much pleased with our entertaining them. After supper home, without going to see Mrs. Turner. 30th. This morning before I was up, I fell a-singing of my song, Great, Good, and Just, and see. This is the beginning of the Marquis of Montrose's verses on the execution of Charles I, which Pepys had set to music. Great, good, and just, could I but rate my grief and thy too rigid fate, I'd weep the world to such a strain that it should deluge once again. But since thy loud-tongued blood demands supplies more from Briareus hands than Argus eyes, I'll sing thy obsequies with trumpet sounds, and write thy epitaph with blood and wounds. And put myself thereby in mind that this was the fatal day, now 10 years since, his Majesty died. Skull the waterman came and brought me a note from the Hope from Mr. Hawley with direction, about his money, he tarrying there till his master be gone. To my office, where I received money of the excise of Mr. Ruddyer, and after we had done went to Will's and stayed there till 3 o'clock, and then I taking my L. 1210s. 0d. Due to me for my last quarter's salary, I went with them by water to London to the house where Signer Toriano used to be and stayed there a while with Mr. Ashwell, Spicer, and Ruddyer. Then I went and paid L. 1217s. 6d, due from me to Captain Dick Matthews according to his direction the last week in a letter. After that I came back by water playing on my flageolet, and not finding my wife come home again from her father's I went and sat a while and played at cards with Mrs. Jam, whose maid had newly got an ague and was ill thereupon. So homewards again, having great need to do my business, and so pretending to meet Mr. Shot the woodmonger of Whitehall I went and eased myself at the harp and ball, and thence home where I sat writing, till bedtime and so to bed. There seems now to be a general cease of talk, it being taken for granted that Monk do resolve to stand to the Parliament, and nothing else. Spent a little time, this night, in knocking up nails for my hat and cloaks in my chamber. 31st. In the morning I fell to my lute till 9 o'clock. Then to my lord's lodgings and set out a barrel of soap to be carried to Mrs. Anne. Here I met with Nick Bartlett, one that had been a servant of my lord's at sea, and at Harper, S. gave him his morning draft. So to my office where I paid L. 1200 to Mr. Frost, and at noon went to Will's to give one of the excise office a pot of ale that came today to tell over a bag of his that wanted L. 7 in it, which he found over in another bag. Then home and dined with my wife when in came Mr. Hawley newly come from shipboard from his master, and brought me a letter of direction what to do in his lawsuit with Squibb about his house and office. After dinner to Westminster Hall, where all we clerks had orders to wait upon the committee, at the Star Chamber that is to try Colonel Jones. Colonel John Jones, impeached with General Ludlow and Miles Corbett for treasonable practices in Ireland, and were to give an account what money we had paid him, but the committee did not sit today. Hence to Will's, where I sat an hour or two with Mr. Godfrey Austin, a scrivener in King Street. Here I met and afterwards bought the answer to General Monk's letter, which is a very good one, and I keep it by me. Thence to Mrs. Jem, where I found her maid in bed in a fit of the ague, and Mrs. Jem among the people below at work, and by, she came up hot and merry, as if they had given her wine, at which I was troubled, but said nothing. After a game at cards, I went home and wrote by the post, and coming back called in at Harper's and drank with Mr. Pulford, servant to Mr. Waterhouse, who tells me that whereas my Lord Fleetwood should have answered to the Parliament today, he wrote a letter and desired a little more time, he being a great way out of town. And how that he is quite ashamed of himself, and confesses how he had deserved this, for his baseness to his brother. And that he is like to pay part of the money, paid out of the exchequer during the Committee of Safety, out of his own purse again, which I am glad of. Home and to bed, leaving my wife reading in Polexander. Polexander, by Louis Leroy de Gomerville, was first published in 1632. The history of Polexander was done into English by W. Brown, and published in Folio, London, 1647. It was the earliest of the French heroic romances, and it appears to have been the model for the works of Calprenède and M. Deal. De Scudery, C. Dunlop, S. History of Fiction, for the plot of the romance. I could find nothing in Mr. Downing's letter, which Hawley brought me, concerning my office. But I could discern that Hawley had a mind that I would get to be clerk of the council. I suppose that he might have the greater salary, but I think it not safe yet to change this for a public employment. February 1659-1660. February 1st. In the morning went to my office, where afterwards the old man brought me my letters from the carrier. At noon, I went home and dined with my wife on peas porridge and nothing else. After that I went to the hall, and there met with Mr. Swan, and went with him to Mr. Downing's counsellor, who did put me in very little hopes about the business between Mr. Downing and Squibb, and told me that Squibb would carry it against him, at which I was much troubled, and with him went to Lincoln's Inn and there spoke with his attorney, who told me the day that was appointed for the trial. From thence I went to Sir Harry Wright's, and got him to give me his hand for the L60, which I am tomorrow to receive from Mr. Calthrop, and from thence to Mrs. Jem, and spoke with Madam Scott and her husband, who did promise to have the thing for her neck done this week. Thence home and took Gammer East, and James the porter, a soldier, to my lord's lodgings, who told me how they were drawn into the field today, and that they were ordered to march away tomorrow to make room for General Monk. But they did shut their Colonel Fitch, and the rest of the officers out of the field, and swore they would not go without their money, and if they would not give it them, they would go where they might have it, and that was the city. So the Colonel went to the Parliament, and commanded what money could be got, to be got against tomorrow for them, and all the rest of the soldiers in town, who in all places made a mutiny this day, and do agree together. Here I took some bedding to send to Mrs. Anne for her to lie in now, she hath her fits of the ague. Thence I went to Will's and stayed like a fool there, and played at cards till 9 o'clock, and so came home, where I found Mr. Hunt and his wife, who stayed and sat with me till 10, and so good night. 2d. Drank at Harper S. with Doling, and so to my office, where I found all the officers of the regiments in town, waiting to receive money that their soldiers might go out of town, and what was in the exchequer they had. At noon, after dining at home, I called at Harper, S for Doling, and he and I met with Llewellyn and drank with him at the exchequer at Charing Cross, and thence he and I went to the Temple to Mr. Calthrop's chamber, and from thence had his man by water to London Bridge to Mr. Calthrop a grocer, and received L60 for my lord. In our way, we talked with our waterman, White, who told us how the watermen had lately been abused by some that had a desire to get in to be watermen to the state, and had lately presented an address of 9 or 10,000 hands to stand by this Parliament, when it was only told them that it was to a petition against hackney coaches, and that today they had put out another to undeceive the world and to clear themselves, and that among the rest crop, my waterman and one of great practice, was one that did cheat them thus. After I had received the money, we went to the Bridge Tavern and drank a quart of wine and so back by water, landing Mr. Calthrop's man at the Temple, and we went homewards, but over against Somerset House, hearing the noise of guns, we landed and found the Strand full of soldiers. So I took my money and went to Mrs. Johnson, my lord's sempstress, and giving her my money to lay up, Doling and I went upstairs to a window, and looked out and see the foot face the horse and beat them back, and stood bawling and calling in the street for a free Parliament and money. By and by a drum was heard to beat a march coming towards them, and they got all ready again and faced them, and they proved to be of the same mind with them, and so they made a great deal of joy to see one another. After all this, I took my money, and went home on foot, and laying up my money, and changing my stockings and shoes, I this day having left off my great skirt suit, and put on my white suit with silver lace coat, and went over to Harper's, where I met with W. Simons, Doling, Llewellyn, and 3 merchants, one of which had occasion to use a porter, so they sent for one, and James the soldier came, who told us how they had been all day and night upon their guard at St. James's, and that through the whole town they did resolve to stand to what they had began, and that tomorrow he did believe they would go into the city, and be received there. After all this, we went to a sport called Selling of a Horse for a dish of eggs and herrings, and sat talking there till almost 12 o'clock, and then parted. They were to go as far as Aldgate. Home and to bed. Third, drank my morning draught at Harper S., and was told there that the soldiers were all quiet upon promise of pay. Thence to St. James's Park, and walked there to my place for my flageolet, and then played a little, it being a most pleasant morning and sunshine. Back to Whitehall, where in the guard chamber I saw about 30 or 40 prentices of the city, who were taken at 12 o'clock last night and brought prisoners hither. Thence to my office, where I paid a little more money to some of the soldiers under lute call. Miller, who held out the Tower against the Parliament after it was taken away from Fitch by the Committee of Safety, and yet he continued in his office. About noon, Mrs. Turner came to speak with me, and Joyce, and I took them and showed them the manner of the house's sitting, the doorkeeper very civilly opening the door for us. Thence with my cousin Roger Pepys. Roger Pepys, son of Talbot Pepys of Impington, a barrister of the Middle Temple, MP for Cambridge, 1660–178, and recorder of that town, 1660–88. He married, for the 3rd time, Parnell, daughter and heiress of John Duke, of Workingham, co-Suffolk, and this was the wedding for which the posy ring was required. It being term time, we took him out of the hall to Prior's, the Rhenish wine-house, and there had a pint or 2 of wine and a dish of anchovies, and bespoke 3 or 4 dozen bottles of wine for him against his wedding. After this done, he went away, and left me order to call and pay for all that Mrs. Turner would have. So we called for nothing more there, but went and bespoke a shoulder of mutton at Wilkinson's to be roasted as well as it could be done, and sent a bottle of wine home to my house. In the meantime, she and I and Joyce went walking all over Whitehall, whither General Monk was newly come, and we saw all his forces march by in very good plight and stout officers. Thence to my house where we dined, but with a great deal of patience, for the mutton came in raw, and so we were fain to stay the stewing of it. In the meantime we sat studying a posy. It is supposed that the fashion of having mottos inscribed on rings was of Roman origin. In the 14th and 15th centuries, the posy was inscribed on the outside of the ring, and in the 16th and 17th centuries it was placed inside. A small volume was published in 1674, entitled Love's Garland, or Posies for Rings, Handkerchers, and Gloves, and such pretty tokens that lovers send their loves. For a ring for her, which she is to have at Roger Pepys his wedding. After dinner, I left them and went to hear news, but only found that the Parliament House was most of them with Monk at Whitehall, and that, in his passing through the town, he had many calls to him for a free Parliament, but little other welcome. I saw in the palace yard how unwilling some of the old soldiers were yet to go out of town without their money, and swore if they had it not in 3 days, as they were promised, they would do them more mischief in the country than if they had stayed here. And that is very likely, the country being all discontented. The town and guards are already full of Monk's soldiers. I returned, and it growing dark and they went to take a turn in the park, where Theoph, who was sent for to us to dinner, outran my wife and another poor woman that laid a pot of ale with me that she would outrun her. After that, I set them as far as Charing Cross, and there left them and my wife, and I went to see Mrs. Anne, who began very high about a flock bed I sent her, but I took her down. Here I played at cards till 9 o'clock, so home and to bed. 4th, in the morning at my Luton hour, and so to my office, where I stayed expecting to have Mr. Squibb come to me, but he did not. At noon, walking in the hall, I found Mr. Swan and got him and Captain Stone together, and there advised about Mr. Downing's business. So to Will's, and sat there till 3 o'clock, and then to Mr. Swan's, where I found his wife in very genteel mourning for her father, and took him out by water to the counsellor at the Temple, Mr. Stevens, and from thence to Gray's Inn, thinking to speak with Southerton Ellis, but found him not. So we met with an acquaintance of his in the walks, and went and drank, where I ate some bread and butter, having ate nothing all day, while they were by chance discoursing of Marriott, the great eater. So that I was, I remember, ashamed to eat what I would have done. Here Swan showed us a ballad to the tune of Mardyke, which was most incomparably wrote in a printed hand, which I borrowed of him, but the song proved but silly, and so I did not write it out. Thence we went, and leaving Swan at his master, my Lord Widrington, I met with Spicer, Washington, and D. Vines in Lincoln's Inn Court, and they were buying of a hanging jack to roast birds on of a fellow that was there selling of some. I was fain to slip from there, and went to Mrs. Cruse to her, and advised about a maid to come and be with Mrs. Jem while her maid is sick, but she could spare none. Thence to Sir Harry Wright, but my lady not being within, I spoke to Mrs. Carter about it, who will get one against Monday. So with a link boy. To Scott's, where Mrs. Anne was in a heat, but I spoke not to her, but told Mrs. Jem what I had done, and after that went home and wrote letters into the country by the post, and then played a while on my lute, and so done, to supper and then to bed. All the news today is that the Parliament this morning voted the House to be made up 400 forthwith. This day my wife killed her turkeys that Mr. Shepley gave her, that came out of Zealand with my lord, and could not get her M'd Jane by no means at any time to kill anything. 5th, Lord's Day. In the morning before church time, Mr. Hawley, who had for this day or two looked something sadly, which methinks did speak something in his breast concerning me, came to me telling me that he was out L24, which he could not tell what was become of, and that he do remember that he had such a sum in a bag the other day, and could not tell what he did with it, at which I was very sorry but could not help him. In the morning to Mr. Gunning, where a stranger, an old man, preached a good honest sermon upon what manner of love is this that we should be called the sons of God. After sermon I could not find my wife, who promised to be at the gate against my coming out, and waited there a great while. Then went to my house, and finding her gone I returned and called at the Chequers, thinking to dine at the ordinary with Mr. Chetwynd and Mr. Thomas, but they not being there I went to my father and found her there, and there I dined. To their church in the afternoon, and in Mrs. Turner's pew my wife took up a good black hood and kept it. A stranger preached a poor sermon, and so read over the whole book of the story of Tobit. After sermon home with Mrs. Turner, stayed with her a little while, then she went into the court to a christening, and we to my father's, where I wrote some notes for my brother John to give to the Mercers tomorrow, it being the day of their apposition. After supper home, and before going to bed I stayed writing of this day its passages, while a drum came by, beating of a strange manner of beat, now and then a single stroke, which my wife and I wondered at, what the meaning of it should be. This afternoon at church I saw Dick Cumberland newly come out of the country from his living, but did not speak to him. 6th, before I went to my office I went to Mr. Cruse and paid Mr. Andrews the same L60 that he had received of Mr. Calthrop the last week, so back to Westminster and walked with him thither, where we found the soldiers all set in the palace yard, to make way for General Monk to come to the house. At the hall we parted, and meeting Swan, he and I to the Swan and drank our morning draught. So back again to the hall, where I stood upon the steps and saw Monk go by, he making observance to the judges as he went along. At noon, my father dined with me upon my turkey that was brought from Denmark, and after dinner he and I to the Bullhead Tavern, where we drank half a pint of wine and so parted. I to Mrs. Anne, and Mrs. Jem being gone out of the chamber, she and I had a very high bout. I rattled her up, she being in her bed, but she becoming more cool, we parted pretty good friends. Thence I went to Will's, where I stayed at cards till 10 o'clock, losing half a crown, and so home to bed. 7th. In the morning I went early to give Mr. Hawley notice of my being forced to go into London. But he having also business, we left our office business to Mr. Spicer, and he and I walked as far as the Temple, where I halted a little and then went to Paul's school. But it being too soon, went and drank my morning draught with my cousin Tom Pepys the turner, and saw his house and shop, thence to school, where he that made the speech for the 7th form in praise of the founder did show a book which Mr. Crumlum had lately got, which is believed to be of the founder's own writing. After all the speeches, in which my brother John came off as well as any of the rest, I went straight home and dined, then to the hall, where in the palace I saw Monk's soldiers abuse billing and all the Quakers that were at a meeting place there, and indeed the soldiers did use them very roughly and were to blame. Fox or some other weighty friend, on hearing of this, complained to Monk, who issued the following order dated March 9th. I do require all officers and soldiers to forbear to disturb peaceable meetings of the Quakers, they doing nothing prejudicial to the Parliament or the Commonwealth of England. George Monk. This order, we are told, had an excellent effect on the soldiers. A. C. Bickley's George Fox and the Early Quakers, London, 1884, p. 179. The Quakers were at this time just coming into notice. The first preaching of George Fox, the founder, was in 1648, and in 1655 the preachers of the sect numbered 73. Fox computed that there were seldom less than 1,000 Quakers in prison. The Statute 13 and 14 Car. Roman 2. Cap. I. 1662 was an act for preventing the mischiefs and dangers that may arise by certain persons called Quakers and others, refusing to take lawful oaths. Billing is mentioned again on July 22, 1667, when he addressed Pepys in Westminster Hall. So after drinking with Mr. Spicer, who had received L 600 for me this morning, I went to Capt Stone and with him by coach to the Temple Gardens, all the way talking of the disease of the stone, where we met Mr. Squibb, but would do nothing till tomorrow morning. Thence back on foot home, where I found a letter from my lord in character private cryptic code ed. Which I construed, and after my wife had shewn me some ribbon and shoes that she had taken out of a box of Mr. Montagu's, which formerly Mr. Kipps had left here when his master was at sea, I went to Mr. Crewe and advised with him about it being concerning my lord's coming up to town, which he desires upon my advice the last week in my letter. Thence calling upon Mrs. Anne, I went home, and wrote in character to my lord in answer to his letter. This day Mr. Crewe told me that my Lord St. John is for a free parliament, and that he is very great with Monk, who hath now the absolute command and power to do anything that he hath a mind to do. Mr. Moore told me of a picture hung up at the exchange of a great pair of buttocks shooting of a turd into Lawson's mouth, and over it was wrote, the thanks of the house. Boys do now cry, kiss my parliament, instead of kiss my. So great and general a contempt is the rump come to among all the good and bad. 8th, a little practice on my flageolet, and afterwards walking in my yard to see my stock of pigeons, which begin now with the spring to breed very fast. I was called on by Mr. Fawson, my fellow pupil at Cambridge, and I took him to the Swan in the palace yard, and drank together our morning draught. Thence to my office, where I received money, and afterwards Mr. Carter, my old friend at Cambridge, meeting me as I was going out of my office, I took him to the Swan, and in the way I met with Captain Lidcott, and so we three went together and drank there, the captain talking as high as ever he did, and more because of the fall of his brother Thurlow. John Thurlow, born 1616, Secretary of State to Cromwell, MP for Ely, 1656, and for the University of Cambridge in Richard Cromwell's Parliament of December, 1658. He was never employed after the Restoration, although the king solicited his services. He died February 21, 1668. Pepys spells the name Thurlow, which was a common spelling at the time. Hence I went to Captain Stone, who told me how Squib had been with him, and that he could do nothing with him, so I returned to Mr. Carter and with him to Will's, where I spent upon him and Monsieur L'Impertinent, alias Mr. Butler, who I took thither with me, and thence to a Rhenish wine-house, and in our way met with Mr. Hoole, where I paid for my cousin Roger Pepys his wine, and after drinking we parted. So I home, in my way delivering a letter which among the rest I had from my lord today to Sir N. Wheeler. At home, my wife's brother brought her a pretty black dog which I liked very well, and went away again. Hence sending a porter with the hamper of bottles to the Temple, I called in my way upon Mrs. Jem, who was much frighted till I came to tell her that her mother was well. So to the Temple, where I delivered the wine and received the money of my costs. Roger that I laid out, and thence to my father's, where he showed me a base angry letter that he had newly received from my uncle Robert about my brother John, at which my father was very sad, but I comforted him and wrote an answer. My brother John has an exhibition granted him from the school. My father and I went down to his kitchen, and there we eat and drank, and about 9 o'clock I went away homewards, and in Fleet Street received a great jostle from a man that had a mind to take the wall, which I could not help. This was a constant trouble to the pedestrian until the rule of passing to the right of the person met was generally accepted. Gay commences his trivia with an allusion to this. When to assert the wall, and when resign. And the epigram on the haughty courtier, and the scholar is well known. I came home and to bed. Went to bed with my head not well by my too much drinking today, and I had a boil under my chin which troubled me cruelly. 9th, soon as out of my bed, I wrote letters into the country to go by carrier today. Before I was out of my bed, I heard the soldiers very busy in the morning, getting their horses ready where they lay at Hilton, S., but I knew not then their meaning in so doing. After I had wrote my letters, I went to Westminster up and down the hall, and with Mr. Swan walked a good talking about Mr. Downing's business. I went with him to Mr. Phelps's house, where he had some business to solicit, where we met Mr. Rogers, my neighbor, who did solicit against him and talked very high, saying that he would not for a L1000 appear in a business that Swan did, at which Swan was very angry, but I believe he might be guilty enough. In the hall, I understand how Monk is this morning gone into London with his army, and met with Mr. Fage, who told me that he do believe that Monk is gone to secure some of the common council of the city, who were very high yesterday there, and did vote that they would not pay any taxes till the house was filled up. I went to my office, where I wrote to my lord after I had been at the upper bench, where Sir Robert Pye. Sir Robert Pye, the elder, was auditor of the Exchequer and a staunch royalist. He garrisoned his house at Farringdon, which was besieged by his son, of the same names, a decided Republican, son-in-law to Hampden, and colonel of horse under Fairfax. The son, here spoken of, was subsequently committed to the Tower for presenting a petition to the House of Commons from the county of Berks, which he represented in Parliament, complaining of the want of a settled form of government. He had, however, the courage to move for an habeas corpus, but Judge Newdigate decided that the courts of law had not the power to discharge him. Upon Monk's coming to London, the secluded members passed a vote to liberate Pye, and at the Restoration he was appointed equerry to the king. He died in 1701b. This morning came to desire his discharge from the Tower, but it could not be granted. After that I went to Mrs. Jem, who I had promised to go along with to her Aunt Wright, S., but she was gone, so I went thither. And after drinking a glass of sack, I went back to Westminster Hall, and meeting with Mr. Pierce the surgeon, who would needs take me home, where Mr. Lucy, Burrell, and others dined. And after dinner I went home and to Westminster Hall, where meeting Swan I went with him by water to the Temple to our council, and did give him a fee to make a motion tomorrow in the Exchequer for Mr. Downing. Thence to Westminster Hall, where I heard an action very finely pleaded between my Lord Dorset and some other noble persons, his lady and other ladies of quality being here, and it was about L330 per annum that was to be paid to a poor spittle, which was given by some of his predecessors, and given on his side. Thence Swan and I to a drinking house near Temple Bar, where while he wrote I played on my flageolet till a dish of poached eggs was got ready for us, which we eat, and so by coach home. I called at Mr. Harper S., who told me how Monk had this day clapped up many of the Common Council, and that the Parliament had voted that he should pull down their gates and portcullises, their posts and their chains, which he do intend to do, and do lie in the city all night. I went home and got some alum to my mouth, where I have the beginnings of a cancer, and had also a plaster to my boil underneath my chin. 10th, in the morning I went to Mr. Swan, who took me to the Court of Wards, where I saw the 3 Lords Commissioners sitting upon some cause where Mr. Scobel was concerned, and my Lord Fountain took him up very roughly about some things that he said. After that, we went to the Exchequer, where the barons were hearing of causes, and there I made affidavit that Mr. Downing was gone into Holland by order of the Council of State, and this affidavit I gave to Mr. Stevens our lawyer. Thence to my office, where I got money of Mr. Hawley to pay the lawyer, and there found Mr. Leonard, one of the clerks of the council, and took him to the Swan and gave him his morning draft. Then home to dinner, and after that to the Exchequer, where I heard all the afternoon a great many causes before the barons. In the end came ours, and Squib proved clearly by his patent that the house and office did now belong to him. Our lawyer made some kind of opposition, but to no purpose, and so the cause was found against us, and the foreman of the jury brought in L10 damages, which the whole court cried shame of, and so he cried 12d. Thence I went home, vexed about this business, and there I found Mr. Moore, and with him went into London to Mr. Fage about the cancer in my mouth, which begins to grow dangerous, who gave me something for it, and also told me what Monk had done in the city, how he had pulled down the most part of the gates and chains that they could break down, and that he was now gone back to Whitehall. The city look mighty blank, and cannot tell what in the world to do, the Parliament having this day ordered that the Common Council sit no more, but that new ones be chosen according to what qualifications they shall give them. Thence I went and drank with Mr. Moore at the Sugar Loaf by Temple Bar, where Swan and I were last night, and so we parted. At home I found Mr. Hunt, who sat talking with me a while, and so to bed. 11th. This morning I lay long abed, and then to my office, where I read all the morning my Spanish book of Rome. At noon I walked in the hall, where I heard the news of a letter from Monk, who was now gone into the city again, and did resolve to stand for the sudden filling up of the house, and it was very strange how the countenance of men in the hall was all changed with joy in half an hour's time. So I went up to the lobby, where I saw the speaker reading of the letter, and after it was read, Sir A. Haselrig came out very angry, and billing the Quaker mentioned before on the 7th of this month, standing at the door, took him by the arm, and cried, "Thou man, will thy beast carry thee no longer? Thou must fall." The house presently after rose, and appointed to meet again at 3 o'clock. I went then down into the hall, where I met with Mr. Chetwynd, who had not dined no more than myself, and so we went toward London, in our way calling at 2 or 3 shops, but could have no dinner. At last, within Temple Bar, we found a pullet ready roasted, and there we dined. After that he went to his office in Chancery Lane, calling at the Rolls, where I saw the lawyers pleading. Then to his office, where I sat in his study singing, while he was with his man, Mr. Powell's son, looking after his business. Thence we took coach for the city to Guildhall, where the hall was full of people expecting Monk and Lord Mayor to come thither, and all very joyful. Here we stayed a great while, and at last meeting with a friend of his, we went to the 3-Ton Tavern and drank half a pint of wine, and not liking the wine we went to an alehouse, where we met with company of this third man's acquaintance, and there we drank a little. Hence I went alone to Guildhall to see whether Monk was come again or no, and met with him coming out of the chamber where he had been with the mayor and aldermen. But such a shout I never heard in all my life, crying out, "God bless your excellence." Here I met with Mr. Locke, and took him to an alehouse, and left him there to fetch Chetwynd. When we were come together, Locke told us the substance of the letter that went from Monk to the Parliament, wherein, after complaints that he and his officers were put upon such offices against the city as they could not do with any content or honor, that there are many members now in the House that were of the late tyrannical Committee of Safety. That Lambert and Vane are now in town, contrary to the vote of Parliament. That there were many in the House that do press for new oaths to be put upon men, whereas we have more cause to be sorry for the many oaths that we have already taken and broken. that the late petition of the Phonetic people presented by Barebone, for the imposing of an oath upon all sorts of people, was received by the House with thanks. That therefore he do desire that all writs for filling up of the House be issued by Friday next, and that in the meantime he would retire into the city and only leave them guards for the security of the House and Council. The occasion of this was the order that he had last night to go into the city and disarm them, and take away their charter, whereby he and his officers say that the House had a mind to put them upon things that should make them odious, and so it would be in their power to do what they would with them. He told us that they had sent Scott and Robinson to him this afternoon, but he would not hear them, and that the mayor and aldermen had offered him their own houses for himself and his officers, and that his soldiers would lack for nothing. And indeed, I saw many people give the soldiers drink and money, and all along in the streets cried, "God bless them," and extraordinary good words. Hence we went to a merchant's house hard by, where Locke wrote a note and left, where I saw Sir Nish Crisp, and so we went to the Star Tavern, Monk being then at Benson's, where we dined, and I wrote a letter to my lord from thence. In Cheapside there was a great many bonfires, and bow bells, and all the bells in all the churches as we went home were a-ringing. Hence we went homewards, it being about 10 o'clock. But the common joy that was everywhere to be seen. The number of bonfires, there being 14 between St. Dunstan's and Temple Bar, and at Strand Bridge, I could at one view tell 31 fires. In King Street 7 or 8, and all along burning, and roasting, and drinking for rumps. There being rumps tied upon sticks and carried up and down. The butchers at the Maypole in the Strand rang a peal with their knives when they were going to sacrifice their rump. On Ludgate Hill there was one turning of the spit that had a rump tied upon it, and another basting of it. Indeed it was past imagination, both the greatness and the suddenness of it. At one end of the street you would think there was a whole lane of fire, and so hot that we were fain to keep still on the further side merely for heat. We came to the Chequers at Charing Cross, where Chetwynd wrote a letter, and I gave him an account of what I had wrote for him to write. Thence home and sent my letters to the post-house in London, and my wife and I, after Mr. Hunt was gone, whom I found waiting at my house, went out again to show her the fires, and after walking as far as the Exchange we returned and to bed. 12th. In the morning, it being Lord's Day, Mr. Pierce came to me to inquire how things go. We drank our morning draught together, and thence to Whitehall, where Dr. Hones preached, but I stayed not to hear, but walking in the court, I heard that Sir Arth Haselrig was newly gone into the city to Monk, and that Monk's wife removed from Whitehall last night. Home again, where at noon came according to my invitation my coss, those Pepys and his partner, and dined with me, but before dinner we went and took a walk round the park, it being a most pleasant day as ever I saw. After dinner, we three went into London together, where I heard that Monk had been at Paul's in the morning, and the people had shouted much at his coming out of the church. In the afternoon he was at a church in Broad Street, whereabout he do lodge. But not knowing how to see him, we went and walked half an hour in Moorfields, which were full of people, it being so fine a day. Here I took leave of them, and so to Paul's, where I met with Mr. Curtin's apprentice, the crooked fellow, and walked up and down with him 2 hours, sometimes in the street looking for a tavern to drink in, but not finding any open, we durst not knock, other times in the churchyard, where one told me that he had seen the letter printed. Thence to Mr. Turner S., where I found my wife, Mr. Edwa Pepys, and Roger, and Mr. Armiger being there, to whom I gave as good an account of things as I could, and so to my father's, where Charles Glasscock was overjoyed to see how things are now, who told me the boys had last night broke Barebone's windows. Hence home, and being near home we missed our maid, and were at a great loss, and went back a great way to find her. But when we could not see her, we went homewards and found her there, got before us, which we wondered at greatly. So to bed, where my wife and I had some high words upon my telling her that I would fling the dog which her brother gave her out of window if he the house any more. 13th. To my office till noon, thence home to dinner, my mouth being very bad of the cancer and my left leg beginning to be sore again. After dinner to see Mrs. Jem, and in the way met with Catton on foot in the street and talked with her a little, so home and took my wife to my father's. In my way I went to Playford's, and for 2 books that I had and 6s. 6d. To boot I had my great book of songs which he sells always for R4s. At my father's I stayed a while my mother sent her maid Bess to Cheapside for some herbs to make a water for my mouth. Then I went to see Mr. Cumberland, and after a little stay with him I returned and took my wife home, where after supper to bed. This day monk was invited to Whitehall to dinner by my lords, not seeming willing, he would not come. I went to Mr. Fage from my father's, who had been this afternoon with monk, who do promise to live and die with the city, and for the honor of the city. And indeed the city is very open-handed to the soldiers, that they are most of them drunk all day, and have money given them. He did give me something for my mouth, which I did use this night. 14th. Called out in the morning by Mr. Moore, whose voice my wife hearing in my dressing chamber with me, got herself ready, and came down and challenged him for her valentine, this being the day. The practice of choosing valentines was very general at this time, but some of the best examples of the custom are found in this diary. To Westminster Hall, there being many new remonstrances and declarations from many counties to Monk and the city, and one coming from the north from Sir Thomas Fairfax. Hence, I took him to the Swan and gave him his morning draught. So to my office, where Mr. Hill of Worcestershire came to see me and my partner in our office, with whom we went to Will's to drink. At noon I went home, and so to Mr. Crewe's, but they had dined, and so I went to see Mrs. Jem, where I stayed a while, and home again, where I stayed an hour or two at my lute, and so forth to Westminster Hall, where I heard that the Parliament hath now changed the oath so much talked of to a promise. And that among other qualifications for the members that are to be chosen, one is, that no man, nor the son of any man that hath been in arms during the life of the father, shall be capable of being chosen to sit in Parliament. To Will's, where like a fool I stayed and lost 6d. At cards, so home and wrote a letter to my lord by the post. So after supper to bed. This day, by an order of the house, Sir H. Vane was sent out of town to his house in Lincolnshire. 15th. Called up in the morning by Captain Holland and Captain Cuttance, and with them to Harper's, thence to my office, thence with Mr. Hill of Worcestershire to Will's, where I gave him a letter to Nan Pepys, and some merry pamphlets against the rump to carry to her into the country. So to Mr. Crewe's, where the dining-room being full, Mr. Walgrave and I dined below in the buttery by ourselves upon a good dish of buttered salmon. Thence to Herring, the merchant about my lord's Worcester money, and back to Paul's churchyard, where I stayed reading in Fuller's History of the Church of England an hour or two, and so to my father's, where Mr. Hill came to me, and I gave him direction what to do at Worcester about the money. Thence to my Lady Wright's, and gave her a letter from my Lord privily. So to Mrs. Jem, and sat with her, who dined at Mr. Crewe's today, and told me that there was at her coming away at least 40 gentlemen, I suppose members, that were secluded, for Mr. Walgrave told me that there were about 30 met there the last night, came dropping in one after another thither. Thence home and wrote into the country against tomorrow by the carrier, and so to bed. At my father's, I heard how my cousin Kate Joyce had a fall yesterday from her horse, and had some hurt thereby. No news today, but all quiet to see what the Parliament will do about the issuing of the writs tomorrow for filling up of the house, according to Monk's desire. 16th in the morning at my lute. Then came Shaw and Hawley, and I gave them their morning draught at my house. So to my office, where I wrote by the carrier to my lord and sealed my letter at Will's, and gave it Old East to carry it to the carrier, and to take up a box of China oranges and 2 little barrels of scallops at my house, which Captain Cuttance sent to me for my lord. Here I met with Osborne and with Shaw and Spicer, and we went to the Sun Tavern in expectation of a dinner, where we had sent us only 2 trenchers, full of meat, at which we were very merry, while in came Mr. Wade and his friend Capt. Moyse, who told us of his hopes to get an estate merely for his name's sake, and here we stayed till 7 at night, I winning a quart of sack of Shaw that 1 trencherful that was sent us was all lamb, and he that it was veal. I by having but 3d. In my pocket made shift to spend no more, whereas if I had had more I had spent more as the rest did, so that I see it is an advantage to a man to carry little in his pocket. Home, and after supper, and a little at my flute, I went to bed. 17th. In the morning Tom that was my lord's footboy came to see me and had 10s, of me of the money which I have to keep of his, so that now I have but 35s, more of his. Then came Mr. Hills the instrument maker, and I consulted with him about the altering my lute and my viol. After that, I went into my study and did up my accounts, and found that I am about L40 beforehand in the world, and that is all. So to my office, and from thence brought Mr. Hawley home with me to dinner, and after dinner wrote a letter to Mr. Downing about his business and gave it Hawley, and so went to Mr. Gunning, to his weekly fast, and after sermon, meeting there with Monsieur L. Impertinent, we went and walked in the park till it was dark. I played on my pipe at the Echo, and then drank a cup of ale at Jacob's. So to Westminster Hall, and he with me, where I heard that some of the members of the House were gone to meet with some of the secluded members and General Monk in the city. Hence we went to Whitehall, thinking to hear more news, where I met with Mr. Hunt, who told me how Monk had sent for all his goods that he had here into the city. And yet again he told me that some of the members of the House had this day laid in firing into their lodgings at Whitehall for a good while, so that we are at a great stand to think what will become of things, whether Monk will stand to the Parliament or no. Hence Mons. L. Impertinent and I to Harper, S. and there drank a cup or two to the king, and to his fair sister Frances Butler, the great beauty, who is sometimes styled La Belle Boteler, good health, of whom we had much discourse of her not being much the worse for the small pox, which she had this last summer. So home and to bed. This day we are invited to my uncle Fenner's wedding feast, but went not, this being the 27th year. 18th. A great while at my viol and voice, learning to sing Fly Boy, without book. So to my office, where little to do. In the hall I met with Mr. Eglin and one looker, a famous gardener, servant to my Lord Salisbury, and among other things the gardener told a strange passage in good earnest. Home to dinner, and then went to my lord's lodgings to my turret there and took away most of my books, and sent them home by my maid. Thither came Capt. Holland to me, who took me to the Half Moon Tavern and Mr. Southorn, Blackburn's clerk. Thence he took me to the Mitre in Fleet Street, where we heard, in a room over the music room, very plainly through the ceiling. Here we parted, and I to Mr. Wotton, S., and with him to an alehouse and drank, while he told me a great many stories of comedies that he had formerly seen acted, and the names of the principal actors, and gave me a very good account of it. Thence to Whitehall, where I met with Llewellyn, and in the clerk's chamber wrote a letter to my lord. So home and to bed. This day 2 soldiers were hanged in the Strand for their late mutiny at Somerset House. 19th, Lord's Day. Early in the morning I set my books that I brought home yesterday up in order in my study. Thenceforth to Mr. Harper, S. to drink a draught of purl. Purl is hot beer flavored with wormwood or other aromatic herbs. The name is also given to hot beer flavored with gin, sugar, and ginger. Whither by appointment Monsieur L. Impertinent, who did intend too upon my desire to go along with me to St. Bartholomew, S., to hear one Mr. Sparks, but it raining very hard we went to Mr. Gunning, S., and heard an excellent sermon, and speaking of the character that the Scripture gives of Anne the mother of the Blessed Virgin, he did there speak largely in commendation of widowhood. And not as we do to marry 2 or 3 wives or husbands, one after another. Here I met with Mr. Moore, and went home with him to dinner, where he told me the discourse that happened between the secluded members and the members of the House, before Monk last Friday. How the secluded said that they did not intend by coming in to express revenge upon these men, but only to meet and dissolve themselves, and only to issue writs for a free parliament. He told me how Haselrig was afraid to have the candle carried before him, for fear that the people seeing him would do him hurt, and that he is afraid to appear in the city. That there is great likelihood that the secluded members will come in, and so Mr. Crewe and my lord are likely to be great men, at which I was very glad. After dinner there was many secluded members come in to Mr. Crewe, which, it being the Lord's Day, did make Mr. Moore believe that there was something extraordinary in the business. Hence home and brought my wife to Mr. Mossum's to hear him, and indeed he made a very good sermon, but only too eloquent for a pulpit. Here Mr. L. Impertinent helped me to a seat. After sermon to my father, S., and fell in discourse concerning our going to Cambridge the next week with my brother John. To Mrs. Turner, where her brother, Mr. Edward Pepys, was there, and I sat a great while talking of public business of the times with him. So to supper to my father, S., all supper talking of John's going to Cambridge. So home, and it raining my wife got my mother's French mantle and my brother John's hat, and so we went all along home and to bed. 20th, in the morning at my lute. Then to my office, where my partner and I made even our balance. Took him home to dinner with me, where my brother John came to dine with me. After dinner, I took him to my study at home and at my Lord S., and gave him some books and other things against his going to Cambridge. After he was gone, I went forth to Westminster Hall, where I met with Chetwynd, Simons, and Gregory, and with them to Marsh's at Whitehall to drink, and stayed there a pretty while reading a pamphlet well writ and directed to General Monk, in praise of the form of monarchy which was settled here before the wars. This pamphlet is among the Thomason collection of Civil War tracts, British Museum, and dated in Ms. this same day, February 20th, a plea for limited monarchy as it was established in this nation before the late war. In an humble address to His Excellency General Monk, by a zealot for the good old laws of his country, before any faction or caprice, with additions. An echo to the plea for limited monarchy and was published soon afterwards. They told me how the Speaker Lenthal do refuse to sign the writs for choice of new members in the place of the excluded, and by that means the writs could not go out today. In the evening, Simons and I to the coffee club, where nothing to do, only I heard Mr. Harrington and my Lord of Dorset and another lord talking of getting another place as the cockpit, and they did believe it would come to something. After a small debate upon the question whether learned or unlearned subjects are the best, the club broke up very poorly, and I do not think they will meet any more. Hence with Vines, and to Will's, and after a pot or two home, and so to bed. 21st. In the morning going out I saw many soldiers going towards Westminster, and was told that they were going to admit the secluded members again. So I to Westminster Hall, and in Chancery Row I saw about 20 of them who had been at Whitehall with General Monk, who came thither this morning, and made a speech to them, and recommended to them a Commonwealth, and against Charles Stuart. They came to the House and went in one after another, and at last the Speaker came. But it is very strange that this could be carried so private, that the other members of the House heard nothing of all this, till they found them in the House, insomuch that the soldiers that stood there to let in the secluded members, they took for such as they had ordered to stand there to hinder their coming in. Mr. Prynne came with an old basket-hilt sword on, and had many great shouts upon his going into the hall. They sat till noon, and at their coming out Mr. Crewe saw me, and bid me come to his house, which I did, and he would have me dine with him, which I did. And he very joyful told me that the House had made General Monk general of all the forces in England, Scotland, and Ireland, and that upon Monk's desire, for the service that Lawson had lately done in pulling down the Committee of Safety, he had the command of the sea for the time being. He advised me to send for my lord forthwith, and told me that there is no question that, if he will, he may now be employed again, and that the House do intend to do nothing more than to issue writs, and to settle a foundation for a free Parliament. After dinner, I back to Westminster Hall with him in his coach. Here I met with Mr. Locke and Purcell, masters of music. Henry Purcell, father of the celebrated composer, was gentleman of the Chapel Royal. And with them to the coffee house, into a room next the water by ourselves, where we spent an hour or two till Captain Taylor came to us, who told us that the House had voted the gates of the city to be made up again, and the members of the city that are in prison to be set at liberty, and that Sir G. Booth's case be brought into the House tomorrow. Here we had variety of brave Italian and Spanish songs, and a canon for 8 voices, which Mr. Locke had lately made on these words, Domine salvum fac regem, an admirable thing. Here also Capt. Taylor began a discourse of something that he had lately writ about Gavelkind in answer to one that had wrote a piece upon the same subject, and indeed discovered a great deal of study in antiquity in his discourse. Here out of the window it was a most pleasant sight to see the city from one end to the other with a glory about it. So high was the light of the bonfires, and so thick round the city, and the bells rang everywhere. Hence home and wrote to my lord, afterwards came down and found Mr. Hunt, troubled at this change, and Mr. Spung, who stayed late with me singing of a song or two, and so parted. My wife not very well, went to bed before. This morning I met in the hall with Mr. Fuller, of Christ, S., and told him of my design to go to Cambridge, and whither. He told me very freely the temper of Mr. Widrington, how he did oppose all the fellows in the college, and that there was a great distance between him and the rest, at which I was very sorry, for that he told me he feared it would be little to my brother's advantage to be his pupil. 22nd. In the morning intended to have gone to Mr. Crewe's to borrow some money, but it raining I forbore, and went to my lord's lodging and looked that all things were well there. Then home and sang a song to my viol, so to my office and to Will's, where Mr. Pierce found me out, and told me that he would go with me to Cambridge, where Colonel Eyre's regiment, to which he was surgeon, lieth. Walking in the hall, I saw Major General Brown, who had a long time been banished by the rump, but now, with his beard overgrown, he comes abroad and sat in the house. To my father's to dinner, where nothing but a small dish of powdered beef-boiled salt beef. To powder was to sprinkle with salt, and the powdering tub a vessel in which meat was salted, and dish of carrots, they being all busy to get things ready for my brother John to go tomorrow. After dinner, my wife staying there, I went to Mr. Crewe S. and got L5 of Mr. Andrews, and so to Mrs. Jemima, who now hath her instrument about her neck, and indeed is infinitely altered and holds her head upright. I paid her made 40s. Of the money that I have received of Mr. Andrews, hence home to my study, where I only wrote thus much of this day's passages to this and so out again. To Whitehall, where I met with Will Simons and Mr. Mabott at Marsh's, who told me how the House had this day voted that the gates of the city should be set up at the cost of the state, and that Major General Brown's being proclaimed a traitor be made void, and several other things of that nature. Home for my lanthorn, and so to my father's, where I directed John what books to put for Cambridge. After that to supper, where my uncle Fenner and my aunt, the Turner and Joyce, at a brave leg of veal roasted, and were very merry against John S. going to Cambridge. I observed this day how abominably Barebone's windows are broke again last night. At past 9 o'clock my wife and I went home. 23rd, Thursday, my birthday, now 27 years. A pretty fair morning, I rose, and after writing a while in my study, I went forth to my office, where I told Mr. Hawley of my thoughts to go out of town tomorrow. Hither Mr. Fuller comes to me, and my uncle Thomas too, thence I took them to drink, and so put off my uncle. So with Mr. Fuller home to my house, where he dined with me, and he told my wife and me a great many stories of his adversities, since these troubles in being forced to travel in the Catholic countries, and see he showed me his bills, but I had not money to pay him. We parted, and I to Whitehall, where I was to see my horse which Mr. Garthwaite lends me tomorrow. So home, where Mr. Pierce comes to me about appointing time and place where, and when to meet tomorrow. So to Westminster Hall, where, after the House rose, I met with Mr. Crewe, who told me that my lord was chosen by 73 voices to be one of the Council of State. Mr. Pierpoint had the most, 101, and himself the next, 2. He brought me in the coach home, he and Mr. Anslow being in it. I back to the hall, and at Mrs. Mitchell's shop stayed, talking a great while with her and my chaplain, Mr. Mumford, and drank a pot or 2 of ale on a wager that Mr. Prynne is not of the council. Home and wrote to my lord the news of the choice of the council by the post, and so to bed. 24th. I rose very early, and taking horse at Scotland Yard, at Mr. Garthwaite's stable, I rode to Mr. Pierce's, who rose, and in a quarter of an hour, leaving his wife in bed, with whom Mr. Lucy methought was very free as she lay in bed. We both mounted, and so set forth about 7 of the clock, the day and the way very foul. About where we overtook Mr. Blayton, brother-in-law to Dick Vines, who went thenceforwards with us, and at Puckeridge we baited, where we had a loin of mutton fried, and were very merry, but the way exceeding bad from where thither. Then up again, and as far as Falmer, within 6 miles of Cambridge, my mare being almost tired. Here we lay at the Chequer, playing at cards till supper, which was a breast of veal roasted. I lay with Mr. Pierce, who we left here the next morning upon his going to Hinchingbrooke to speak with my lord before his going to London, and we two come to Cambridge by 8 o'clock in the morning. 25th, to the Falcon in the Petty Curry. The old Falcon Inn is on the south side of Petty Curry. It is now divided into 3 houses, one of which is the present Falcon Inn, the other 2 being houses with shops. The Falcon Yard is but little changed. From the size of the whole building, it must have been the principal inn of the town. The room said to have been used by Queen Elizabeth for receptions retains its original form. B. The Petty Curry, the derivation of the name of this street, so well known to all Cambridge men, is a matter of much dispute among antiquaries. See Notes and Queries. The most probable meaning of it is the Parva Coqueria, or Little Curry, where the cooks of the town lived, just as the Poultry, where the poulters, now poulterers, had their shops. The form of curry, a roll of antient English cookery, was compiled by the principal cooks of that best and royalist viander of all Christian kings, Richard II, and edited with a copious index and glossary by Dr. Samuel Pegg, M.B., where we found my father and brother very well. After dressing myself, about 10 o'clock, my father, brother, and I to Mr. Widgerigton at Christ's College, who received us very civilly, and caused my brother to be admitted, while my father, he, and I sat talking. After that done, we take leave. My father and brother went to visit some friends, Pepyses, scholars in Cambridge, while I went to Magdalene College, to Mr. Hill, with whom I found Mr. Zanchi, Burton, and Hollins, and was exceeding civilly received by them. I took leave on promise to sup with them, and to my inn again, where I dined with some others that were there at an ordinary. After dinner my brother to the college, and my father and I to my cousin Angier S. to see them, where Mr. Fairbrother came to us. Here we sat a while talking. My father he went to look after his things at the carrier S. and my brother's chamber, while Mr. Fairbrother, my cousin Angier, and Mr. Zanchi, whom I met at Mr. Merton's shop, where I bought a Lencus motuum, having given my former to Mr. Downing when he was here, to the 3 Tuns, where we drank pretty hard and many healths to the king, and till it began to be darkish. Then we broke up, and I and Mr. Zanchi went to Magdalene College, where a very handsome supper at Mr. Hill's chambers, I suppose upon a club among them, where in their discourse I could find that there was nothing at all left of the old preciseness in their discourse, specially on Saturday nights. And Mr. Zanchi told me that there was no such thing nowadays among them at any time. After supper and some discourse then to my inn, where I found my father in his chamber, and after some discourse, and he well satisfied with this day's work, we went to bed, my brother lying with me, his things not being come by the carrier that he could not lie in the college. 26th, Sunday. My brother went to the college to chapel. My father and I went out in the morning and walked out in the fields behind King's College and in King's College chapel yard, where we met with Mr. Fairbrother, who took us to Botolph's Church, where we heard Mr. Nicholas, of Queen's College, who I knew in my time to be Tripos. The Tripos, or bachelor of the stool, who made the speech on Ash Wednesday, when the senior proctor called him up and exhorted him to be witty but modest withal. Their speeches, especially after the Restoration, tended to be boisterous and even scurrilous. 26 Martii 1669. Da Holly's fellow of Clare Hall is to make a public recantation in the back, schools for his Tripos speech. The Tripos verses still come out and are circulated on Ash Wednesday. The list of successful candidates for honors is printed on the same paper, hence the term Tripos applied to it. With great applause upon this text, for thy commandments are broad. Thence my father and I to Mr. Widrington's chamber to dinner, where he used us very courteously again, and had 2 fellow commoners at table with him, and Mr. Pepper, a fellow of the college. After dinner, while we sat talking by the fire, Mr. Pierce's man came to tell me that his master was come to town, so my father and I took leave, and found Mr. Pierce at our inn, who told us that he had lost his journey, for my lord was gone from Hinchingbroke to London on Thursday last, at which I was a little put to a stand. So after a cup of drink, I went to Magdalene College to get the certificate of the college for my brother's entrance there, that he might save his year. I met with Mr. Burton in the court, who took me to Mr. Petchell's chamber, where he was and Mr. Zanchi. By and by, Mr. Petchell and Sanchi and I went out, Petchell to church, Sanchi and I to the Rose Tavern, where we sat and drank till sermon done, and then Mr. Petchell came to us, and we 3 sat drinking the king's and his whole family's health till it began to be dark. Then we parted. Sanchi and I went to my lodging, where we found my father and Mr. Pierce at the door, and I took them both and Mr. Blayton to the Rose Tavern, and there gave them a quart or 2 of wine, not telling them that we had been there before. After this we broke up, and my father, Mr. Zanchi, and I to my cousin Angier to supper, where I caused 2 bottles of wine to be carried from the Rose Tavern. That was drunk up, and I had not the wit to let them know at table that it was I that paid for them, and so I lost my thanks for them. After supper Mr. Fairbrother, who supped there with us, took me into a room by himself, and showed me a pitiful copy of verses upon Mr. Prynne which he esteemed very good, and desired that I would get them given to Mr. Prynne, in hopes that he would get him some place for it, which I said I would do, but did laugh in my sleeve to think of his folly, though indeed a man that has always expressed great civility to me. After that we sat down and talked. I took leave of all my friends, and so to my inn, where after I had wrote a note and enclosed the certificate to Mr. Widrington, I bade good night to my father, and John went to bed. But I stayed up a little while, playing the fool with the lass of the house at the door of the chamber, and so to bed. 27th. Up by 4 o'clock, and after I was ready, took my leave of my father, whom I left in bed, and the same of my brother John, to whom I gave tens. Mr. Blayton and I took horse and straight to Saffron Walden, where at the White Hart we set up our horses, and took the master of the house to show us Audley End House, who took us on foot through the park, and so to the house, where the housekeeper showed us all the house, in which the stateliness of the ceilings, chimney-pieces, and form of the whole was exceedingly worth seeing. He took us into the cellar, where we drank most admirable drink, a health to the king. Here I played on my flageolet, there being an excellent echo. He showed us excellent pictures, two especially, those of the four evangelists and Henry Roman VIII. After that I gave the man twos, for his trouble, and went back again. In our going, my landlord carried us through a very old hospital or almshouse, where 40 poor people was maintained, a very old foundation, and over the chimney in the mantelpiece was an inscription in brass, Orate pre anima Tommy Bird, and C. And the poor box also was on the same chimney-piece, with an iron door and locks to it, into which I put 6d. They brought me a draught of their drink in a brown bowl, tipped with silver, which I drank off, and at the bottom was a picture of the Virgin and the Child in her arms, done in silver. So we went to our inn, and after eating of something, and kissed the daughter of the house, she being very pretty, we took leave, and so that night the road pretty good, but the weather rainy to Epping, where we sat and played a game at cards, and after supper and some merry talk with a plain bold maid of the house, we went to bed. 28th. Up in the morning and had some red herrings to our breakfast, while my boot heel was a-mending. By the same token the boy left the hole as big as it was before. Then to horse, and for London through the forest, where we found the way good, but only in one path, which we kept as if we had rode through a canal all the way. We found the shops all shut, and the militia of the Red Regiment in arms at the Old Exchange, among whom I found and spoke to Nish Osborne, who told me that it was a Thanksgiving Day through the city for the return of the Parliament. At Paul's I light, Mr. Blayton holding my horse, where I found Dr. Reynolds in the pulpit, and General Monk there, who was to have a great entertainment at Grocers' Hall. So home, where my wife and all well, shifted myself and so to Mr. Crewe S., and then to Sir Harry Wright S., where I found my lord at dinner, who called for me in, and was glad to see me. There was at dinner also Mr. John Wright and his lady, a very pretty lady, Alderman Allen's daughter. I dined here with Will Howe, and after dinner went out with him to buy a hat, calling in my way and saw my mother, which we did at the Plough in Fleet Street by my lord's direction, but not as for him. Here we met with Mr. Pierce a little before, and he took us to the Greyhound Tavern, and gave us a pint of wine, and as the rest of the seamen do, talked very high again of my lord. After we had done about the hat we went homewards, he to Mr. Crewe's and I to Mrs. Jem, and sat with her a little. Then home, where I found Mr. Shepley, almost drunk, come to see me. Afterwards Mr. Spunk comes, with whom I went up and played with him a duo or two, and so good night. I was indeed a little vexed with Mr. Shepley, but said nothing about his breaking open of my study at my house, merely to give him the key of the stair door at my lord's, which lock he might better have broke than mine. 29th. To my office, and drank at Will's with Mr. Moore, who told me how my lord is chosen general at sea by the council, and that it is thought that Monk will be joined with him therein. Home and dined, after dinner my wife and I by water to London, and thence to Herring's, the merchant in Coleman Street, about L50, which he promises I shall have on Saturday next. So to my mother S., and then to Mrs. Turner S., of whom I took leave and her company, because she was to go out of town tomorrow with Mr. Pepys into Norfolk. Here my cousin Norton gave me a brave cup of metheglin, a liquor made of honey and water, boiled and fermenting, by 12 Charles Roman II. Cap. 23. A grant of certain impositions upon beer, ale, and other liquors, a duty of 1d. per gallon was laid upon all metheglin or mead. The first I ever drank, to my mother S. and supped there. She showed me a letter to my father from my uncle inviting him to come to Brampton while he is in the country. So home and to bed. This day my lord came to the house, the first time since he came to town, but he had been at the council before. March 1659–1660. March 1st. In the morning went to my lord's lodgings, thinking to have spoke with Mr. Shepley, having not been to visit him since my coming to town. But he being not within eye went up, and out of the box where my lord's pamphlets lay, I chose as many as I had a mind to have for my own use and left the rest. Then to my office, where little to do, but Mr. Shepley comes to me, so at dinner time he and I went to Mr. Crewe's, whither Mr. Thomas was newly come to town, being sent with Sir H. Yelverton, my old schoolfellow at Paul's school, to bring the thanks of the county to General Monk for the return of the Parliament. But old Mr. Crewe and my lord not coming home to dinner, we tarried late before we went to dinner, it being the day that John, Mr. John Crewe's coachman, was to be buried in the afternoon, he being a day or two before killed with a blow of one of his horses that struck his skull into his brain. From thence Mr. Shepley and I went into London to Mr. Laxton, S., my lord's apothecary, and so by water to Westminster, where at the Sun he and I spent 2 or 3 hours in a pint or 2 of wine, discoursing of matters in the country, among other things telling me that my uncle did to him make a very kind mention of me, and what he would do for me. Thence I went home, and went to bed betimes. This day the Parliament did vote that they would not sit longer than the 15th day of this month. 2d. This morning I went early to my lord at Mr. Crewe's, where I spoke to him. Here were a great many come to see him, as Secretary Thurlow, who is now by this Parliament chosen again Secretary of State. There were also General Monk's trumpeters to give my lord a sound of their trumpets this morning. Thence I went to my office, and wrote a letter to Mr. Downing about the business of his house. Then going home, I met with Mr. Eglin, Chetwynd, and Thomas, who took me to the Leg in King Street, where we had 2 brave dishes of meat, one of fish, a carp, and some other fishes as well done as ever I ate any. After that to the Swan Tavern, where we drank a quart or 2 of wine, and so parted. So I to Mrs. Jem and took Mr. Moore with me, who I met in the street, and there I met W. Howe and Shepley. After that to Westminster Hall, where I saw Sir G. Booth at liberty. This day I hear the city militia is put into good posture, and it is thought that Monk will not be able to do any great matter against them now, if he have a mind. I understand that my Lord Lambert did yesterday send a letter to the council, and that tonight he is to come and appear to the council in person. Sir Arthur Haselrig do not yet appear in the house. Great is the talk of a single person, and that it would now be Charles, George, or Richard again, for the last of which my Lord St. John is said to speak high. Great also is the dispute now in the House, in whose name the writs shall run for the next Parliament, and it is said that Mr. Prynne in open house said, in King Charles's. From Westminster Hall home. Spent the evening in my study, and so after some talk with my wife, then to bed. 3d. To Westminster Hall, where I found that my lord was last night voted one of the generals at sea and Monk the other. I met my lord in the hall, who bid me come to him at noon. I met with Mr. Pierce the purser, Lute, Lambert, Mr. Creed, and Will, Howe, and went with them to the Swan Tavern, up to my office, but did nothing. At noon home to dinner to A. Sheepshead. My brother Tom came and dined with me, and told me that my mother was not very well, and that my Aunt Fenner was very ill too. After dinner I to Warwick House, in Holborn, to my lord, where he dined with my Lord of Manchester, Sir Dudley North, my Lord Fines, and my Lord Berkeley. I stayed in the great hall, talking with some gentlemen there, till they all come out. Then I, by coach with my lord, to Mr. Crewe S., in our way talking of public things, and how I should look after getting of his commissioner's dispatch. He told me he feared there was new design hatching, as if Monk had a mind to get into the saddle. Here I left him, and went by appointment to Hurring, the merchant, but missed of my money, at which I was much troubled, but could not help myself. Returning, met Mr. Gifford, who took me and gave me half a pint of wine, and told me, as I hear this day from many, that things are in a very doubtful posture, some of the Parliament being willing to keep the power in their hands. After I had left him, I met with Tom Harper, who took me into a place in Drury Lane, where we drank a great deal of strong water, more than ever I did in my life at one time before. He talked huge high that my Lord Protector would come in place again, which indeed is much discoursed of again, though I do not see it possible. Hence home, and wrote to my father at Brampton by the post. So to bed. This day I was told that my Lord General Fleetwood told my lord that he feared the King of Sweden is dead of a fever at Gothenburg. 4th, Lord's Day. Before I went to church, I sang Orpheus, hymn to my viol. After that to Mr. Gunning's, an excellent sermon upon charity. Then to my mother to dinner, where my wife and the maid were come. After dinner we three to Mr. Messum's, where we met Mons. El Impertinent, who got us a seat, and told me a ridiculous story, how that last week he had caused a simple citizen to spend L80 in entertainments of him and some friends of his upon pretence of some service that he would do him in his suit after a widow. Then to my mother again, and after supper she and I talked very high about religion, I in defense of the religion I was born in. Then home. 5th, early in the morning, Mr. Hill comes to string my theorbo. The theorbo was a bass lute. Having gut strings, it was played with the fingers. There is a humorous comparison of the long waists of ladies, which came into fashion about 1621, with the theorbo by Bishop Corbet. She was barred up in whalebones, that did least none of the whale's length, for they reached her knees off with her head, and then she hath a middle as her waist stands, just like the new-found fiddle, the favourite theorbo, truth to tell ye, whose neck and throat are deeper than the belly. Corbet iter boreal, which we were about till past 10 o'clock, with a great deal of pleasure. Then to Westminster, where I met with Mr. Shepley and Mr. Pinkney at Will's, who took me by water to Billingsgate, at the Salutation Tavern, whither by and by, Mr. Talbot and Adams came, and bring a great good meat, a ham of bacon, and see here we stayed and drank till Mr. Adams began to be overcome. Then we parted, and so to Westminster by water, only seeing Mr. Pinkney at his own house, where he showed me how he had always kept the lion and unicorn in the back of his chimney, bright, in expectation of the king's coming again. At home, I found Mr. Hunt, who told me how the Parliament had voted that the Covenant be printed and hung in churches again. Great hopes of the king's coming again. To bed. 6th, Shrove Tuesday. I called Mr. Shepley, and we both went up to my lord's lodgings at Mr. Crewe's, where he bade us to go home again, and get a fire against an hour after. Which we did at Whitehall, whither he came, and after talking with him and me about his going to sea, he called me by myself to go along with him into the garden, where he asked me how things were with me, and what he had endeavored to do with my uncle to get him to do something for me, but he would say nothing too. He likewise bade me look out now at this turn some good place, and he would use all his own, and all the interest of his friends that he had in England, to do me good. And asked me whether I could, without too much inconvenience, go to sea as his secretary and bid me think of it. He also began to talk of things of state, and told me that he should want one in that capacity at sea, that he might trust in, and therefore he would have me to go. He told me also that he did believe the king would come in, and did discourse with me about it, and about the affection of the people and city, at which I was full glad. After he was gone, I waiting upon him through the garden till he came to the hall, where I left him and went up to my office, where Mr. Hawley brought one to me, a seaman, that had promised Rio to him if he get him a purser's place, which I think to endeavor to do. Here comes my Uncle Tom, whom I took to Will's and drank with, poor man. He comes to inquire about the Knights of Windsor, of which he desires to get to be one. The body of poor Knights of Windsor was founded by Edward Roman III. The intention of the king with regard to the poor knights was to provide relief and comfortable subsistence for such valiant soldiers as happened in their old age to fall into poverty and decay on September 20th, 1659. A report having been read respecting the poor Knights of Windsor, the House ordered that it be referred to a committee to look into the revenue for maintenance of the poor Knights of Windsor. And see Tig and Davis's Annals of Windsor. While we were drinking, in comes Mr. Day, a carpenter in Westminster, to tell me that it was Shrove Tuesday, and that I must go with him to their yearly club upon this day, which I confess I had quite forgot. So I went to the Bell, where were Mr. Eglin, Vesey, Vincent a butcher, one more, and Mr. Tanner, with whom I played upon a viol, and he a violin after dinner, and were very merry with a special good dinner, a leg of veal and bacon, 2 capons and sausages and fritters, with abundance of wine. After that I went home, where I found Kate Sturpin, who hath not been here a great while before. She gone I went to see Mrs. Jem, at whose chamber door I found a couple of ladies, but she not being there, we hunted her out, and found that she and another had hid themselves behind a door. Well, they all went down into the dining room, where it was full of tag, rag, and bobtail, dancing, singing, and drinking, of which I was ashamed, and after I had stayed a dance or two I went away. Going home, called at my lord's for Mr. Shepley, but found him at the Lion with a pewterer that he had bought pewter today of. With them I drank, and so home and wrote by the post, by my lord's command, for J. Goods to come up presently. For my lord intends to go forthwith into the Swifture till the Naseby be ready. This day I hear that the lords do intend to sit, and great store of them are now in town, and I see in the hall today. Overton at Hull do stand out, but can, it is thought, do nothing, and Lawson, it is said, is gone with some ships thither, but all that is nothing. My lord told me that there was great endeavors to bring in the Protector again, but he told me too that he did believe it would not last long if he were brought in, no, nor the king neither, though he seems to think that he will come in, unless he carry himself very soberly and well. Every body now drinks the king's health without any fear, whereas before it was very private that a man dare do it. Monk this day is feasted at Mercer's Hall, and is invited one after another to all the 12 halls in London. Many think that he is honest yet, and some or more think him to be a fool that would raise himself, but think that he will undo himself by endeavoring it. My mind, I must needs remember, has been very much eased and joyed at my lord's great expressions of kindness this day, and in discourse thereupon my wife and I lay awake an hour or two in our bed. 7th, Ash Wednesday. In the morning I went to my lord at Mr. Crewe's. In my way Washington overtook me and told me upon my question whether he knew of any place now void that I might have, by power over friends, that this day Mr. G. Montagu was to be made custos rotulorum for Westminster, and that by friends I might get to be named by him clerk of the peace, with which I was, as I am at all new things, very much joyed. So when I came to Mr. Crewe's, I spoke to my lord about it, who told me he believed Mr. Montagu had already promised it, and that it was given him only that he might gratify one person with the place I look for. Here, among many that were here, I met with Mr. Lynes, the surgeon, who promised me some seeds of the sensitive plant. Evelyn, about the same date, August 9th, 1661, tried several experiments on the sensitive plant and humilies, which contracted with the least touch of the sun through a burning glass, though it rises and opens only when it shines on it. I spoke too with Mr. Pierce the surgeon, who gave me great encouragement to go to sea with my lord. Thence going homewards, my lord overtook me in his coach, and called me in, and so I went with him to St. James's, and G. Montagu being gone to Whitehall, we walked over the park thither, all the way he discoursing of the times, and of the change of things since the last year, and wondering how he could bear with so great disappointment as he did. He did give me the best advice that he could what was best for me, whether to stay or go with him, and offered all the ways that could be, how he might do me good, with the greatest liberty and love that could be. I left him at Whitehall, and myself went to Westminster to my office, whither nothing to do, but I did discourse with Mr. Falconbridge about L'esquire's place, and had his consent to get it if I could. I afterwards in the hall met with W. Simons, who put me in the best way how to get it done. Thence by appointment to the Angel in King Street, where Chetwynd, Mr. Thomas and Doling were at oysters, and beginning Lent this day with a fish dinner. After dinner Mr. Thomas and I by water to London, where I went to Herring, S., and received the L50 of my lord's upon Frank's bill from Worcester. I gave in the bill and set my hand to his bill. Thence I went to the Pope's Head Alley and called on Adam Chard and bought a catcall there. It cost me 2 groats. Thence went and gave him a cup of ale. After that to the Sun behind the Exchange, where meeting my uncle White by the way, took him with me thither, and after drinking a health or 2 round at the Cock, Mr. Thomas being gone thither, we parted, he and I homewards parted at Fleet Street, where I found my father newly come home from Brampton very well. He left my uncle with his leg very dangerous, and do believe he cannot continue in that condition long. He tells me that my uncle did acquaint him very largely what he did intend to do with his estate, to make me his heir and give my brother Tom something, and that my father and mother should have likewise something, to raise portions for John and Paul. I pray God he may be as good as his word. Here I stayed and supped and so home, there being Joyce Norton there and C.H. Glasscock. Going home I called at Wotton, S. and took home a piece of cheese. At home Mr. Shepley sat with me a little while, and so we all to bed. This news and my lord's great kindness makes me very cheerful within. I pray God make me thankful. This day, according to order, Sir Arthur appeared at the house. What was done I know not, but there was all the Rumpers almost come to the house today. My lord did seem to wonder much why Lambert was so willing to be put into the Tower, and thinks he has some design in it. But I think that he is so poor that he cannot use his liberty for debts, if he were at liberty. And so it is as good and better for him to be there than anywhere else. 8th, to Whitehall to bespeak some firing for my father at Shorts, and likewise to speak to Mr. Blackburn about Batters being gunner in the Wexford. Then, to Westminster Hall, where there was a general damp over men's minds and faces upon some of the officers of the army being about making a remonstrance against Charles Stuart or any single person. But at noon it was told that the general had put a stop to it, so all was well again. Here I met with Jasper, who was to look for me to bring me to my lord at the lobby. Whither sending a note to my lord, he comes out to me and gives me direction to look after getting some money for him from the Admiralty, seeing that things are so unsafe that he would not lay out a farthing for the state till he had received some money of theirs. Home about 2 o'clock, and took my wife by land to Paternoster Row to buy some paragon for a petticoat, and so home again. In my way meeting Mr. Moore, who went home with me while I ate a bit, and so back to Whitehall again, both of us. He waited at the council for Mr. Crewe, I to the Admiralty, where I got the order for the money, and have taken care for the getting of it assigned upon Mr. Hutchinson, Treasurer for the Navy, against tomorrow. Hence going home I met with Mr. King that belonged to the Treasurers at War, and took him to Harper, S., who told me that he and the rest of his fellows are cast out of office by the new Treasurers. This afternoon, some of the officers of the army and some of the Parliament had a conference at Whitehall to make all right again, but I know not what is done. This noon I met at the Dog Tavern Captain Philip Holland, with whom I advised how to make some advantage of my lord's going to sea, which he told me might be by having of 5 or 6 servants entered on board, and I to give them what wages I pleased, and so their pay to be mine. He was also very urgent to have me take the secretary's place, that my lord did proffer me. At the same time in comes Mr. Wade and Mr. Sterry, secretary to the plenipotentiary in Denmark, who brought the news of the death of the King of Sweden at Gothenburg the 3rd of the last month, and he told me what a great change he found when he came here, the secluded members being restored. He also spoke very freely of Mr. Wade's profit, which he made while he was in Zealand, how he did believe that he cheated Mr. Powell, and that he made above L500 on the voyage, which Mr. Wade did very angrily deny, though I believe he was guilty enough. 9th, to my lord at his lodging, and came to Westminster with him in the coach, with Mr. Dudley with him, and he in the Painted Chamber. The Painted Chamber, or St. Edward's Chamber, in the old palace at Westminster. The first name was given to it from the curious paintings on the walls, and the second from the tradition that Edward the Confessor died in it. Walked a good while, and I telling him that I was willing and ready to go with him to see, he agreed that I should, and advised me what to write to Mr. Downing about it, which I did at my office, that by my lord's desire I offered that my place might for a while be supplied by Mr. Moore, and that I and my security should be bound by the same bond for him. I went and dined at Mr. Crewe's, where Mr. Hawley comes to me, and I told him the business and showed him the letter promising him L20 a year, which he liked very well of. I did the same to Mr. Moore, which he also took for a courtesy. In the afternoon, by coach, taking Mr. Butler with me to the Navy office, about the L500 for my lord, which I am promised to have tomorrow morning. Then by coach back again, and at Whitehall at the council chamber spoke with my lord and got him to sign the acquittance for the L500, and he also told me that he had spoke to Mr. Blackburn to put off Mr. Creed, and that I should come to him for direction in the employment. After this, Mr. Butler and I to Harper, S., where we sat and drank for 2 hours till 10 at night. The old woman she was drunk and began to talk foolishly in commendation of her son James. Home and to bed. All night troubled in my thoughts how to order my business upon this great change with me, that I could not sleep. And being overheated with drink, I made a promise the next morning to drink no strong drink this week, for I find that it makes me sweat and puts me quite out of order. This day it was resolved that the writs do go out in the name of the keepers of the liberty, and I hear that it is resolved privately that a treaty be offered with the king. And that monk did check his soldiers highly for what they did yesterday. 10th, in the morning went to my father's, whom I took in his cutting house. His father was a tailor, and this was his cutting-out room. And there I told him my resolution to go to sea with my lord, and consulted with him how to dispose of my wife, and we resolved of letting her be at Mr. Bowyer's. Thence to the treasurer of the navy, where I received L500 for my lord, and having left L200 of it with Mr. Rawlinson at his house for Shepley, I went with the rest to the Sun Tavern on Fish Street Hill, where Mr. Hill, Stevens, and Mr. Hayter of the Navy Office had invited me, where we had good discourse and a fine breakfast of Mr. Hayter. Then by coach home, where I took occasion to tell my wife of my going to sea, who was much troubled at it, and was with some dispute at last willing to continue at Mr. Bowyer's in my absence. After this to see Mrs. Jem and paid her maid L7, and then to Mr. Blackburn, who told me what Mr. Creed did say upon the news of my coming into his place, and that he did propose to my lord that there should be 2 secretaries, which made me go to Sir H. Wright's where my lord dined and spoke with him about it, but he seemed not to agree to the motion. Hither W. Howe comes to me, and so to Westminster. In the way he told me what I was to provide, and so forth against my going. He went with me to my office, whither also Mr. Madge comes half-foxed and played the fool upon the violin that made me weary. Then to Whitehall and so home, and set many of my things in order against my going. My wife was late making of caps for me, and the wench making an end of a pair of stockings that she was knitting of. So to bed. 11th, Sunday. All the day busy without my band on, putting up my books and things in order to my going to sea. At night my wife and I went to my father's to supper, where J. Norton and Chaws. Glasscock supped with us, and after supper home, where the wench had provided all things against tomorrow to wash, and so to bed, where I much troubled with my cold and coughing. 12th. This day the wench rose at 2 in the morning to wash, and my wife and I lay talking a great while. I by reason of my cold could not tell how to sleep. My wife and I to the Exchange, where we bought a great many things, where I left her and went into London, and at Bedell's the bookseller, S. at the Temple Gate I paid L12 6d, for Mr. Fuller by his direction. So came back, and at Wilkinson's found Mr. Shepley and some sea people, as the cook of the Naseby and others, at dinner. Then to the White Horse in King Street, where I got Mr. Buttle's horse to ride to Huntsmore to Mr. Bowyer's, where I found him and all well, and willing to have my wife come and board with them while I was at sea, which was the business I went about. Here I lay and took a thing for my cold, namely a spoonful of honey and a nutmeg scraped into it, by Mr. Bowyer's direction, and so took it into my mouth, which I found did do me much good. 13th. It rained hard, and I got up early, and got to London by 8 o'clock at my lord's lodgings, who told me that I was to be secretary, and Creed to be deputy treasurer to the fleet, at which I was troubled, but I could not help it. After that to my father's to look after things, and so at my shoemaker, S. and others. At night to Whitehall, where I met with Simons and Llewellyn at drink with them at Robert's at Whitehall. Then to the Admiralty, where I talked with Mr. Creed till the brothers, and they were very seemingly willing and glad that I have the place, since my lord would dispose of it otherwise than to them. Home and to bed. This day the Parliament voted all that had been done by the former rump against the House of Lords be void, and tonight that the writs go out without any qualification. Things seem very doubtful what will be the end of all, for the Parliament seems to be strong for the king, while the soldiers do all talk against. 14th. To my lord, where infinity of applications to him and to me. To my great trouble, my lord gives me all the papers that was given to him, to put in order and give him an account of them. Here I got half a piece of a person of Mr. Wright, S. recommending to my lord to be preacher of the Speaker frigate. I went hence to St. James's, and Mr. Pierce the surgeon with me, to speak with Mr. Clerk, Monk's secretary, about getting some soldiers removed out of Huntingdon to Oundle, which my lord told me he did to do a courtesy to the town, that he might have the greater interest in them, in the choice of the next Parliament. Not that he intends to be chosen himself, but that he might have Mr. G. Montagu and my Lord Manville chose there in spite of the Bernards. This done, where I saw General Monk, and methought he seemed a dull heavy man, he and I to Whitehall, where with Llewellyn we dined at Marsh S. Coming home telling my wife what we had to dinner, she had a mind to some cabbage, and I sent for some, and she had it. Went to the Admiralty, where a strange thing how I am already courted by the people. This morning, among others that came to me, I hired a boy of Jenkins of Westminster and Burr to be my clerk. This night I went to Mr. Creed's chamber where he gave me the former book of the proceedings in the Fleet and the Seal. Then to Harper's where Old Beard was, and I took him by coach to my Lord S., but he was not at home. But afterwards I found him out at Sir H. Wright S. Thence by coach, it raining hard, to Mrs. Jem, where I stayed a while, and so home, and late in the night put up my things in a sea chest that Mr. Shepley lent me, and so to bed. 15th, early packing up my things to be sent by cart with the rest of my lords. So to Will's, where I took leave of some of my friends. Here I met Tom Alcock, one that went to school with me at Huntingdon, but I had not seen him these 16 years. So in the hall paid and made even with Mrs. Mitchell, afterwards met with old Beale, and at the Axe paid him this quarter to Lady next. In the afternoon Dick Matthews comes to dine, and I went and drank with him at Harper S. So into London by water, and in Fish Street my wife and I bought a bit of salmon for 8d, and went to the Sun Tavern and ate it, where I did promise to give her all that I have in the world but my books, in case I should die at sea. From thence homewards, in the way my wife bought linen for 3 smocks and other things. I went to my lord's and spoke with him, so home with Mrs. Jem by coach, and then home to my own house. From thence to the Fox in King Street to supper on a brave turkey of Mr. Hawley S. with some friends of his there, Will Bowyer, and see after supper I went to Westminster Hall, and the Parliament sat till 10 at night, thinking and being expected to dissolve themselves today, but they did not. Great talk tonight that the discontented officers did think this night to make a stir, but prevented. To the Fox again. Home with my wife, and to bed extraordinary sleepy. 16th. No sooner out of bed but troubled with abundance of clients, seamen. My landlord Vanley's man came to me by my direction yesterday, for I was there at his house as I was going to London by water, and I paid him rent for my house for this quarter ending at Lady Day, and took an acquittance that he wrote me from his master. Then to Mr. Shepley, to the Wrenish Tavern House, where Mr. Pym, the tailor, was, and gave us a morning draught and a neat tongue. Home, and with my wife to London, we dined at my father's, where Joyce Norton and Mr. Armiger dined also. After dinner, my wife took leave of them in order to her going tomorrow to Huntsmore. In my way home, I went to the chapel in Chancery Lane to bespeak papers of all sorts and other things belonging to writing against my voyage. So home, where I spent an hour or 2 about my business in my study. Thence to the Admiralty, and stayed a while, so home again, where Will Bowyer came to tell us that he would bear my wife company in the coach tomorrow. Then to Westminster Hall, where I heard how the Parliament had this day dissolved themselves, and did pass very cheerfully through the hall, and the Speaker without his mace. The whole hall was joyful thereat, as well as themselves, and now they begin to talk loud of the king. Tonight I am told that yesterday, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, one came with a ladder to the Great Exchange, and wiped with a brush the inscription that was upon King Charles, and that there was a great bonfire made in the Exchange, and people called out, God bless King Charles II. Then the writing in golden letters, that was engraven under the statue of Charles I, in the Royal Exchange, Exit Tyrannus, Regum Ultimus, Anno Libertatis Anglii, Anno Domini 1648, January XXX, was washed out by a painter, who in the daytime raised a ladder, and with a pot and brush washed the writing quite out, threw down his pot and brush, and said it should never do him any more service, in regard that it had the honor to put out rebels' handwriting. He then came down, took away his ladder, not a misword said to him, and by whose order it was done was not then known. The merchants were glad and joyful, many people were gathered together, and against the Exchange made a bonfire. Rugg's Diurnal. In the Thomason collection of Civil War tracts at the British Museum is a pamphlet which is dated in Ms. March 21st, 1659-60, where this act is said to be by order of Monk. The loyal subjects tears for the sufferings and absence of their sovereign Charles Roman II, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland. With an observation upon the expunging of Exit Tyrannus, Regum Ultimus, by order of General Monk, and some advice to the Independents, Anabaptists, Fanatiques, and c. London, 1660. From the hall I went home to bed, very sad in mind to part with my wife, but God's will be done. 17th. This morning bade adieu in bed to the company of my wife. We rose, and I gave my wife some money to serve her for a time, and what papers of consequence I had. Then I left her to get her ready and went to my Lord S. with my boy Eliezer to my Lord's lodging at Mr. Crew S. Here had much business with my lord, and papers, great store, given me by my lord to dispose of as of the rest. After that, with Mr. Moore home to my house, and took my wife by coach to the Chequer in Holborn, where, after we had drank, and see, she took coach and so farewell. I stayed behind with Tom Alcock and Mr. Anderson, my old chamber fellow at Cambridge his brother, and drank with them there, who were come to me thither about one that would have a place at sea. Thence with Mr. Hawley to dinner at Mr. Crewe's. After dinner to my own house, where all things were put up into the dining room and locked up, and my wife took the keys along with her. This day, in the presence of Mr. Moore, who made it, and Mr. Hawley, I did before I went out with my wife, seal my will to her, whereby I did give her all that I have in the world, but my books which I give to my brother John, excepting only French books, which my wife is to have. In the evening at the Admiralty, I met my lord there, and got a commission for Williamson to be captain of the Harp frigate, and afterwards went by coach taking Mr. Cripps with me to my lord, and got him to sign it at table as he was at supper. And so to Westminster back again with him with me, who had a great desire to go to sea, and my lord told me that he would do him any favor. So I went home with him to his mother's house by me in Axe Yard, where I found Dr. Clodius's wife, and sat there talking and hearing of old Mrs. Crisp playing of her old lessons upon the harpsichon till it was time to go to bed. After that to bed, and Laud, her son lay with me in the best chamber in her house, which indeed was finely furnished. 18th. I rose early and went to the barber's Jervas in Palace Yard, and I was trimmed by him, and afterwards drank with him a cup or two of ale, and did begin to hire his man to go with me to sea. Then to my lord's lodging, where I found Captain Williamson, and gave him his commission to be captain of the Harp, and he gave me a piece of gold and 20s in silver. So to my own house, where I stayed a while, and then to dinner with Mr. Shepley at my lord's lodgings. After that to Mr. Mossum's, where he made a very gallant sermon upon pray for the life of the king and the king's son. Ezra Romans 6. 10 From thence to Mr. Crewe's, but my lord not being within I did not stay, but went away and met with Mr. Woodfine, who took me to an alehouse in Drury Lane, and we sat and drank together, and ate toasted cakes which were very good, and we had a great deal of mirth with the mistress of the house about them. From thence homewards, and called at Mr. Blagrave's, where I took up my note that he had of mine for 40s, which he 2 years ago did give me as a pawn while he had my lute, so that all things are even between him and I. So to Mrs. Crisp, where she and her daughter and son and I sat talking till 10 o'clock at night, I giving them the best advice that I could concerning their son, how he should go to sea, and so to bed. 19th. Early to my lord, where infinity of business to do, which makes my head full, and indeed, for these 2 or 3 days, I have not been without a great many cares and thoughts concerning them. After that to the Admiralty, where a good while with Mr. Blackburn, who told me that it was much to be feared that the king would come in, for all good men and good things were now discouraged. Thence to Wilkinson's, where Mr. Shepley and I dined, and while we were at dinner, my Lord Monk's lifeguard come by with the sergeant at arms before them, with 2 proclamations, that all cavaliers do depart the town, but the other that all officers that were lately disbanded should do the same. The last of which Mr. R. Creed, I remember, said that he looked upon it as if they had said that all God's people should depart the town. Thence with some sea officers to the Swan, where we drank wine till one comes to me to pay me some money from Worcester, viz. L25. His name is Wilday. I sat in another room and took my money and drank with him till the rest of my company were gone, and so we parted. Going home the water was high, and so I got Crockford to carry me over it. So home, and left my money there. All the discourse nowadays is that the king will come again, and for all I see, it is the wishes of all, and all do believe that it will be so. My mind is still much troubled for my poor wife, but I hope that this undertaking will be worth my pains. To Whitehall and stayed about business at the Admiralty late, then to Tony Robbins, where Capt. Stokes, Mr. Luddington and others were, and I did solicit the captain for Lord Crisp, who gave me a promise that he would entertain him. After that to Mrs. Crisp's, where Dr. Clodius and his wife were, he very merry with drink. We played at cards late and so to bed. This day my lord dined at my Lord Mayor's, and Jasper was made drunk, which my lord was very angry at. 20th. This morning I rose early and went to my house to put things in a little order against my going, which I conceive will be tomorrow, the weather still very rainy. After that to my lord, where I found very great deal of business, he giving me all letters and papers that come to him about business, for me to give him account of when we come on shipboard. Hence with capt. Isham by coach to Whitehall to the Admiralty. He and I and Chetwynd, Doling and Llewellyn dined together at Marsh's at Whitehall. So to the Bullhead whither W. Simons comes to us, and I gave them my foy. Foy, a feast given by one who is about to leave a place. In Kent, according to Grose, a treat to friends, either at going abroad or coming home. See Diary, November 25th, 1661. Against my going to sea, and so we took leave one of another, they promising me to write to me to sea. Hither comes Pym's boy, by my direction, with 2 Monteers Montero, Spanish, a kind of huntsman's cap, for me to take my choice of, and I chose the saddest color and left the other for Mr. Shepley. Hence by coach to London, and took a short melancholy leave of my father and mother, without having them to drink, or say anything of business one to another. And indeed I had a fear upon me I should scarce ever see my mother again, she having a great cold then upon her. Then to Westminster, where by reason of rain and an easterly wind, the water was so high that there was boats rowed in King Street, and all our yard was drowned, that one could not go to my house, so as no man has seen the like almost, most houses full of water. In this month the wind was very high, and caused great tides, so that great hurt was done to the inhabitants of Westminster, King Street being quite drowned. The Maidenhead boat was cast away, and 12 persons with her. Also, about Dover the waters brake in upon the mainland, and in Kent was very much damage done, so that report said, there was L20000 worth of harm done. Rugges diurnal be. Then back by coach to my Lord S., where I met Mr. Shepley, who stayed with me waiting for my lord's coming in till very late. Then he and I and William Howe went with our swords to bring my lord home from Sir H. Wright S. He resolved to go tomorrow if the wind ceased. Shepley and I home by coach. I to Mrs. Crisp's, who had sat over a good supper long looking for me. So we sat talking and laughing till it was very late, and so Laud and I to bed. 21st. To my Lord S., but the wind very high against us, and the weather bad we could not go today. Here I did very much business, and then to my Lord Widrington's from my lord, with his desire that he might have the disposal of the writs of the Cinque Ports. My lord was very civil to me, and called for wine, and writ a long letter in answer. Thence I went to a tavern over against Mr. Pierce, S. with Judge Advocate Fowler and Mr. Burr, and sat and drank with them 2 or 3 pints of wine. After that, to Mr. Cruse again, and gave my lord an account of what I had done, and so about my business to take leave of my father and mother, which by a mistake I have put down yesterday. Thence to Westminster to Crisp's, where we were very merry. The old woman sent for a supper for me, and gave me a handkercher with strawberry buttons on it, and so to bed. 22nd. Up very early and set things in order at my house, and so took leave of Mrs. Crisp and her daughter, who was in bed, and of Mrs. Hunt. Then to my lord's lodging at the gate, and did so there, where Mr. Hawley came to me, and I gave him the key of my house to keep, and he went with me to Mr. Crewe, S., and there I took my last leave of him. But the weather continuing very bad, my lord would not go today. My lord spent this morning private in sealing of his last will and testament with Mr. W. Montagu. After that, I went forth about my own business to buy a pair of riding grey serge stockings, and sword and belt and hose, and after that took Wotton and Brigden to the Pope's Head Tavern in Chancery Lane, where Gilb, Holland and Shelston were, and we dined and drank a great deal of wine, and they paid all. Strange how these people do now promise me anything, one a rapier, the other a vessel of wine or a gun, and one offered me his silver hatband to do him a courtesy. I pray God to keep me from being proud or too much lifted up hereby. After that to Westminster, and took leave of Kate Sturpin, who was very sorry to part with me, and after that of Mr. George Montagu, and received my warrant of Mr. Blackburn, to be secretary to the 2 generals of the fleet. Then to take my leave of the clerks of the council, and thence Doling and Llewellyn would have me go with them to Mount's chamber, where we sat and talked, and then I went away. So to my lord, in my way meeting Chetwynd and Swan and bade them farewell, where I lay all night with Mr. Andrews. This day Mr. Shepley went away on board, and I sent my boy with him. This day also Mrs. Jemima went to Marybone, so I could not see her. Mr. Moore being out of town tonight, I could not take leave of him, nor speak to him about business, which troubled me much. I left my small case, therefore, with Mr. Andrews for him. 23rd. Up early, carried my lord's will in a black box to Mr. William Montagu for him to keep for him. Then to the barber S and put on my cravat there. So to my lord again, who was almost ready to be gone and had stayed for me. Hither came Gilb, Holland, and brought me a stick rapier and Shelston a sugar loaf, and had brought his wife, who he said was a very pretty woman, to the Ship Tavern hard by for me to see, but I could not go. Young Reeve also brought me a little perspective glass which I bought for my lord. It cost me 8s. So after that my lord and Sir H. Wright's coach with Captain Isham, Mr. Thomas, John Crew, W. Howe, and I in a hackney to the Tower where the barges stayed for us, my lord and the captain in one, and W. Howe and I and C. in the other to the Long Reach, where the Swifter lay at anchor. In our way we saw the great breach which the late high water had made, to the loss of many L1000 to the people about Limehouse. Soon as my lord on board, the guns went off bravely from the ships. And a little while after comes the Vice-Admiral Lawson, and seemed very respectful to my lord, and so did the rest of the commanders of the frigates that were thereabouts. I to the cabin allotted for me, which was the best that any had that belonged to my lord. I got out some things out of my chest for writing, and to work presently, Mr. Burr and I both. I supped at the deck table with Mr. Shepley. We were late writing of orders for the getting of ships ready and sea, and also making of others to all the seaports between Hastings and Yarmouth, to stop all dangerous persons that are going or coming between Flanders and there. After that to bed in my cabin, which was but short. However, I made shift with it and slept very well, and the weather being good I was not sick at all yet. I know not what I shall be. 24th. At work hard all the day writing letters to the council, and see this day Mr. Creed came on, bored and dined very boldly with my lord, but he could not get a bed there. At night capped. Isham, who had been at Gravesend all last night and today came and brought Mr. Lucy, one acquainted with Mrs. Pierce, with whom I had been at her house. I drank with him in the captain's cabin, but my business could not stay with him. I dispatched many letters today abroad, and it was late before we could get to bed. Mr. Shepley and Howe supped with me in my cabin. The boy Eliezer flung down a can of beer upon my papers, which made me give him a box of the ear, it having all spoiled my papers and cost me a great deal of work. So to bed. 25th. Lord's Day. About 2 o'clock in the morning, letters came from London by our coxswain, so they waked me, but I would not rise but bid him stay till morning, which he did, and then I rose and carried them in to my lord, who read them abed. Among the rest, there was the writ and mandate for him to dispose to the Cinque Ports for choice of Parliament men. There was also one for me from Mr. Blackburn, who with his own hand superscribes it to S.B. Esquire, of which God knows I was not a little proud. After that, I wrote a letter to the clerk of Dover Castle, to come to my lord about issuing of those writs. About 10 o'clock Mr. Ibbot, at the end of the long table, begun to pray and preach, and indeed made a very good sermon, upon the duty of all Christians to be steadfast in faith. After that Captain Cuttance and I had oysters, my lord being in his cabin not intending to stir out today. After that, up into the great cabin above to dinner with the captain, where was Captain Isham and all the officers of the ship. I took place of all but the captains. After dinner I wrote a great many letters to my friends at London. After that, sermon again, at which I slept, God forgive me. After that, it being a fair day, I walked with the captain upon the deck talking. At night I supped with him, and after that had orders from my lord about some business to be done against tomorrow, which I sat up late and did, and then to bed. 26th. This day it is 2 years since it pleased God that I was cut of the stone at Mrs. Turner's in Salisbury Court, and did resolve while I live to keep it a festival, as I did the last year at my house, and for ever to have Mrs. Turner and her company with me. But now it pleases God that I am where I am, and so prevented to do it openly. Only within my soul I can and do rejoice, and bless God, being at this time, blessed be his holy name, in as good health as ever I was in my life. This morning I rose early, and went about making of an establishment of the whole fleet, and a list of all the ships, with the number of men and guns. About an hour after that, we had a meeting of the principal commanders and seamen, to proportion out the number of these things. After that to dinner, there being very many commanders on board. All the afternoon very many orders were made, till I was very weary. At night, Mr. Shepley and W. Howe came and brought some bottles of wine and some things to eat in my cabin, where we were very merry, remembering the day of being cut for the stone. Captain Cuttance came afterwards and sat drinking a bottle of wine till 11, a kindness he do not usually do the greatest officer in the ship. After that to bed. 27th. Early in the morning, at making a fair new establishment of the fleet to send to the council. This morning, the wind came about, and we fell into the Hope End in our passing by the Vice-Admiral. He and the rest of the frigates with him did give us abundance of guns, and we them. So much that the report of them broke all the windows in my cabin, and broke off the iron bar that was upon it to keep anybody from creeping in at the scuttle. A small hole or port cut either in the deck or side of a ship, generally for ventilation. That in the deck is a small hatchway. Smythe's Sailor's Word Book. This noon I sat the first time with my lord at table since my coming to sea, all the afternoon exceeding busy in writing of letters and orders. In the afternoon, Sir Harry Wright came on board us about his business of being chosen Parliament man. My lord brought him to see my cabin, when I was hard a-writing. At night supped with my lord too, with the captain, and after that to work again till it be very late. So to bed. 28th. This morning and the whole day busy, and that the more because Mr. Burr was about his own business all the day at Gravesend. At night there was a gentleman very well bred, his name was Baines, going for Flushing, who spoke French and Latin very well, brought by direction from Captain Clerk hither, as a prisoner, because he called out of the vessel that he went in, "Where is your king? We have done our business, vive le roi." He confessed himself a cavalier in his heart, and that he and his whole family had fought for the king, but that he was then drunk, having been all night taking his leave at Gravesend the night before, and so could not remember what it was that he said. But in his words and carriage showed much of a gentleman. My lord had a great kindness for him, but did not think it safe to release him, but commanded him to be used civilly, so he was taken to the master's cabin and had supper there. In the meantime, I wrote a letter to the council about him, and an order for the vessel to be sent for back that he was taken out of. But a while after, he sent a letter down to my lord, which my lord did like very well, and did advise with me what was best to be done. So I put in something to my lord, and then to the captain that the gentleman was to be released, and the letter stopped, which was done. So I went up and sat and talked with him in Latin and French, and drank a bottle or two with him. And about 11 at night he took boat again, and so God bless him. Thence I to my cabin and to bed. This day we had news of the election at Huntingdon for Bernard and Piedley, at which my lord was much troubled for his friends, missing of it. 29th. We lie still a little below Gravesend. At night Mr. Shepley returned from London, and told us of several elections for the next Parliament, that the King's effigies was new making to be set up in the Exchange again. This evening was a great whispering of some of the Vice-Admiral's captains that they were dissatisfied, and did intend to fight themselves, to oppose the general. But it was soon hushed, and the Vice-Admiral did wholly deny any such thing, and protested to stand by the general. At night Mr. Shepley, W. Howe, and I supped in my cabin, so up to the master's cabin, where we sat talking, and then to bed. 30th. I was saluted in the morning with 2 letters, from some that I had done a favor to, which brought me in each a piece of gold. This day, while my lord and we were at dinner, the Naseby came in sight towards us, and at last came to anchor close by us. After dinner my lord and many others went on board her, where everything was out of order, and a new chimney made for my lord in his bedchamber, which he was much pleased with. My lord, in his discourse, discovered a great deal of love to this ship. 31st. This morning Captain Jowls of the Wexford came on board, for whom I got commission from my lord to be commander of the ship. Upon the doing thereof he was to make the 20s. Piece that he sent me yesterday, up L5, wherefore he sent me a bill that he did owe me L4, which I sent my boy to Gravesend with him, and he did give the boy L4 for me, and the boy gave him the bill under his hand. This morning, Mr. Hill that lives in Axe Yard was here on board with the Vice-Admiral. I did give him a bottle of wine, and was exceedingly satisfied of the power that I have to make my friends welcome. Many orders to make all the afternoon. At night, Mr. Shepley, Howe, Ibot, and I supped in my cabin together. April 1660. April 1st, Lord's Day. Mr. Ibot preached very well. After dinner my lord did give me a private list of all the ships that were to be set out this summer, wherein I do discern that he bath made it his care to put by as much of the Anabaptists as he can. By reason of my lord and my being busy to send away the packet by Mr. Cook of the Naseby, it was 4 o'clock before we could begin sermon again. This day Captain Guy come on board from Dunkirk, who tells me that the king will come in, and that the soldiers at Dunkirk do drink the king's health in the streets. At night the captain, Sir R. Stainer, Mr. Shepley, and I did sup together in the captain's cabin. I made a commission for Captain Wilgness of the Bear tonight, which got me 30s. So after writing a while, I went to bed. 2d. Up very early, and to get all my things and my boys packed up. Great concourse of commanders here this morning to take leave of my lord upon his going into the Naseby, so that the table was full, so there dined below many commanders, and Mr. Creed, who was much troubled to hear that he could not go along with my lord. For he had already got all his things thither, thinking to stay there, but W. Howe was very high against it, and he indeed did put him out, though everybody was glad of it. After dinner I went in one of the boats with my boy before my lord, and made shift before night to get my cabin in pretty good order. It is but little, but very convenient, having one window to the sea and another to the deck, and a good bed. This morning comes Mr. Ed Pickering, like a coxcomb as he always was. He tells me that the king will come in, but that monk did resolve to have the doing of it himself, or else to hinder it. 3d. Late to bed. About 3 in the morning there was great knocking at my cabin, which with much difficulty, so they say, waked me, and I rose, but it was only for a packet, so went to my bed again, and in the morning gave it my lord. This morning capped. Isham comes on board to see my lord and drunk his wine before he went into the Downs. There likewise come many merchants to get convoy to the Baltique, which a course was taken for. They dined with my lord, and one of them by name Alderman Wood talked much to my lord of the hopes that we have now to be settled, under the king he meant, but my lord took no notice of it. After dinner, which was late, my lord went on shore, and after him I and Capt. Sparling went in his boat, but the water being almost at low water we could not stay for fear of not getting into our boat again. So back again. This day come the lieutenant of the Swifter, who was sent by my lord to Hastings, one of the Cinque Ports, to have got Mr. Edward Montagu to have been one of their burgesses, but could not, for they were all promised before. After he had done his message, I took him and Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, who this day came on board and not before, to my cabin, where we drank a bottle of wine. At night, busy a-writing, and so to bed. My heart exceeding heavy for not hearing of my dear wife. And indeed, I do not remember that ever my heart was so apprehensive of her absence as at this very time. 4th, this morning I dispatch many letters of my own private business to London. There come Colonel Thompson with the wooden leg and General Penn. This is the first mention in the diary of Admiral, afterward Sir William Penn, with whom Pepys was subsequently so particularly intimate. At this time admirals were sometimes styled generals. William Penn was born at Bristol in 1621, of the ancient family of the Penns of Penn Lodge, Wilts. He was captain at the age of 21, Rear Admiral of Ireland at 23, Vice Admiral of England and General in the First Dutch War at 32. He was subsequently MP for Weymouth, Governor of Kinsale, and Vice Admiral of Munster. He was a highly successful commander, and he obtained possession of Jamaica. He was appointed a commissioner of the Navy in 1660, in which year he was knighted. After the Dutch fight in 1665, where he distinguished himself as second in command under the Duke of York, he took leave of the sea, but continued to act as a commissioner for the Navy till 1669, when he retired to Wanstead on account of his bodily infirmities, and dying there, September 16, 1670, aged 49, was buried in the church of St. Mary Redcliffe in Bristol, where a monument to his memory was erected. And dined with my lord and Mr. Blackburn, who told me that it was certain now that the king must of necessity come in, and that one of the council told him there is something doing in order to a treaty already among them. And it was strange to hear how Mr. Blackburn did already begin to commend him for a sober man, and how quiet he would be under his government, and see I dined all alone to prevent company, which was exceeding great today, in my cabin. After these two were gone, Sir W. Wheeler and Sir John Peters came on board and stayed about 2 or 3 hours, and so went away. The commissioners came today, only to consult about a further reducement of the fleet and to pay them as fast as they can. I did give Davis, their servant, L510s, to give to Mr. Moore from me, in part of the L7 that I borrowed of him, and he is to discount the rest out of the 36s, that he do owe me. At night, my lord resolved to send the captain of our ship to Weymouth and promote his being chosen there, which he did put himself into a readiness to do the next morning. Fifth, infinity of business all the morning of orders to make, that I was very much perplexed that Mr. Burr had failed me of coming back last night, and we ready to set sail, which we did about noon, and came in the evening to Lee Roads and anchored. At night, Mr. Shepley overtook us who had been at Gray's Market this morning. I spent all the afternoon upon the deck, it being very pleasant weather. This afternoon Sir Rich Stainer and Mr. Creed, after we were come to anchor, did come on board, and Creed brought me L30, which my lord had ordered him to pay me upon account, and Captain Clerk brought me a noted caudle. At night very sleepy to bed. Sixth, this morning came my brother-in-law Balti to see me, and to desire to be here with me as reformato, which did much trouble me. But after dinner, my lord using him very civilly at table, I spoke to my lord, and he presented me a letter to Captain Stokes for him that he should be there. All the day with him walking and talking, we under sail as far as the Spits. In the afternoon, W. Howe and I to our violins, the first time since we came on board. This afternoon I made even with my lord to this day, and did give him all the money remaining in my hands. In the evening, it being fine moonshine, I stayed late walking upon the quarterdeck with Mr. Cuttance, learning of some sea terms, and so down to supper and to bed, having an hour before put Balti into Burr's cabin, he being out of the ship. 7th, this day about 9 o'clock in the morning, the wind grew high, and we being among the sands lay at anchor, I began to be dizzy and squeamish. Before dinner my lord sent for me down to eat some oysters, the best my lord said that ever he ate in his life, though I have ate as good at Bardsey. After dinner, and all the afternoon I walked upon the deck to keep myself from being sick, and at last about 5 o'clock went to bed and got a caudle made me, and sleep upon it very well. This day Mr. Shepley went a sheppy. 8th, Lord's Day. Very calm again, and I pretty well, but my head ached all day. About noon set sail. In our way I see many vessels and masts, which are now the greatest guides for ships. We had a brave wind all the afternoon, and overtook 2 good merchantmen that overtook us yesterday going to the East Indies. The lieutenant and I lay out of his window with his glass, looking at the women that were on board them, being pretty handsome. This evening Major Willoughby, who had been here 3 or 4 days on board with Mr. Pickering, went on board a ketch for Dunkirk. We continued sailing when I went to bed, being somewhat ill again, and Will Howe, the surgeon, parson, and Balti supped in the lieutenant's cabin and afterwards sat disputing, the parson for and I against extemporary prayers, very hot. 9th, we having sailed all night, were come in sight of the Nore and South Forelands in the morning, and so sailed all day. In the afternoon we had a very fresh gale, which I brooked better than I thought I should be able to do. This afternoon I first saw France and Calais, with which I was much pleased, though it was at a distance. About 5 o'clock we came to the Goodwin, so to the castles about Deal, where our fleet lay, among whom we anchored. Great was the shout of guns from the castles and ships, and our answers, that I never heard yet so great rattling of guns. Nor could we see one another on board for the smoke that was among us, nor one ship from another. Soon as we came to anchor, the captains came from on board their ships all to us on board. This afternoon I wrote letters for my lord to the council, and see, which Mr. Dickering was to carry, who took his leave this night of my lord, and Balti after I had wrote 2 or 3 letters by him to my wife and Mr. Bowyer, and had drank a bottle of wine with him in my cabin which J. Goods and W. Howe brought on purpose. He took leave of me too to go away tomorrow morning with Mr. Dickering. I lent Balti 15s, which he was to pay to my wife. It was 1 in the morning before we parted. This evening Mr. Shepley came on board, having escaped a very great danger upon a sand coming from Chatham. 10th, this morning many or most of the commanders in the fleet came on board and dined here, so that some of them and I dined together in the round house, where we were very merry. Hither came the vice-admiral to us, and sat and talked, and seemed a very good-natured man. At night, as I was all alone in my cabin, in a melancholy fit playing on my violin, my lord and Sir R. Stainer came into the coach. A sort of chamber or apartment in a large ship of war, just before the great cabin. The floor of it is formed by the aftmost part of the quarter deck, and the roof of it by the poop. It is generally the habitation of the flag captain. Smythe's Sailor's Word Book. And supped there, and called me out to supper with them. After that up to the lieutenant's cabin, where he and I and Sir Richard sat till 11 o'clock talking, and so to bed. This day my Lord Goring returned from France, and landed at Dover. 11th. A gentleman came this morning from my Lord of Manchester to my Lord for a pass for Mr. Boyle, which was made him. I ate a good breakfast by my Lord's orders with him in the great cabin below. The wind all this day was very high, so that a gentleman that was at dinner with my Lord that came along with Sir John Blois, who seemed a fine man, was forced to rise from table. This afternoon came a great packet of letters from London directed to me, among the rest 2 from my wife, the first that I have since coming away from London. All the news from London is that things go on further towards a king. That the Skinners' company the other day at their entertaining of General Monk had took down the Parliament arms in their hall, and set up the king's. In the evening my Lord and I had a great deal of discourse about the several captains of the fleet and his interest among them, and had his mind clear to bring in the king. He confessed to me that he was not sure of his own captain to be true to him, and that he did not like Captain Stokes. At night, W. Howe and I at our violins in my cabin, where Mr. Ibbott and the lieutenant were late. I stayed the lieutenant late, showing him my manner of keeping a journal. After that to bed. It comes now into my mind to observe that I am sensible that I have been a little too free to make mirth with the minister of our ship, he being a very sober and an upright man. 12th. This day, the weather being very bad, we had no strangers on board. In the afternoon came the vice-admiral on board, with whom my lord consulted, and I sent a packet to London at night with several letters to my friends, as to my wife about my getting of money for her when she should need it, to Mr. Bowyer that he tell me when the messieurs of the offices be paid, to Mr. Moore about the business of my office, and making even with him as to matter of money. At night after I had dispatched my letters, to bed. 13th. This day very foul all day for rain and wind. In the afternoon set my own things in my cabin and chests in better order than hitherto, and set my papers in order. At night sent another packet to London by the post, and after that was done I went up to the lieutenant's cabin, and there we broached a vessel of ale that we had sent for among us from Deal today. There was the minister and doctor with us. After that till 1 o'clock in the morning writing letters to Mr. Downing about my business of continuing my office to myself, only Mr. Moore to execute it for me. I had also a very serious and effectual letter from my lord to him to that purpose. After that, done then to bed, and it being very rainy, and the rain coming upon my bed, I went and lay with John Goods in the great cabin below, the wind being so high that we were faro to lower some of the masts. I to bed, and what with the goodness of the bed, and the rocking of the ship I slept till almost 10 o'clock, and then. 14th. Rose and drank a good morning draught there with Mr. Shepley, which occasioned my thinking upon the happy life that I live now, had I nothing to care for but myself. The sea was this morning very high, and looking out of the window I saw our boat come with Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, in it in great danger, who endeavouring to come on board us, had like to have been drowned had it not been for a rope. This day I was informed that my Lord Lambert is got out of the Towers, and that there is L100 proffered to whoever shall bring him forth to the Council of State. The manner of the escape of John Lambert out of the Tower on Theth Inst, as related by Rugg, that about 8 of the clock at night he escaped by a rope tied fast to his window, by which he slid down, and in each hand he had a handkerchief, and 6 men were ready to receive him, who had a barge to hasten him away. She who made the bed, being privy to his escape, that night, to blind the warder when he came to lock the chamber door, went to bed, and possessed Colonel Lambert's place, and put on his nightcap. So, when the said warder came to lock the door, according to his usual manner, he found the curtains drawn, and conceiving it to be Colonel John Lambert, he said, "Good night, my lord." To which a seeming voice replied, and prevented all further jealousies. The next morning, on coming to unlock the door and espying her face, he cried out, "In the name of God, Joan, what makes you here? Where is my Lord Lambert?" She said, "He is gone, but I cannot tell whither." Whereupon he caused her to rise and carried her before the officer in the Tower and was committed to custody. Some said that a lady knit for him a garter of silk, by which he was conveyed down, and that she received L100 for her pains. My lord is chosen at Weymouth this morning. My lord had his freedom brought him by Captain Tiddeman of the port of Dover, by which he is capable of being elected for them. This day I heard that the army had in general declared to stand by what the next Parliament shall do. At night supped with my lord. 15th, Lord's Day. Up early and was trimmed by the barber in the great cabin below. After that, to put my clothes on and then to sermon, and then to dinner, where my lord told us that the University of Cambridge had a mind to choose him for their burgess, which he pleased himself with, to think that they do look upon him as a thriving man, and said so openly at table. At dinner-time, Mr. Cook came back from London with a packet which caused my lord to be full of thoughts all day, and at night he bid me privately to get 2 commissions ready. One for Capt. Robert Blake to be captain of the Worcester, in the room of Capt. Deakings, an Anabaptist, and one that had witnessed a great deal of discontent with the present proceedings. The other for Capt. Coppin to come out of that into the Newberry in the room of Blake, whereby I perceive that General Monk do resolve to make a thorough change, to make way for the king. From London I hear that since Lambert got out of the Tower, the fanatiques had held up their heads high, but I hope all that will come to nothing. Late a writing of letters to London to get ready for Mr. Cook. Then to bed. 16th, and about 4 o'clock in the morning Mr. Cook waked me where I lay in the great cabin below, and I did give him his packet and directions for London. So to sleep again. All the morning giving out orders and tickets to the commanders of the fleet to discharge all supernumeraries that they had above the number that the council had set in their last establishment. After dinner busy all the afternoon writing, and so till night, then to bed. 17th. All the morning getting ready commissions for the vice-admiral and the rear-admiral, wherein my lord was very careful to express the utmost of his own power, commanding them to obey what orders they should receive from the Parliament, and see, or both or either of the generals. Sir Edward Montagu afterwards recommended the Duke of York as High Admiral, to give regular and lawful commissions to the commanders of the fleet, instead of those which they had received from Sir Edward himself, or from the Rump Parliament. Kennet's Register, p. 163. The Vice-Admiral dined with us, and in the afternoon my lord called me to give him the commission for him, which I did, and he gave it him himself. A very pleasant afternoon, and I upon the deck all the day. It was so clear that my lord's glass showed us Calais very plain, and the cliffs were as plain to be seen as Kent, and my lord at first made me believe that it was Kent. At night, after supper, my lord called for the rear-admiral's commission, which I brought him, and I sitting in my study heard my lord discourse with him concerning Deakings and Newberry's being put out of commission. And by the way I did observe that my lord did speak more openly his mind to me afterwards at night than I can find that he did to the rear-admiral, though his great confidant. For I was with him an hour together, when he told me clearly his thoughts that the king would carry it, and that he did think himself very happy that he was now at sea, as well for his own sake, as that he thought he might do his country some service in keeping things quiet, to bed, and shifting myself from top to toe, there being J. Goods and W. Howe sat late by my bedside talking. So to sleep, every day bringing me a fresh sense of the pleasure of my present life. 18th. This morning very early came Mr. Edward Montagu on board, but what was the business of his coming again, or before, without any servant, and making no stay at all I cannot guess. This day Sir R. Stainer, Mr. Shepley, and as many of my lord's people as could be spared went to Dover to get things ready against tomorrow for the election there. I all the afternoon dictating in my cabin, my own head being troubled with multiplicity of business, to Burr, who wrote for me above a dozen letters, by which I have made my mind more light and clear than I have had it yet since I came on board. At night sent a packet to London, and Mr. Cook returned hence bringing me this news, that the sectaries do talk high what they will do, but I believe all to no purpose. But the Cavaliers are something unwise to talk so high on the other side as they do. That the lords do meet every day at my Lord of Manchester, S., and resolve to sit the first day of the Parliament. That it is evident now that the General and the Council do resolve to make way for the King's coming. And it is now clear that either the fanatiques must now be undone, or the gentry and citizens throughout England, and clergy must fall, in spite of their militia and army, which is not at all possible, I think. At night I supped with W. Howe and Mr. Llewellyn, being the first time that I had been so long with him in the great cabin below. After that to bed, and W. Howe sat by my bedside, and he and I sang a psalm or two, and so I to sleep. 19th. A great deal of business all this day, and Burr being gone to shore without my leave did vex me much. At dinner news was brought us that my lord was chosen at Dover. This afternoon came one Mr. Mansell on board as a reformado, to whom my lord did show exceeding great respect, but upon what account I do not yet know. This day it has rained much, so that when I came to go to bed I found it wet through, so I was fain to wrap myself up in a dry sheet, and so lay all night. 20th. All the morning I was busy to get my window altered, and to have my table set as I would have it, which after it was done I was infinitely pleased with it, and also to see what a command I have to have everyone ready to come and go at my command. This evening came Mr. Boyle on board, for whom I writ an order for a ship to transport him to Flushing. He supped with my lord using him as a person of honor. This evening too came Mr. John Pickering on board us. This evening my head ached exceedingly, which I impute to my sitting backwards in my cabin, otherwise than I am used to do. Tonight Mr. Shepley told me that he heard for certain at Dover that Mr. Edwa Montagu did go beyond sea when he was here first the other day, and I am apt to believe that he went to speak with the king. This day one told me how that at the election at Cambridge for Knights of the Shire, Wenby and Thornton, by declaring to stand for the Parliament and a king and the settlement of the church, did carry it against all expectation against Sir Dudley North and Sir Thomas Willis. I supped tonight with Mr. Shepley below at the half-deck table, and after that, I saw Mr. Pickering whom my lord brought down to his cabin, and so to bed. 21st. This day dined Sir John Boys, of Bonington and Sandwich, gentleman of the Privy Chamber to Charles I. He defended Donnington Castle, Berkshire, for the king against Jeremiah Horton, 1644, and received an augmentation to his arms in consequence. And some other gentlemen formerly great cavaliers, and among the rest one Mr. Norwood, for whom my lord give a convoy to carry him to the Brielle, or Den Briel, a seaport town in the province of South Holland, but he is certainly going to the king. For my lord commanded me that I should not enter his name in my book. My lord do show them, and that sort of people, great civility. All their discourse and others are of the king's coming, and we begin to speak of it very freely. And heard how in many churches in London, and upon many signs there, and upon merchants' ships in the river, they had set up the king's arms. In the afternoon the captain would by all means have me up to his cabin, and there treated me huge nobly, giving me a barrel of pickled oysters, and opened another for me, and a bottle of wine, which was a very great favor. At night late singing with W. Howe, and under the barber's hands in the coach. This night there came one with a letter from Mr. Edwa Montagu to my lord, with command to deliver it to his own hands. I do believe that he do carry some close business on for the king. Pepys's guess at E. Montagu's business is confirmed by Clarendon's account of his employment of him to negotiate with Lord Sandwich on behalf of the king. History of the Rebellion, Book 16. Notes and Queries, Volume XP, 3 M.B. This day I had a large letter from Mr. Moore, giving me an account of the present dispute at London that is like to be at the beginning of the Parliament, about the House of Lords, who do resolve to sit with the Commons, as not thinking themselves dissolved yet. Which, whether it be granted or no, or whether they will sit or no, it will bring a great many inconveniences. His letter I keep, it being a very well-writ one. 22d. Easter Sunday. Several Londoners, strangers, friends of the captain's, dined here, who, among other things, told us how the king's arms are every day set up in houses and churches, particularly in Allhallows Church in Thames Street, John Simpson's church, which being privately done was a great eyesore to his people when they came to church and saw it. Also they told us for cert that the king's statue is making by the Mercers' Company, who are bound to do it, to set up in the Exchange. After sermon in the afternoon, I fell to writing letters against tomorrow to send to London. After supper to bed. 23rd. All the morning very busy getting my packet ready for London. Only for an hour or two had the captain and Mr. Shepley in my cabin at the barrel of pickled oysters that the captain did give me on Saturday last. After dinner I sent Mr. Dunn to London with the packet. This afternoon I had 40s, given me by Captain Cowes of the Paradox. In the evening the first time that we had any sport among the seamen, and indeed there was extraordinary good sport after my lord had done playing at ninepins. After that, W. Howe and I went to play two trebles in the great cabin below, which my lord hearing, after supper he called for our instruments, and played a set of locks, two trebles, and a bass, and that being done, he fell to singing of a song made upon the rump, with which he played himself well, to the tune of the blacksmith. After all that done, then to bed. The blacksmith was the same tune as Green Sleeves. The earliest known copy of the praise of the blacksmith is in An Antidote Against Melancholy, 1661. See Roxburgh Ballads, ed. W. Chappell, 1872, Volume Roman 2, p. 126. Ballad Society. 24th. This morning I had Mr. Llewellyn and Mr. Shepley to the remainder of my oysters that were left yesterday. After that, very busy all the morning. While I was at dinner with my lord, the coxswain of the vice-admiral came for me to the vice-admiral to dinner. So I told my lord, and he gave me leave to go. I rose therefore from table and went, where there was very many commanders, and very pleasant we were on board the London, which hath a stateroom much bigger than the Naseby, but not so rich. After that, with the captain on board our own ship, where we were saluted with the news of Lambert's being taken, which news was brought to London on Sunday last. He was taken in Northamptonshire by Colonel Ingoldsby, at the head of a party, by which means their whole design is broke, and things now very open and safe. And every man begins to be merry and full of hopes. In the afternoon my lord gave a great large character to write out, so I spent all the day about it, and after supper my lord and we had some more very good musique and singing of Turn Amaryllis, as it is printed in the song-book, with which my lord was very much pleased. After that to bed. 25th. All the morning about my lord's character. Dined today with Captain Clerk on board the Speaker, a very brave ship, where was the vice-admiral, rear-admiral, and many other commanders. After dinner home, not a little contented to see how I am treated, and with what respect made a fellow to the best commanders in the fleet. All the afternoon finishing of the character, which I did and gave it my lord, it being very handsomely done and a very good one in itself, but that not truly alphabetical. Supped with Mr. Shepley, W. Howe, and C. and Mr. Pierce, the purser's cabin, were very merry, and so to bed. Captain Isham came hither today. 26th. This day came Mr. Don back from London, who brought letters with him that signify the meeting of the Parliament yesterday. And in the afternoon, by other letters I hear, that about 12 of the lords met and had chosen my Lord of Manchester, Speaker of the House of Lords. The young lords that never sat yet, do forbear to sit for the present, and Sir Harbottle Grimstone, Speaker for the House of Commons. The House of Lords sent to have a conference with the House of Commons, which, after a little debate, was granted. Dr. Reynolds preached before the Commons before they sat. My lord told me how Sir H. Yelverton, formerly my schoolfellow, was chosen in the first place for Northamptonshire, and Mr. Crewe in the second, and told me how he did believe that the Cavaliers have now the upper hand clear of the Presbyterians. All the afternoon I was writing of letters, among the rest one to W. Simons, Peter Llewellyn, and Tom Doling, which because it is somewhat merry I keep a copy of. After that done Mr. Shepley, W. Howe and I down with J. Goods into my lord's storeroom of wine and other drink, where it was very pleasant to observe the massy timbers that the ship is made of. We in the room were wholly under water, and yet a deck below that. After that to supper, where Tom Guy supped with us, and we had very good laughing, and after that some musique, where Mr. Pickering beginning to play a bass part upon the viol did it so like a fool that I was ashamed of him. After that to bed. 27th. This morning Burr was absent again from on board, which I was troubled at, and spoke to Mr. Pierce, purser, to speak to him of it, and it is my mind. This morning Pym spent in my cabin, putting a great many ribbons to a suit. After dinner in the afternoon came on board Sir Thomas Hatton and Sir R. Maleverer going for Flushing, but all the world know that they go where the rest of the many gentlemen go that every day flock to the king at Breda. The king arrived at Breda on the 14th April. Sir W. Lower writes, Voyage and Residence of Charles Roman II. In Holland, p. 5, many considerations obliged him to depart the territories under the obedience of the King of Spain in this conjuncture of affairs. They supped here, and my lord treated them as he do the rest that go thither, with a great deal of civility. While we were at supper a packet came, wherein much news from several friends. The chief is that I had from Mr. Moore, viz. that he fears the cavaliers in the house will be so high, that the others will be forced to leave the house and fall in with General Monk, and so offer things to the king so high on the Presbyterian account that he may refuse, and so they will endeavor some more mischief. But when I told my lord it, he shook his head and told me that the Presbyterians are deceived, for the general is certainly for the king's interest, and so they will not be able to prevail that way with him. After supper the two knights went on board the Grantham, that is to convey them to Flushing. I am informed that the exchequer is now so low that there is not L20 there, to give the messenger that brought the news of Lambert's being taken. Which story is very strange that he should lose his reputation of being a man of courage now at one blow, for that he was not able to fight one stroke, but desired of Colonel Ingoldsby several times for God's sake to let him escape. Late reading my letters, my mind being much troubled to think that, after all our hopes, we should have any cause to fear any more disappointments therein. To bed. This day I made even with Mr. Creed, by sending him my bill and he me my money by Burr whom I sent for it. 28th. This morning sending a packet by Mr. Dunn to London. In the afternoon I played at ninepins with Mr. Pickering, I and Mr. Pett against him and Ted Osgood, and won a crown apiece of him. He had not money enough to pay me. After supper my lord exceeding merry, and he and I and W. Howe to sing, and so to bed. 29th, Sunday. This day I put on first my fine cloth suit made of a cloak that had like to have been a year ago, the very day that I put it on. After sermon in the morning Mr. Cook came from London with a packet, bringing news how all the young lords that were not in arms against the Parliament do now sit. That a letter is come from the king to the house, which is locked up by the council, till next Tuesday that it may be read in the open house when they meet again, they having adjourned till then to keep a fast tomorrow. And so the contents is not yet known. L13000 of the L20000 given to General Monk is paid out of the exchequer, he giving L12 among the teller clerks of exchequer. My lord called me into the great cabin below, where I opened my letters, and he told me that the Presbyterians are quite mastered by the Cavaliers, and that he fears Mr. Crewe did go a little too far the other day in keeping out the young lords from sitting. That he do expect that the king should be brought over suddenly, without staying to make any terms at all, saying that the Presbyterians did intend to have brought him in with such conditions as if he had been in chains. But he shook his shoulders when he told me how Monk had betrayed him, for it was he that did put them upon standing to put out the lords and other members that came not within the qualifications, which he did not like, but however he had done his business, though it be with some kind of baseness. After dinner, I walked a great while upon the deck with the chirurgeon and purser and other officers of the ship, and they all pray for the king's coming, which I pray God send. 30th, all the morning getting instructions ready for the squadron of ships that are going today to the Straits, among others Captain Teddeman, Curtis, and Captain Robert Blake to be commander of the whole squadron. After dinner to ninepins, W. Howe and I against Mr. Creed and the captain. We lost 5s, apiece to them. After that W. Howe, Mr. Shepley and I got my lord's leave to go to see Captain Sparling. So we took boat and first went on shore, it being very pleasant in the fields, but a very pitiful town deal is. We went to Fuller's, the famous place for ale, but they have none but what was in the vat. After that to Poole, a tavern in the town, where we drank, and so to boat again, and went to the assistance, where we were treated very civilly by the captain. And he did give us such music upon the harp by a fellow that he keeps on board that I never expect to hear the like again, yet he is a drunken simple fellow to look on as any I ever saw. After that on board the Naseby, where we found my lord at supper, so I sat down, and very pleasant my lord was with Mr. Creed and Shepley, who he puzzled about finding out the meaning of the 3 notes which my lord had cut over the crystal of his watch. After supper, some musique. Then Mr. Shepley, W. Howe and I up to the lieutenant's cabin, where we drank, and I and W. Howe were very merry, and among other frolics he pulls out the spigot of the little vessel of ale that was there in the cabin and drew some into his mountier. And after he had drank, I endeavoring to dash it in his face, he got my velvet studying cap and drew some into mine too, that we made ourselves a great deal of mirth, but spoiled my clothes with the ale that we dashed up and down. After that to bed very late with drink enough in my head. May 1660. May 1st. This morning I was told how the people of Deal have set up 2 or 3 maypoles, and have hung up their flags upon the top of them, and do resolve to be very merry today. It being a very pleasant day, I wished myself in Hyde Park. This day I do count myself to have had full 2 years of perfect cure for the stone, for which God of heaven be blessed. This day Captain Parker came on board, and without his expectation, I had a commission for him for the Nonsuch frigate. The Nonsuch was a 4th rate of 32 guns, built at Deptford in 1646 by Peter Pett, Jun. The captain was John Parker. He being now in the Cheriton, for which he gave me a French pistole. Captain H. Cuttance has commission for the Cheriton. After dinner to 9 pins and 1 something. The rest of the afternoon in my cabin writing and piping. While we were at supper we heard a great noise upon the quarter-deck, so we all rose instantly, and found it was to save the coxswain of the Cheriton, who, dropping overboard, could not be saved, but was drowned. Today I put on my suit that was altered from the great skirts to little ones. Today I hear they were very merry at Deal, setting up the king's flag upon one of their maypoles, and drinking his health upon their knees in the streets, and firing the guns, which the soldiers of the castle threatened, but durst not oppose. Second, in the morning at a breakfast of radishes at the purser's cabin, after that to writing till dinner. At which time comes Dunn from London, with letters that tell us the welcome news of the Parliament's votes yesterday, which will be remembered for the happiest May Day that bath been many a year to England. The King's letter was read in the House, wherein he submits himself and all things to them, as to an act of oblivion to all. His Majesty added thereunto an excellent declaration for the safety and repose of those, who tortured in their consciences, for having partaken in the rebellion, might fear the punishment of it, and in that fear might oppose the tranquillity of the estate and the calling in of their lawful prince. It is printed and published as well as the letter, but that shall not hinder me to say that there was never seen a more perfect assemblage of all the most excellent natural qualities, and of all the venues as well royal as Christian, wherewith a great prince may be endowed, than was found in those 2 wonderful productions. Sir William Lower's Relation, of the voyage and residence which Charles the Roman II hath made in Holland, Hague, 1660, folio, p3. Unless they shall please to accept any, as to the confirming of the sales of the king's and church lands, if they see good. The House, upon reading the letter, ordered L50000 to be forthwith provided to send to His Majesty for his present supply, and a committee chosen to return an answer of thanks to His Majesty for his gracious letter, and that the letter be kept among the records of the Parliament, and in all this not so much as one know. So that Luke Robinson himself stood up and made a recantation for what he had done, and promises to be a loyal subject to his prince for the time to come. The City of London have put a declaration, wherein they do disclaim their owing any other government but that of a king, lords, and commons. Thanks was given by the House to Sir John Greenville, created Earl of Bath, 1661, son of Sir Bevil Grenville, killed at the Battle of Lansdowne. He was, when a boy, left for dead on the field at the Second Battle of Newbury, and said to have been the only person entrusted by Charles Roman II, and Monk in bringing about the Restoration. One of the bedchamber to the king, who brought the letter, and they continued bare all the time it was reading. Upon notice made from the Lords to the Commons, of their desire that the Commons would join with them in their vote for King, Lords, and Commons. The Commons did concur, and voted that all books whatever that are out against the government of King, Lords, and Commons should be brought into the House and burned. Great joy all yesterday at London, and at night more bonfires than ever, and ringing of bells, and drinking of the king's health upon their knees in the streets, which methinks is a little too much. But every body seems to be very joyful in the business, insomuch that our sea commanders now begin to say so too, which a week ago they would not do. The picture of King Charles Roman II was often set up in houses without the least molestation, whereas a while ago it was almost a hanging matter so to do. But now the Rump Parliament was so hated and jeered at that the butcher's boys would say, "Will you buy any Parliament rumps and kidneys?" And it was a very ordinary thing to see little children make a fire in the streets and burn rumps. Rugges diurnal be. And our seamen, as many as had money or credit for drink, did do nothing else this evening. This day came Mr. North, Sir Dudley North's son, on board, to spend a little time here, which my lord was a little troubled at, but he seems to be a fine gentleman, and at night did play his part exceeding well at first sight. After musique, I went up to the captain's cabin with him and Lieutenant Furrers, who came hither today from London to bring this news to my lord, and after a bottle of wine we all to bed. 3d. This morning my lord showed me the king's declaration, and his letter to the two generals to be communicated to the fleet. King Charles Roman II. His declaration to all his loving subjects of the Kingdom of England, dated from his court at Breda in Holland, 4/14 of April, 1660, and read in Parliament with His Majesty's letter of the same date to His Excellence the LD. Gen. Monk to be communicated to the LD. President of the Council of State, and to the officers of the army under his command. London, printed by W. Godbid for John Playford in the Temple, 1660. 40 pp. 8. The contents of the letter are his offer of grace to all that will come in within 40 days, only accepting them that the Parliament shall hereafter accept. That the sales of lands during these troubles, and all other things, shall be left to the Parliament, by which he will stand. The letter dated at Breda, April 4, 1660, in the 12th year of his reign. Upon the receipt of it this morning by an express, Mr. Phillips, one of the messengers of the council from General Monk, my lord summoned a council of war, and in the meantime did dictate to me how he would have the vote ordered which he would have passed this council. Which done, the commanders all came on board, and the council sat in the coach, the first council of war that had been in my time, where I read the letter and declaration. And while they were discoursing upon it, I seemed to draw up a vote, which being offered, they passed. Not one man seemed to say no to it, though I am confident many in their hearts were against it. After this was done, I went up to the quarterdeck with my lord and the commanders, and there read both the papers and the vote, which done, and demanding their opinion, the seamen did all of them cry out, God bless King Charles, with the greatest joy imaginable. That being done, Sir R. Stainer, who had invited us yesterday, took all the commanders and myself on board him to dinner, which not being ready, I went with Captain Hayward to the Plymouth and Essex, and did what I had to do there and returned, were very merry at dinner. After dinner, to the rest of the ships, stayed at the assistance to hear the harper a good while, quite through the fleet. Which was a very brave sight to visit all the ships, and to be received with the respect and honor that I was on board them all, and much more to see the great joy that I brought to all men, not one through the whole fleet showing the least dislike of the business. In the evening, as I was going on board the vice-admiral, the general began to fire his guns, which he did all that he had in the ship, and so did all the rest of the commanders, which was very gallant, and to hear the bullets go hissing over our heads as we were in the boat. This done and finished my proclamation, I returned to the Naseby, where my lord was much pleased to hear how all the fleet took it in a transport of joy, showed me a private letter of the king to him, and another from the Duke of York in such familiar style as to their common friend, with all kindness imaginable. And I found by the letters, and so my lord told me too, that there had been many letters passed between them for a great while, and I perceive unknown to Monk. And among the rest that had carried these letters Sir John Boys is one, and that Mr. Norwood, which had a ship to carry him over the other day, when my lord would not have me put down his name in the book. The king speaks of his being courted to come to the Hague, but do desire my lord's advice whither to come to take ship. And the duke offers to learn the seaman's trade of him, in such familiar words as if Jack Cole and I had writ them. This was very strange to me, that my lord should carry all things so wisely and prudently as he do. And I was over-joyful to see him in so good condition, and he did not a little please himself to tell me how he had provided for himself so great a hold on the king. After this to supper, and then to writing of letters till 12 at night, and so up again at 3 in the morning. My lord seemed to put great confidence in me, and would take my advice in many things. I perceive his being willing to do all the honor in the world to Monk, and to let him have all the honor of doing the business, though he will many times express his thoughts of him to be but a thick-skulled fool. So that I do believe there is some agreement more than ordinary between the king and my lord to let Monk carry on the business, for it is he that must do the business, or at least that can hinder it, if he be not flattered and observed. This, my lord will hint himself sometimes. My lord, I perceive by the king's letter, had writ to him about his father, Crewe, When only 17 years old, Montagu had married Jemima, daughter of John Crewe, created afterwards Baron Crewe of Steen, and the king did speak well of him. But my lord tells me that he is afeard that he hath too much concerned himself with the Presbyterians against the House of Lords, which will do him a great discourtesy. Fourth, I wrote this morning many letters, and to all the copies of the vote of the Council of War I put my name, that if it should come in print my name may be at it. I sent a copy of the vote to Doling, enclosed in this letter. Sir, he that can fancy a fleet like ours in her pride, with pendants loose, guns roaring, caps flying, and the loud Vive le Rois echoed from one ship's company to another, he, and he only, can apprehend the joy this enclosed vote was received with, or the blessing he thought himself possessed of that bore it, and is. Your humble servant. About 9 o'clock I got all my letters done, and sent them by the messenger that came yesterday. This morning came Captain Isham on board with a gentleman going to the king, by whom very cunningly, my lord tells me, he intends to send an account of this day's and yesterday's actions here, notwithstanding he had writ to the Parliament to have leave of them to send the king the answer of the fleet. Since my writing of the last paragraph, my lord called me to him to read his letter to the king, to see whether I could find any slips in it or no. And as much of the letter as I can remember is thus. May it please your most excellent majesty, and so begins. That he yesterday received from General Monk his majesty's letter and direction, and that General Monk had desired him to write to the Parliament to have leave to send the vote of the seamen before he did send it to him, which he had done by writing to both speakers. But for his private satisfaction he had sent it thus privately, and so the copy of the proceedings yesterday was sent him, and that this come by a gentleman that came this day on board, intending to wait upon his majesty, that he is my lord's countryman, and one whose friends have suffered much on his majesty's behalf. That my lords Pembroke and Salisbury are put out of the House of Lords. That my lord is very joyful that other countries do pay him the civility and respect due to him, and that he do much rejoice to see that the king do resolve to receive none of their assistance, or some such words, from them, he having strength enough in the love and loyalty of his own subjects to support him. That his majesty had chosen the best place, Scheveningen, the port of the Hague for his embarking, and that there is nothing in the world of which he is more ambitious than to have the honor of attending his majesty, which he hoped would be speedy. That he had commanded the vessel to attend at Helversluis still, this gentleman returns, that so if his majesty do not think it fit to command the fleet himself, yet that he may be there to receive his commands and bring them to his lordship. He ends his letter, that he is confounded with the thoughts of the high expressions of love to him in the king's letter, and concludes, Your most loyal, dutiful, faithful, and obedient subject and servant, E.M. The rest of the afternoon at ninepins. In the evening came a packet from London, among the rest a letter from my wife, which tells me that she has not been well, which did exceedingly trouble me, but my lord sending Mr. Cook at night, I wrote to her and sent a piece of gold enclosed to her, and wrote also to Mrs. Bowyer, and enclosed a half-piece to her for a token. After supper at the table in the coach, my lord talking concerning the uncertainty of the places of the exchequer to them that had them now. He did at last think of an office which do belong to him, in case the king do restore every man to his places that ever had been patent, which is to be one of the clerks of the signet, which will be a fine employment for one of his sons. After all this discourse we broke up and to bed. In the afternoon came a minister on board, one Mr. Sharp, who is going to the king, who tells me that commissioners are chosen both of lords and commons to go to the king, and that Dr. Clarges. Thomas Clarges, physician to the army, created a baronet, 1674, died 1695. He had been previously knighted. His sister Anne married General Monk. The Parliament also permitted General Monk to send Mr. Clarges, his brother-in-law, accompanied with some officers of the army, to assure his majesty of the fidelity and obedience of the army, which had made public and solemn protestations thereof, after the letter and declaration was communicated unto them by the general. Sir William Lower's relation, of the voyage and residence which, Charles the Roman II, hath made in Holland, Hague, 1660 folio, is going to him from the army, and that he will be here tomorrow. My letters at night tell me that the House did deliver their letter to Sir John Greenville in answer to the king's sending, and that they give him L500 for his pains, to buy him a jewel, and that besides the L50,000 ordered to be borrowed of the city for the present use of the king, the 12 companies of the city do give every one of them to his majesty, as a present L1000. Fifth, all the morning very busy writing letters to London, and a packet to Mr. Downing, to acquaint him with what had been done lately in the fleet. And this I did by my lord's command, who, I thank him, did of himself think of doing it to do me a kindness, for he writ a letter himself to him, thanking him for his kindness to me. All the afternoon at 9 pins, at night after supper good musique, my lord, Mr. North, I and W. Howe. After that to bed. This evening came Dr. Clarges to Deal, going to the king, where the townspeople strewed the streets with herbs against his coming, for joy of his going. Never was there so general a content as there is now. I cannot but remember that our parson did, in his prayer tonight, pray for the long life and happiness of our king and dread sovereign, that may last as long as the sun and moon endureth. 6th, the Lord's Day. This morning, while we were at sermon, comes in Dr. Clarges and a dozen gentlemen to see my lord, who, after sermon, dined with him. I remember that last night upon discourse concerning Clarges, my lord told me that he was a man of small intendimiento. This afternoon there was a gentleman with me, an officer of Dunkirk going over, who came to me for an order, and told me he was lately with my uncle and Aunt Fenner, and that Kate's fits of the convulsions did hold her still. It fell very well today. A stranger preached here for Mr. Ibbot, one Mr. Stanley, who prayed for King Charles by the grace of God, and which gave great contentment to the gentlemen that were on board here, and they said they would talk of it when they come to Breda, as not having it done yet in London so publicly. After they were gone from on board, my lord writ a letter to the king and give it to me to carry privately to Sir William Compton on board the Assistance, which I did, and after a health to his majesty on board there, I left them under sail for Breda. Back again and found them at sermon. I went up to my cabin and looked over my accounts, and find that, all my debts paid and my preparations to see paid for, I have L640 clear in my purse. After supper to bed. 7th, this morning Captain Cuttance sent me 12 bottles of Margate ale, 3 of them I drank presently with some friends in the coach. My lord went this morning about the flagships in a boat, to see what alterations there must be, as to the arms and flags. He did give me order also to write for silk flags and scarlet waistcloths. Waistcloths are the painted canvas coverings of the hammocks, which are stowed in the waist nettings. For a rich barge, for a noise of trumpets, a set or company of musicians, an expression constantly used by old writers without any disparaging meaning. It is sometimes applied to voices as well as to instruments. And a set of fiddlers. Very great deal of company come today, among others Mr. Bellas's, Sir Thomas Lenthrop, Sir Henry Chichley, Colonel Philip Honeywood, and Captain Titus, the last of whom my lord showed all our cabins, and I suppose he is to take notice what room there will be for the king's entertainment. Here were also all the jurats of the town of Dover come to give my lord a visit, and after dinner all went away. I could not but observe that the vice-admiral after dinner came into the great cabin below, where the jurats and I and the commanders for want of room dined, and there told us we must drink a health to the king, and himself called for a bottle of wine, and begun his and the Duke of York's. In the afternoon I lost 5s. At 9 pins. After supper musique, and to bed. Having also among us at the coach table wrote a letter to the French ambassador, in French, about the release of a ship we had taken. After I was in bed Mr. Shepley and W. Howe came and sat in my cabin, where I gave them 3 bottles of Margate ale, and sat laughing and very merry, till almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and so good night. 8th, all the morning busy. After dinner comes several persons of honor, as my Lord St. John and others, for convoy to Flushing, and great giving of them salutes. My lord and we at 9 pins, I lost 9s. While we were at play Mr. Cook brings me word of my wife. He went to Huntsmore to see her, and brought her and my father Bowyer to London, where he left her at my father's, very well, and speaks very well of her love to me. My letters today tell me how it was intended that the king should be proclaimed today in London, with a great deal of pomp. I had also news who they are that are chosen of the Lords and Commons to attend the king, and also the whole story of what we did the other day in the fleet, at reading of the king's declaration, and my name at the bottom of it. After supper, some musique, and to bed. I resolving to rise betimes tomorrow to write letters to London. 9th, up very early, writing a letter to the king, as from the 2 generals of the fleet, in answer to his letter to them, wherein my lord do give most humble thanks for his gracious letter and declaration, and promises all duty and obedience to him. This letter was carried this morning to Sir Peter Killigrew. Sir Peter Killigrew, Knight of Arwenack, Cornwall, was known as Peter the Post, from the alacrity with which he dispatched, like wildfire, all the messages and other commissions entrusted to him in the king's cause. His son Peter, who succeeded his uncle as 2nd Baronet in 1665, was MP for Camelford in 1660, who came hither this morning early to bring an order from the Lord's house to my lord, giving him power to write an answer to the king. This morning my lord St. John and other persons of honor were here to see my lord, and so away to Flushing. After they were gone my lord and I to write letters to London, which we sent by Mr. Cook, who was very desirous to go because of seeing my wife before she went out of town. As we were sitting down to dinner, in comes Noble with a letter from the House of Lords to my lord, to desire him to provide ships to transport the commissioners to the king, which are expected here this week. He brought us certain news that the king was proclaimed yesterday with great pomp, and brought down one of the proclamations, with great joy to us all, for which God be praised. After dinner to 9 pins and lost 5s. This morning came Mr. Saunderson. Afterwards Sir William Sanderson, gentleman of the chamber, author of the History of Mary Queen of Scots, James I and Charles I, his wife, Dame Bridget, was mother of the maids. That writ the story of the king, hither, who is going over to the king. He calls me cousin, and seems a very knowing man. After supper to bed betimes, leaving my lord talking in the coach with the captain. 10th, this morning came on board Mr. Pinkney and his son, going to the king with a petition finely writ by Mr. Hoare, for to be the king's embroiderer, for whom and Mr. Saunderson I got a ship. This morning come my Lord Winchelsea and a great deal of company, and dined here. In the afternoon, while my lord and we were at Musique in the great cabin below, comes in a messenger to tell us that Mr. Edward Montagu, Sir Edward Montagu's eldest son, afterwards 2nd Earl of Sandwich, called by Pepys the child, my lord's son, was come to Deal, who afterwards came on board with Mr. Pickering with him. The child was sick in the evening. At night, while my lord was at supper, in comes my Lord Lauderdale and Sir John Greenville, who supped here, and so went away. After they were gone, my lord called me into his cabin, and told me how he was commanded to set sail presently for the king. Ordered that General Montagu do observe the command of his majesty for the disposing of the fleet, in order to his majesty's returning home to England to his kingly government, and that all proceedings in law be in his majesty's name. Rugges diurnal be. And was very glad thereof, and so put me to writing of letters and other work that night till it was very late, he going to bed. I got him afterwards to sign things in bed. After I had done some more work I to bed also. 11th, up very early in the morning, and so about a great deal of business in order to our going hence today. Burr going on shore last night made me very angry, so that I sent for Mr. Pitts to come home from the Vice-Admiral, S., intending not to have employed Burr any more. But Burr by and by coming and desiring humbly that I would forgive him, and Pitts not coming I did set him to work. This morning we began to pull down all the state's arms in the fleet, having first sent to Dover for painters, and others to come to set up the King S. The rest of the morning writing of letters to London, which I afterwards sent by Dunn. Had this morning my first opportunity of discoursing with Dr. Clarke. Timothy Clarke, M.D., one of the original Fellows of the Royal Society. He was appointed one of the physicians in ordinary to Charles Roman II, on the death of Dr. Quatermain in 1667, whom I found to be a very pretty man and very knowing. He is now going in this ship to the king. There dined here my Lord Crawford and my Lord Cavendish, and other Scotchmen whom I afterwards ordered to be received on board the Plymouth, and to go along with us. After dinner, we set sail from the Downs, I leaving my boy to go to deal for my linen. In the afternoon, overtook us 3 or 4 gentlemen. 2 of the Birdies, and one Mr. Dormerhoy, a Scotch gentleman, whom I afterwards found to be a very fine man, who, telling my lord that they heard the commissioners were come out of London today, my lord dropped anchor over against Dover Castle, which give us about 30 guns in passing. and upon a high debate with the vice and rear admiral whether it were safe to go and not stay for the commissioners, he did resolve to send Sir R. Stainer to Dover, to inquire of my Lord Winchelsea whether or no they are come out of London, and then to resolve tomorrow morning of going or not, which was done. It blew very hard all this night that I was afeard of my boy. About 11 at night came the boats from Deal, with great store of provisions. By the same token John Goods told me that above 20 of the fowls are smothered, but my boy was put on board the Northwich, to bed. 12th. This morning I inquired for my boy, whether he was come well or no, and it was told me that he was well in bed. My lord called me to his chamber, he being in bed, and gave me many orders to make for direction for the ships that are left in the Downs, giving them the greatest charge in the world to bring no passengers with them, when they come after us to Scheveling Bay, excepting Mr. Edward Montagu, Mr. Thomas Crew, and Sir H. Wright. Sir R. Stainer hath been here early in the morning and told my lord that my Lord Winchelsea understands by letters that the commissioners are only to come to Dover to attend the coming over of the king. So my lord did give order for weighing anchor, which we did, and sailed all day. In our way in the morning, coming in the midway between Dover and Calais, we could see both places very easily, and very pleasant it was to me that the further we went the more we lost sight of both lands. In the afternoon at cards with Mr. North and the doctor there by us, in the Lark frigate, Sir R. Freeman and some others, going from the king to England, come to see my lord and so onward on their voyage. In the afternoon upon the quarterdeck the doctor told Mr. North and me an admirable story called The Fruitless Precaution, an exceeding pretty story, and worthy my getting without book when I can get the book. This evening came Mr. Shepley on board, whom we had left at Deal and Dover getting of provision and borrowing of money. In the evening late, after discoursing with the doctor, and to bed. 13th, Lord's Day. Trimmed in the morning, after that to the cook's room with Mr. Shepley, the first time that I was there this voyage. Then to the quarterdeck, upon which the tailors and painters were at work, cutting out some pieces of yellow cloth into the fashion of a crown and and put it upon a fine sheet, and that into the flag instead of the state's arms, which after dinner was finished and set up after it had been shewn to my lord, who took physic today and was in his chamber, and liked it so well as to bid me give the tailors 20s. Among them for doing of it. This morn Sir J. Boys and capt. Isham met us in the nonsuch, the first of whom, after a word or two with my lord, went forward, the other stayed. I heard by them how Mr. Downing had never made any address to the king, and for that was hated exceedingly by the court, and that he was in a Dutch ship which sailed by us, then going to England with disgrace. Also how Mr. Morland was knighted by the king this week, and that the king did give the reason of it openly, that it was for his giving him intelligence all the time he was clerk to Secretary Thurlow. In the afternoon, a council of war, only to acquaint them that the harp must be taken out of all their flags. In May 1658, the old Union Jack, being the crosses of St. George and St. Andrew combined, was revived, with the Irish harp over the center of the flag. This harp was taken off at the Restoration. See The National Flags of the Commonwealth, by H. W. Henfrey, Journ, Brit, Arch, a sock, volume Roman 31, p. 54. The sign of the Commonwealth arms was an uncommon one, but a token of one exists, Francis Wood at ye Commonwealth arms in Mary Maudlin's, St. Mary Magdalene, Old Fish Street. It being very offensive to the king. Mr. Cook, who came after us in the Yarmouth, bringing me a letter from my wife and a Latin letter from my brother John, with both of which I was exceedingly pleased. No sermon all day, we being under sail, only at night prayers, wherein Mr. Ibbott prayed for all that were related to us in a spiritual and fleshly way. We came within sight of Middle's shore. Late at night we writ letters to the king of the news of our coming, and Mr. Edward Picketing carried them. Capt. Isham went on shore, nobody showing of him any respect. So the old man very fairly took leave of my lord, and my lord very coldly bid him God be with you, which was very strange, but that I hear that he keeps a great deal of prating and talking on shore, on board, at the king's courts, what command he had with my lord, and see after letters were gone then to bed. 14th. In the morning when I woke and rose, I saw myself out of the scuttle close by the shore, which afterwards I was told to be the Dutch shore. The Hague was clearly to be seen by us. My lord went up in his nightgown into the cuddy. A sort of cabin or cook-room, generally in the forepart, but sometimes near the stern of lighters and barges of burden. Smythe's Sailor's Word Book. To see how to dispose thereof for himself, and us that belong to him, to give order for our removal today. Some nasty Dutchmen came on board to proffer their boats to carry things from us on shore, and to get money by us. Before noon, some gentlemen came on board from the shore to kiss my lord's hands. And by Mr. North and Dr. Clerk went to kiss the Queen of Bohemia's hands from my lord, with 12 attendants from on board to wait on them, among which I sent my boy, who, like myself, is with child to see any strange thing. After noon, they came back again after having kissed the Queen of Bohemia's hand, and were sent again by my lord to do the same to the Prince of Orange, son of the Prince of Orange and Mary, eldest daughter of Charles I. Afterwards William Roman III. He was then in his 10th year, having been born in 1650. So I got the captain to ask leave for me to go, which my lord did give, and I, taking my boy and judge advocate with me, went in company with them. The weather bad, we were sadly washed when we came near the shore, it being very hard to land there. The shore is, as all the country between that and the Hague, all sand. The rest of the company got a coach by themselves. Mr. Creed and I went in the forepart of a coach wherein were 2 very pretty ladies, very fashionable and with black patches, who very merrily sang all the way and that very well, and were very free to kiss the 2 blades that were with them. I took out my flageolet and piped, but in piping I dropped my rapier stick. But when I came to the Hague, I sent my boy back again for it, and he found it, for which I did give him 60. But some horses had gone over it and broke the scabbard. The Hague is a most neat place in all respects. The houses so neat in all places and things as is possible. Here we walked up and down a great while, the town being now very full of Englishmen, for that the Londoners were come on shore today. But going to see the prince, he was gone forth with his governor, and so we walked up and down the town and court to see the place. And by the help of a stranger, an Englishman, we saw a great many places, and were made to understand many things, as the intention of maypoles, which we saw there standing at every great man's door, of different greatness according to the quality of the person. About 10 at night the prince comes home, and we found an easy admission. His attendants very inconsiderable as for a prince, but yet handsome, and his tutor a fine man, and himself a very pretty boy. It was bright moonshine tonight. This done, we went to a place we had taken to sup in, where a sallet and 2 or 3 bones of mutton were provided for a matter of 10 of us, which was very strange. After supper the judge and I to another house, leaving them there, and he and I lay in one press bed, there being 2 more in the same room, but all very neat and handsome, my boy sleeping upon a bench by me. 15th, we lay till past 3 o'clock, then up and down the town, to see it by daylight, where we saw the soldiers of the prince's guard, all very fine, and the burghers of the town with their arms and muskets as bright as silver. And meeting this morning a schoolmaster that spoke good English and French, he went along with us and showed us the whole town, and indeed I cannot speak enough of the gallantry of the town. Every body of fashion speaks French or Latin, or both. The women, many of them very pretty and in good habits, fashionable and black spots. He went with me to buy a couple of baskets, one of them for Mrs. Pierce, the other for my wife. After he was gone, we having first drank with him at our lodging, the judge and I to the grand salle, where we were showed the place where the States General sit in council. The hall is a great place, where the flags that they take from their enemies are all hung up, and things to be sold, as in Westminster Hall, and not much unlike it, but that not so big but much neater. After that to a bookseller, and bought for the love of the binding 3 books, the French Psalms in 4 parts, Bacon's Organon and Farnab. Reader. Index Rhetoricus, of Thomas Farnaby, was a book which went through several editions. The first was published at London by R. Aladdin. After that the judge, I and my boy by coach to Cheveling again, where we went into a house of entertainment and drank there, the wind being very high, and we saw 2 boats overset and the gallants forced to be pulled on shore by the heels, while their trunks, portmanteaus, hats, and feathers were swimming in the sea. Among others I saw the ministers that come along with the commissioners, Mr. Case among the rest, sadly dipped. Thomas Case, born 1598, was a famous preacher and a zealous advocate for the Solemn League and Covenant, a member of the Assembly of Divines, and rector of St. Giles's in the Fields. He was one of the deputation to Charles Roman II, at Breda and appointed a royal chaplain. He was ejected by the Act of Uniformity, but remained in London after his ejection. Died May 30th, 1682. So they came in where we were, and I being in haste left my Copenhagen knife, and so lost it. Having stayed here a great while, a gentleman that was going to kiss my lord's hand, from the Queen of Bohemia, and I hired a Dutch boat for 4 rixdollars to carry us on board. We were fain to wait a great while before we could get off from the shore, the sea being very rough. The Dutchman would fain have made all pay that came into our boat besides us two and our company, there being many of our ship's company got in who were on shore, but some of them had no money, having spent all on shore. Coming on board, we found all the commissioners of the House of Lords at dinner with my lord, who after dinner went away for shore. Mr. Morland, now Sir Samuel, was here on board, but I do not find that my lord or anybody did give him any respect, he being looked upon by him and all men as a knave. Among others he betrayed Sir Rich, Willis. This is somewhat different to the usual account of Morland's connection with Sir Richard Willis. In the beginning of 1659, Cromwell, Thurlow, and Willis formed a plot to inveigle Charles Roman II into England and into the hands of his enemies. The plot was discussed in Thurlow's office, and Morland, who pretended to be asleep, heard it and discovered it. Willis sent for Morland and received him in a cellar. He said that one of them must have discovered the plot. He laid his hand upon the Bible and swore that he had not been the discoverer, calling upon Morland to do the same. Morland, with presence of mind, said he was ready to do so if Willis would give him a reason why he should suspect him. By this ready answer, he is said to have escaped the ordeal. See Birch S. Life of Thurlow. That married Dr. F. Jones's daughter, that he had paid him L1,000 at one time by the Protector, S. and Secretary Thurlow's order, for intelligence that he sent concerning the king. In the afternoon, my lord called me on purpose to show me his fine clothes which are now come hither, and indeed are very rich as gold and silver can make them, only his sword he and I do not like. In the afternoon, my lord and I walked together in the coach 2 hours, talking together upon all sorts of discourse. As religion, wherein he is, I perceive, wholly skeptical as well as I, saying, that indeed the Protestants as to the Church of Rome are wholly fanatiques. He likes uniformity and form of prayer. About state business, among other things he told me that his conversion to the king's cause, for so I was saying that I wondered from what time the king could look upon him to become his friend, commenced from his being in the Sound, when he found what usage he was likely to have from a commonwealth. My lord, the captain, and I supped in my lord's chamber, where I did perceive that he did begin to show me much more respect than ever he did yet. After supper my lord sent for me, intending to have me play at cards with him, but I not knowing cribbage, we fell into discourse of many things, till it was so rough sea and the ship rolled so much that I was not able to stand, and so he bid me go to bed. 16th. Soon as I was up I went down to be trimmed below in the great cabin, but then come in some with visits, among the rest one from Admiral Opdam. The Admiral celebrated in Lord Dorset's ballad, to all you ladies now at land. Should foggy Opdam chance to know our sad and dismal story, the Dutch would scorn so weak a foe, and quit their fort at Goree, for what resistance can they find from men who have left their hearts behind? B. Who spoke Latin well, but not French nor English, to whom my lord made me to give his answer and to entertain. He brought my lord a tierce of wine and a barrel of butter, as a present from the Admiral. After that, to finish my trimming, and while I was doing of it, in comes Mr. North very seasick from shore, and to bed he goes. After that to dinner, where Commissioner Pett was come to take care to get all things ready for the king on board. My lord in his best suit, this the first day, in expectation to wait upon the king. But Mr. Edwa Pickering coming from the king brought word that the king would not put my lord to the trouble of coming to him, but that he would come to the shore to look upon the fleet today, which we expected, and had our guns ready to fire, and our scarlet waistclothes out and silk pendants, but he did not come. My lord and we at ninepins this afternoon upon the quarter-deck, which was very pretty sport. This evening came Mr. John Pickering on board, like an ass, with his feathers and new suit that he had made at the Hague. My lord very angry for his staying on shore, bidding me a little before to send to him, telling me that he was afraid that for his father's sake he might have some mischief done him, unless he used the general's name. To supper, and after supper to cards. I stood by and looked on till 11 at night and so to bed. This afternoon Mr. Edward Pickering told me in what a sad, poor condition for clothes and money the king was, and all his attendants, when he came to him first from my lord, their clothes not being worth 40 shillings the best of them. Andrew Marvell alludes to the poor condition, for clothes and money, in which the king was at this time, in a historical poem. At length, by wonderful impulse of fate, the people call him back to help the state, and what is more, they send him money, too, and clothe him all from head to foot anew. And how overjoyed the king was when Sir J. Greenville brought him some money. So joyful, that he called the Princess Royal and Duke of York to look upon it as it lay in the portmanteau before it was taken out. My lord told me, too, that the Duke of York is made High Admiral of England. 17th. Up early to write down my last 2 days' observations. Dr. Clerk came to me to tell me that he heard this morning, by some Dutch that are come on board already to see the ship, that there was a Portuguese taken yesterday at the Hague that had a design to kill the king. But this I heard afterwards was only the mistake upon one being observed to walk with his sword naked, he having lost his scabbard. Before dinner Mr. Edward Pickering and I, W. Howe Pym and my boy Edward Montagu, afterwards Lord Hinchinbroke, to Scheveling where we took coach and so to the Hague, where walking, intending to find one that might show us the king incognito, I met with Captain Whittington, that had formerly brought a letter to my lord from the Mayor of London, and he did promise me to do it, but first we went and dined at a French house, but paid 16s for our part of the club. At dinner in came Dr. Cade, a merry mad parson of the King's, and they too after dinner got the child and me, the others not being able to crowd in to see the king, who kissed the child very affectionately. Then we kissed his, and the Duke of York's and the Princess Royal's hands. The king seems to be a very sober man, and a very splendid court he hath in the number of persons of quality that are about him, English very rich in habit, from the king to the Lord Chancellor. On January 29th, 1658, Charles Roman II entrusted the Great Seal to Sir Edward Hyde with the title of Lord Chancellor, and in that character Sir Edward accompanied the king to England. Who did lie bedrid of the gout, he spoke very merrily to the child and me. After that, going to see the Queen of Bohemia, I met with Dr. Fullers whom I sent to a tavern with Mr. Edward Pickering, while I and the rest went to see the Queen who used us very respectfully, her hand we all kissed. She seems a very debonair but plain lady. After that to the doctor's, where we drank a while or so. In a coach of a friend, S. of Dr. Cade, we went to see a house of the Princess Dowager, S. in a park about half a mile or a mile from the Hague, where there is one, the most beautiful room for pictures in the whole world. She had here one picture upon the top, with these words, dedicating it to the memory of her husband. Incomparabili marito, inconsolabilis vidua. Mary, Princess Royal, eldest daughter of Charles I, and widow of William of Nassau, Prince of Orange. She was not supposed to be inconsolable, and scandal followed her at the court of Charles Roman II, where she died of smallpox, December 24, 1660. Here I met with Mr. Woodcock of Cambridge, Mr. Hardy and another, and Mr. Woodcock beginning we had 2 or 3 fine songs, he and I and W. How to the echo, which was very pleasant, and the more because in a heaven of pleasure and in a strange country that I never was taken up more with a sense of pleasure in my life. After that we parted and back to the Hague and took a tour or two about the Voorhout. The Voorhout is the principal street of the Hague, and it is lined with handsome trees, where the ladies in the evening do as our ladies do in Hyde Park. But for my life I could not find one handsome, but their coaches very rich and themselves so too. From thence, taking leave of the doctor, we took wagon to Scheveling, where we had a fray with the boatswain of the Richmond, who would not freely carry us on board. But at last he was willing to it. But then it was so late we durst not go. So, we returned between 10 and 11 at night in the dark with a wagon with 1 horse to the Hague, where being come we went to bed as well as we could be accommodated, and so to sleep. 18th. Very early up, and hearing that the Duke of York, our Lord High Admiral, would go on board today, Mr. Pickering and I took wagon for Scheveling, leaving the child in Mr. Pierce's hands, with directions to keep him within doors all day till he heard from me. But the wind being very high that no boats could get off from shore, we returned to the Hague, having breakfasted with a gentleman of the Duke's and Commissioner Pett, sent on purpose to give notice to my lord of his coming, where I hear that the child is gone to Delft to see the town. So we all and Mr. Ibbot, the minister, took a shoe at the trekschuit, dragboat, along the canal is still described as an agreeable conveyance from Leyden to Delft, and very much pleased with the manner and conversation of the passengers, where most speak French, went after them, but met them by the way. But however we went forward making no stop. Where when we were come we got a smith's boy of the town to go along with us, but could speak nothing but Dutch, and he showed us the church where Van Trump lies entombed with a very fine monument. His epitaph concluded thus, Tandem bello Anglico tantum non victor, cert invictus, viver et vincere desiat. There is a sea fight cut in marble, with the smoke, the best expressed that ever I saw in my life. From thence to the great church, that stands in a fine great marketplace over against the Stadthouse, and there I saw a stately tomb of the old Prince of Orange, of marble and brass, wherein among other rarities there are the angels with their trumpets expressed as it were crying. Here were very fine organs in both the churches. It is a most sweet town, with bridges and a river in every street. Observing that in every house of entertainment there hangs in every room a poor man's box, and desiring to know the reason thereof, it was told me that it is their custom to confirm all bargains by putting something into the poor people's box, and that binds as fast as anything. We also saw the guest house, where it was very pleasant to see what neat preparation there is for the poor. We saw one poor man dying there. After we had seen all, we light by chance of an English house to drink in, where we were very merry, discoursing of the town and the thing that hangs up in the Stadthouse like a bushel, which I was told is a sort of punishment for some sort of offenders to carry through the streets of the town over his head, which is a great weight. Back by water, where a pretty sober Dutch lass sat reading all the way, and I could not fasten any discourse upon her. At our landing we met with Commissioner Pett, going down to the waterside with Major Harley, who is going upon a dispatch into England. They having a coach I left the parson and my boy, and went along with Commissioner Pett, Mr. Ackworth and Mr. Dawes his friends, to the Princess Dowager's house again. Thither also my Lord Fairfax and some other English lords did come to see it, and my pleasure was increased by seeing of it again. Besides we went into the garden, wherein are gallant nuts better than ever I saw, and a fine echo under the house in a vault made on purpose with pillars, where I played on my flageolet to great advantage. Back to the Hague, where not finding Mr. Edward, I was much troubled, but went with the parson to supper to Commissioner Pett, where we sat late. And among other mirth, Mr. Ackworth vied wives, each endeavoring to set his own wife out to the best advantage, he having, as they said, an extraordinary handsome wife. But Mr. Dawes could not be got to say anything of his. After that, to our lodging, where W. Howe and I exceeding troubled not to know what is become of our young gentleman. So to bed. 19th. Up early, hearing nothing of the child, and went to Scheveling, where I found no getting on board, though the Duke of York sent every day to see whether he could do it or no. Here I met with Mr. Pinkney and his sons, and with them went back to the Hague, in our way lighting and going to see a woman that makes pretty rockwork in shells, and see, which could I have carried safe I would have bought some of. At the Hague we went to buy some pictures, where I saw a sort of painting done upon woolen cloth, drawn as if there was a curtain over it, which was very pleasant but dear. Another pretty piece of painting I saw, on which there was a great wager laid by young Pinkney and me whether it was a principal or a copy. But not knowing how to decide, it was broken off, and I got the old man to lay out as much as my piece of gold come to, and so saved my money, which had been 24s. Lost, I fear. While we were here buying of pictures, we saw Mr. Edward and his company land, who told me that they had been at Leyden all night, at which I was very angry with Mr. Pierce, and shall not be friends I believe a good while, to our lodging to dinner. After that out to buy some linen to wear against tomorrow, and so to the barber S. After that by wagon to Lostjun, where the 365 children were born. We saw the hill where they say the house stood, and sunk wherein the children were born. The basins wherein the male and female children were baptized do stand over a large table that hangs upon a wall, with the whole story of the thing in Dutch and Latin, beginning, Margarita Herman Comatissa, and see the thing was done about 200 years ago. The town is a little small village which answers much to one of our small villages, such a one as Chesterton in all respects, and one could have thought it in England but for the language of the people. We went into a little drinking house where there were a great many Dutch boors eating a fish in a boorish manner, but very merry in their way. But the house is here as neat as in the great places. From thence to the Hague again, playing at Crambo Crambo is described as a play at short verses in which a word is given, and the parties contend who can find most rhymes to it. In the wagon, Mr. Edward, Mr. Ibbot, W. Howe, Mr. Pinkney, and I when we were come thither W. Howe, and Mr. Ibbot and Mr. Pinkney went away for cheveling, while I and the child to walk up and down the town, where I met my old chamber fellow, Mr. C.H. Anderson, and a friend of his both physicians, Mr. Wright, who took me to a Dutch house, where there was an exceeding pretty lass, and right for the sport, but it being Saturday we could not have much of her company. But however I stayed with them, having left the child with my uncle Pickering, whom I met in the street, till 12 at night. By that time Charles was almost drunk, and then broke up, he resolving to go thither again, after he had seen me at my lodging, and lie with the girl, which he told me he had done in the morning. Going to my lodging we met with the bellman, who struck upon a clapper, which I took in my hand, and it is just like the clapper that our boys frighten the birds away from the corn with in summer time in England. To bed. 20th, up early, and with Mr. Pickering and the child by wagon to cheveling, where it not being yet fit to go off, I went to lie down in a chamber in the house, where in another bed there was a pretty Dutch woman in bed alone, but though I had a month's mind. Month's mind, an earnest desire or longing, explained as alluding to a woman's longing. See Shakespeare, Two Gentlemen of Verona, Act 1, SC 2. I see you have a month's mind to them, M.B. I had not the boldness to go to her, so there I slept an hour or two. At last she rose, and then I rose and walked up and down the chamber, and saw her dress herself after the Dutch dress, and talked to her as much as I could, and took occasion, from her ring which she wore on her first finger, to kiss her hand, but had not the face to offer anything more. So, at last, I left her there and went to my company. About 8 o'clock I went into the church at cheveling, which was pretty handsome, and in the chancel a very great upper part of the mouth of a whale, which indeed was of a prodigious bigness, bigger than one of our long boats that belonged to one of our ships. Commissioner Pett at last came to our lodging, and caused the boats to go off. So some in one boat and some in another, we all bid adieu to the shore. But through badness of weather we were in great danger, and a great while before we could get to the ship, so that of all the company not one but myself that was not sick, I keeping myself in the open air, though I was soundly wet for it. This hath not been known 4 days together such weather at this time of year, a great while. Indeed our fleet was thought to be in great danger, but we found all well, and Mr. Those crew came on board. I having spoke a word or two with my lord, being not very well settled, partly through last night's drinking and want of sleep, I lay down in my gown upon my bed, and slept till the 4 o'clock gun the next morning waked me, which I took for 8 at night, and rising, mistook the sun rising for the sun setting on Sunday night. 21st, so into my naked bed. This is a somewhat late use of an expression which was once universal. It was formerly the custom for both sexes to sleep in bed without any night linen. Who sees his true love in her naked bed, teaching the sheets a whiter hue than white? Shakespeare, Venus and Adonis. Nary's Glossary notes the expression so late as in the very odd novel by T. Amory called John Bund, where a young lady declares, after an alarm, that she would never go into naked bed on board ship again. Octavo edition, volume IP, 90. And slept till 9 o'clock, and then John Goods waked me, and by the captain's boy brought me 4 barrels of Mallow's oysters, which Captain Tatnell had sent me from Merlace. Apparently Mallow's stands for St. Malo and Merlace for Morlaix. The weather foul all this day also. After dinner, about writing one thing or other all day, and setting my papers in order, having been so long absent. At night Mr. Pierce, purser, the other Pierce and I having not spoken to one another since we fell out about Mr. Edward, and Mr. Cook sat with me in my cabin and supped with me, and then I went to bed. By letters that came hither in my absence, I understand that the Parliament had ordered all persons to be secured, in order to a trial, that did sit as judges in the late King's death, and all the officers too attending the court. Sir John Lenthal moving in the House, that all that had borne arms against the King should be exempted from pardon, he was called to the bar of the House, and after a severe reproof he was degraded his knighthood. At court I find that all things grow high. The old clergy talk as being sure of their lands again, and laugh at the presbytery. And it is believed that the sales of the kings and bishops' lands will never be confirmed by Parliament, there being nothing now in any man's power to hinder them and the king from doing what they have a mind, but every body willing to submit to anything. We expect every day to have the king and duke on board as soon as it is fair. My lord do nothing now, but offers all things to the pleasure of the duke as Lord High Admiral, so that I am at a loss what to do. 22nd. Up very early and now beginning to be settled in my wits again, I went about setting down my last 4 days' observations this morning. After that, was trimmed by a barber that has not trimmed me yet, my Spaniard being on shore. News brought that the 2 dukes are coming on board, which, by and by, they did, in a Dutch boats the Duke of York in yellow trimmings, the Duke of Gloucester. Henry, Duke of Gloucester, the youngest child of Charles L., born July 6, 16, who, with his sister Elizabeth, was allowed a meeting with his father on the night before the king's execution. Burnet says, he was active and loved business, was apt to have particular friendships, and had an insinuating temper which was generally very acceptable. The king loved him much better than the Duke of York. He died of smallpox at Whitehall, September 13th, and was buried in Henry V's chapel. In grey and red. My lord went in a boat to meet them, the captain, myself, and others, standing at the entering port. So soon as they were entered, we shot the guns off round the fleet. After that, they went to view the ship all over, and were most exceedingly pleased with it. They seemed to be both very fine gentlemen. After that done, upon the quarter-deck table, under the awning, the Duke of York and my lord, Mr. Coventry. William Coventry, to whom Pepys became so warmly attached afterwards, was the 4th son of Thomas, 1st Lord Coventry, the Lord Keeper. He was born in 1628 and entered at Queen's College, Oxford, in 1642. After the Restoration, he became private secretary to the Duke of York, his commission as secretary to the Lord High Admiral not being conferred until 1664, elected MP for Great Yarmouth in 1661. In 1662, he was appointed an extra commissioner of the Navy, an office he held until 1667. In 1665, knighted and sworn a privy councillor, and, in 1667, constituted a commissioner of the Treasury. But having been forbid the court on account of his challenging the Duke of Buckingham, he retired into the country, nor could he subsequently be prevailed upon to accept of any official employment. Burnet calls Sir William Coventry the best speaker in the House of Commons, and a man of the finest and best temper that belonged to the court, and Pepys never omits an opportunity of paying a tribute to his public and private worth. He died, 1686, of gout in the stomach. And I spent an hour at allotting to every ship their service, in their return to England, which having done, they went to dinner, where the table was very full. The 2 dukes at the upper end, my Lord Opdam next on one side, and my lord on the other. 2 guns given to every man while he was drinking the king's health, and so likewise to the duke's health. I took down Monsieur d'Esquire to the great cabin below, and dined with him in state alone with only 1 or 2 friends of his. All dinner the harper belonging to Captain Sparling played to the dukes. After dinner, the dukes and my lord to see the vice and rear admirals, and I in a boat after them. After that done, they made to the shore in the Dutch boat that brought them, and I got into the boat with them. But the shore was so full of people to expect their coming, as that it was as black, which otherwise is white sand, as everyone could stand by another. When we came near the shore, my lord left them and came into his own boat, and General Penn and I with him, my lord being very well pleased with this day's work. By the time we came on board again, news is sent us that the king is on shore, so my lord fired all his guns round twice, and all the fleet after him, which in the end fell into disorder, which seemed very handsome. The gun over against my cabin I fired myself to the king, which was the first time that he had been saluted by his own ships since this change, but holding my head too much over the gun, I had almost spoiled my right eye. Nothing in the world but going of guns almost all this day. In the evening we began to remove cabins, I to the carpenter's cabin, and Dr. Clerk with me, who came on board this afternoon, having been twice ducked in the sea today coming from shore, and Mr. North and John Pickering the like. Many of the king's servants came on board tonight, and so many Dutch of all sorts came to see the ship till it was quite dark, that we could not pass by one another, which was a great trouble to us all. This afternoon Mr. Downing, who was knighted yesterday by the king, was here on board, and had a ship for his passage into England, with his lady and servants. About midnight arrived there Mr. Downing, who did the affairs of England to the lords the estates, in quality of resident under Oliver Cromwell, and afterward under the pretended Parliament, which having changed the form of the government, after having cast forth the last protector, had continued him in his employment, under the quality of extraordinary envoy. He began to have respect for the king's person, when he knew that all England declared for a free Parliament, and departed from Holland without order, as soon as he understood that there was nothing that could longer oppose the re-establishment of monarchical government, with a design to crave letters of recommendation to General Monk. This lord considered him, as well because of the birth of his wife, which is illustrious, as because Downing had expressed some respect for him in a time when that eminent person could not yet discover his intentions. He had his letters when he arrived at midnight at the house of the Spanish ambassador, as we have said. He presented them forthwith to the king, who arose from table a while after, read the letters, received the submissions of Downing, and granted him the pardon and grace which he asked for him to whom he could deny nothing. Some days after the king knighted him, and would it should be believed, that the strong aversions which this minister of the Protector had made appear against him on all occasions, and with all sorts of persons indifferently, even a few days before the public and general declaration of all England, proceeded not from any evil intention, but only from a deep dissimulation, wherewith he was constrained to cover his true sentiments, for fear to prejudice the affairs of his Majesty. Sir William Lower's relation, of the voyage and residence which, Charles the Roman II, hath made in Holland, Hague, 1660, folio pp. 7273. By the same token he called me to him when I was going to write the order, to tell me that I must write him Sir G. Downing. My lord lay in the roundhouse tonight. This evening I was late writing a French letter myself by my lord's order to Monsieur Krog, ambassador to Denmark a La Haye, which my lord signed in bed. After that I to bed, and the doctor, and sleep well. 23rd. The doctor and I waked very merry, only my eye was very red and ill in the morning from yesterday's hurt. In the morning came infinity of people on board from the king to go along with him. My lord, Mr. Crewe, and others go on shore to meet the king as he comes off from shore, where Sir R. Stainer bringing his majesty into the boat, I hear that his majesty did with a great deal of affection kiss my lord upon his first meeting. The king, with the two dukes and queen of Bohemia, Princess Royal and Prince of Orange, came on board, where I in their coming in kissed the king's, queen's, and princess's hands, having done the other before. Infinite shooting off of the guns, and that in a disorder on purpose, which was better than if it had been otherwise. All day nothing but lords and persons of honor on board, that we were exceeding full. Dined in a great deal of state, the royal company by themselves in the coach, which was a blessed sight to see. I dined with Dr. Clerk, Dr. Quarterman, and Mr. Darcy in my cabin. This morning Mr. Lucy came on board, to whom and his company of the King's Guard in another ship my lord did give 3 dozen of bottles of wine. He made friends between Mr. Pierce and me. After dinner, the king and duke altered the name of some of the ships, viz. the Naseby into Charles, the Richard James, the Speaker's Mary, the Dunbar, which was not in company with us, the Henry, Winsley, Happy Return, Wakefield, Richmond, Lambert, the Henrietta, Cheriton, the Speedwell, Bradford, the Success. That done, the Queen, Princess Royal, and Prince of Orange took leave of the King, and the Duke of York went on board the London, and the Duke of Gloucester, the Swifter. Which done, we weighed anchor, and with a fresh gale and most happy whether we set sail for England. All the afternoon the King walked here and there, up and down, quite contrary to what I thought him to have been, very active and stirring. Upon the quarterdeck he fell into discourse of his escape from Worcester. For the King's own account of his escape dictated to Pepys, C. Boscobel, Bones, Standard Library, where it made me ready to weep to hear the stories that he told of his difficulties that he had passed through, as his traveling 4 days and 3 nights on foot, every step up to his knees in dirt, with nothing but a green coat and a pair of country breeches on, and a pair of country shoes that made him so sore all over his feet that he could scarce stir. Yet he was forced to run away from a miller and other company that took them for rogues. his sitting at table at one place, where the master of the house that had not seen him in 8 years did know him but kept it private. When at the same table there was one that had been of his own regiment at Worcester, could not know him, but made him drink the king's health, and said that the king was at least 4 fingers higher than he. At another place he was by some servants of the house made to drink, that they might know him not to be a roundhead, which they swore he was. In another place at his inn, the master of the house. This was at Brighton. The inn was the George, and the innkeeper was named Smith. Charles related this circumstance again to Pepys in October, 1680. He then said, "And here also I ran into another very great danger, as being confident I was known by the master of the inn. For as I was standing after supper by the fireside, leaning my hand upon a chair, and all the rest of the company being gone into another room, the master of the inn came in and fell talking with me. And just as he was looking about, and saw there was nobody in the room, he upon a sudden kissed my hand that was upon the back of the chair, and said to me, 'God bless you wheresoever you go. I do not doubt before I die, but to be a lord and my wife a lady.' So I laughed, and went away into the next room. As the king was standing with his hands upon the back of a chair by the fireside, kneeled down and kissed his hand, privately, saying that he would not ask him who he was, but bid God bless him whither he was going. Then the difficulty of getting a boat to get into France, where he was fain to plot with the master thereof to keep his design from the 4 men and a boy, which was all his ship's company, and so got to Fécamp in France. On Saturday, October 11th, 1651, Colonel Gunter made an agreement at Chichester with Nicholas Tettersell, through Francis Mansell, a French merchant, to have Tettersell's vessel ready at an hour's warning. Charles Roman II, in his narrative dictated to Pepys in 1680, said, "We went to a place 4 miles off Shoreham called Brighthelmstone, where we were to meet with the master of the ship, as thinking it more convenient to meet there than just at Shoreham, where the ship was. So when we came to the inn at Brighthelmstone, we met with one, the merchant Francis Mansell, who had hired the vessel, in company with her master, the merchant only knowing me, as having hired her only to carry over a person of quality that was escaped from the Battle of Worcester without naming anybody. The boat was supposed to be bound for Poole, but Charles says in his narrative, 'As we were sailing, the master came to me, and desired me that I would persuade his men to use their best endeavors with him to get him to set us on shore in France, the better to cover him from any suspicion thereof, upon which I went to the men, which were 4 and a boy.' After the Restoration, Mansell was granted a pension of L200 a year, and Tettersell one of L100 a year. See Captain Nicholas Tettersell and the Escape of Charles Roman II, by F. E. Sawyer, FSA, Sussex Archaeological Collections, Volume Roman 32, pp. 81-104. At Rouen he looked so poorly that the people went into the rooms before he went away to see whether he had not stole something or other. In the evening I went up to my lord to write letters for England, which we sent away with word of our coming by Mr. Edwa. Pickering. The king supped alone in the coach. After that I got a dish, and we 4 supped in my cabin, as at noon. About bedtime my Lord Bartlett. A mistake for Lord Berkeley of Berkeley, who had been deputed, with Lord Middlesex and 4 other peers, by the House of Lords to present an address of congratulation to the Kingby, who I had offered my service to before, sent for me to get him a bed, who with much ado I did get to bed to my Lord Middlesex in the great cabin below, but I was cruelly troubled before I could dispose of him, and quit myself of him. So to my cabin again, where the company still was, and were talking more of the king's difficulties, as how he was fain to eat a piece of bread and cheese out of a poor boy's pocket, how, at a Catholic house, he was fain to lie in the priest's hole a good while in the house for his privacy. After that our company broke up, and the doctor and I to bed. We have all the Lords Commissioners on board us, and many others, under sail all night, and most glorious weather. 24th, up and made myself as fine as I could, with the tinning stockings on and wide cannons, canyons, boot-hose tops, an old-fashioned ornament for the legs. That is to say, a particular addition to breeches, that I bought the other day at Hague. Extraordinary press of noble company, and great mirth all the day. There dined with me in my cabin, that is, the carpenter's Dr. Earl. John Earl, born about 1601, appointed in 1643 one of the Westminster Assembly of Divines, but his principles did not allow him to act. He accompanied Charles Roman II when he was obliged to fly from England. Dean of Westminster at the Restoration, Bishop of Worcester, November 30th, 1662, and translated to Salisbury, September 28th, 1663. He was tender to the nonconformists, and Baxter wrote of him, "Oh, that they were all such," author of Microcosmography. Died November 17th, 1665, and was buried in the chapel of Merton College, of which he had been a fellow. Charles Roman II had the highest esteem for him. And Mr. Hollies. Denzil Halls, second son of John, 1st Earl of Clare, born at Houghton, Notts, in 1597. He was one of the 5 members charged with high treason by Charles I in 1641. He was a Presbyterian, and one of the commissioners sent by Parliament to wait on Charles Roman II, at The Hague. Sir William Lower, in his Relation, 1660, writes, "All agreed that never person spake with more affection nor expressed himself in better terms than Mr. Denzil Hollies, who was orator for the deputies of the Lower House, to whom those of London were joined. He was created Baron Halls on April 20th, 1661, on the occasion of the coronation of Charles Roman II. The King's chaplains, Dr. Scarborough. Charles Scarberg, M.D., an eminent physician who suffered for the royal cause during the Civil Wars. He was born in London and educated at St. Paul's School and Caius College, Cambridge. He was ejected from his fellowship at Caius and withdrew to Oxford. He entered himself at Merton College, then presided over by Harvey, with whom he formed a lifelong friendship. He was knighted by Charles Roman II in 1669 and attended the king in his last illness. He was also physician to James Roman II and to William Roman III, and died February 26, 1693. Dr. Quarterman and Dr. Clerk, physicians, Mr. Darcy and Mr. Fox. Stephen Fox, born 1627 and said to have been a choir boy in Salisbury Cathedral. He was the first person to announce the death of Cromwell to Charles Roman II, and at the Restoration he was made clerk of the Green Cloth and afterwards paymaster of the forces. He was knighted in 1665. He married Elizabeth, daughter of William Whittle of Lancashire. See June 25, 1660. Fox died in 1716. His sons Stephen and Henry were created respectively Earl of Ilchester and Lord Holland. Both very fine gentlemen, the king's servants, where we had brave discourse. Walking upon the decks, were persons of honor all the afternoon, among others Thomas Killigrew, a merry droll but a gentleman of great esteem with the king, who told us many merry stories. One, how he wrote a letter 3 or 4 days ago to the Princess Royal, about a Queen Dowager of Judea and Palestine, that was at the Hague incognita that made love to the king, and C, which was Mr. Carey, a courtier's wife that had been a nun, who are all married to Jesus. At supper the 3 doctors. Of physic again at my cabin, where I put Dr. Scarborough in mind of what I heard him say about the use of the eyes, which he owned, that children do, in every day's experience, look several ways with both their eyes, till custom teaches them otherwise, and that we do now see but with one eye, our eyes looking in parallel lines. After this discourse I was called to write a pass for my Lord Manville to take up horses to London, which I wrote in the king's name, and carried it to him to sign, which was the first and only one that ever he signed in the ship Charles. To bed, coming in sight of land a little before night. 25th. By the morning we were come close to the land, and every body made ready to get on shore. The king and the 2 dukes did eat their breakfast before they went, and there being set some ship's diet before them, only to show them the manner of the ship's diet, they eat of nothing else but peas and pork and boiled beef. I had Mr. Darcy in my cabin, and Dr. Clerk, who eat with me, told me how the king had given L50 to Mr. Shepley for my lord's servants, and L500 among the officers and common men of the ship. I spoke with the Duke of York about business, who called me Pepys by name, and upon my desire did promise me his future favor. Great expectation of the king, making some knights, but there was none. About noon, though the brigantine that Beale made was there ready to carry him, yet he would go in my lord's barge with the 2 dukes. Our captain steered, and my lord went along bare with him. I went, and Mr. Mansell, and one of the king's footmen, with a dog that the king loved. Charles Roman II's love of dogs is well known, but it is not so well known that his dogs were continually being stolen from him. In the Mercurius Publicus, June 28 July 5, 1660, is the following advertisement, apparently drawn up by the king himself. "We must call upon you again for a black dog between a greyhound and a spaniel, no white about him, only a streak on his breast, and his tail a little bobbed. It is his Majesty's own dog, and doubtless was stolen, for the dog was not born nor bred in England, and would never forsake his master. Whosoever finds him may acquaint any at Whitehall, for the dog was better known at court than those who stole him. Will they never leave robbing his Majesty? Must he not keep a dog? This dog's place, though better than some imagine, is the only place which nobody offers to beg." Quoted in Notes and Queries, THS, Roman 7. 26, where are printed 2 other advertisements of Charles's lost dogs. "Which the boat, which made us laugh, and me think that a king and all that belong to him are but just as others are, in a boat by ourselves, and so got on shore when the king did, who was received by General Monk with all imaginable love and respect at his entrance upon the land of Dover. Infinite the crowd of people and the horsemen, citizens, and noblemen of all sorts. The mayor of the town came and gave him his white staff, the badge of his place, which the king did give him again. The mayor also presented him from the town a very rich Bible, which he took, and said it was the thing that he loved above all things in the world. A canopy was provided for him to stand under, which he did, and talked a while with General Monk and others, and so into a stately coach there set for him, and so away through the town towards Canterbury, without making any stay at Dover. The shouting and joy expressed by all is past imagination. Seeing that my lord did not stir out of his barge, I got into a boat, and so into his barge, whither Mr. John Crew stepped, and spoke a word or two to my lord, and so returned we back to the ship, and going did see a man almost drowned that fell out of his boat into the sea, but with much ado was got out. My lord almost transported with joy that he had done all this without any the least blur or obstruction in the world, that could give an offense to any, and with the great honor he thought it would be to him. Being overtook by the brigantine, my lord and we went out of our barge into it, and so went on board with Sir W. Batten. Clarendon describes William Batten as an obscure fellow, and, although unknown to the service, a good seaman who was in 1642 made surveyor to the navy, in which employ he evinced great animosity against the king. The following year, while vice-admiral to the Earl of Warwick, he chased a Dutch man-of-war into Burlington Bay, knowing that Queen Henrietta Maria was on board. And then, learning that she had landed and was lodged on the quay, he fired above 100 shot upon the house, some of which passing through Her Majesty's chamber, she was obliged, though indisposed, to retire for safety into the open fields. This act, brutal as it was, found favor with the Parliament. But Batten became afterwards discontented, and when a portion of the fleet revolted, he carried the Constant Warwick, one of the best ships in the Parliament navy, over into Holland, with several seamen of note. For this act of treachery he was knighted and made a rear-admiral by Prince Charles. We hear no more of Batten till the Restoration, when he became a commissioner of the navy, and was soon after MP for Rochester. See an account of his second wife, in Note to November 1660, and of his illness and death, October 5, 1667. He had a son, Benjamin, and a daughter, Martha, by his first wife B. And the vice and rear-admirals. At night my lord supped and Mr. Thomas Crew with Captain Stokes. I supped with the captain, who told me what the king had given us. My lord returned late, and at his coming did give me order to cause the mark to be gilded, and a crown and CR to be made at the head of the coach table, where the king today with his own hand did mark his height, which accordingly I caused the painter to do, and is now done as is to be seen. 26th. Thanks to God I got to bed in my own poor cabin, and slept well till 9 o'clock this morning. Mr. North and Dr. Clerk and all the great company being gone, I found myself very uncouth all this day for want thereof. My lord dined with the vice-admiral today, who is as officious, poor man, as any spaniel can be, but I believe all to no purpose, for I believe he will not hold his place. So I dined commander at the coach table today, and all the officers of the ship with me, and Mr. White of Dover. After a game or two at 9 pins, to work all the afternoon, making above 20 orders. In the evening my lord having been ashore, the first time that he hath been ashore since he came out of the Hope, having resolved not to go till he had brought his Majesty into England, returned on board with a great deal of pleasure. I supped with the captain in his cabin with young Captain Cuttance, and afterwards a messenger from the king came with a letter, and to go into France, and by that means we supped again with him at 12 o'clock at night. This night the captain told me that my lord had appointed me 30 out of the 1,000 ducats which the king had given to the ship, at which my heart was very much joyed. To bed. 27th, Lord's Day. Called up by John Goods to see the garter and herald's coat, which lay in the coach, brought by Sir Edward Walker. Edward Walker was knighted February 2nd, 1644-5, and on the 24th of the same month was sworn in as Garter King at Arms. He adhered to the cause of the king and published Iter Carolinum, being a succinct account of the necessitated marches, retreats, and sufferings of His Majesty King Charles I from Jan. 10, 1641, to the time of his death in 1648, collected by a daily attendant upon His Sacred Majesty during all that time. He joined Charles Roman II in exile and received the reward of his loyalty at the Restoration. He died at Whitehall, February 19, 1676-7, and was buried at Stratford-on-Avon, his daughter having married Sir John Clepton of that place. King at Arms this morning for my lord. My lord hath summoned all the commanders on board him to see the ceremony, which was thus: Sir Edward putting on his coat, and having laid the George and Garter, and the king's letter to my lord, upon a crimson cushion in the coach, all the commanders standing by, makes 3 congees to him, holding the cushion in his arms. Then laying it down with the things upon it upon a chair, he takes the letter, and delivers it to my lord, which my lord breaks open and gives him to read. It was directed to our trusty and well-beloved Sir Edward Montagu, knight, one of our generals at sea, and our companion-elect of our noble Order of the Garter. The contents of the letter is to show that the kings of England have for many years made use of this honor, as a special mark of favor, to persons of good extraction and virtue, and that many emperors, kings and princes of other countries have borne this honor, and that whereas my lord is of a noble family, and hath now done the king such service by sea, at this time, as he hath done, he do send him this George and Garter to wear as knight of the order, with a dispensation for the other ceremonies of the habit of the order, and other things, till hereafter, when it can be done. So the herald putting the ribbon about his neck, and the garter about his left leg, he salutes him with joy as knight of the Garter, and that was all. After that was done, and the captain and I had breakfasted with Sir Edward, while my lord was writing of a letter, he took his leave of my lord, and so to shore again to the king at Canterbury, where he yesterday gave the like honor to General Monk. His Majesty put the George on his Excellency, and the 2 dukes put on the Garter. The princes thus honored the Lord General for the restoration of that lawful family, Rugges Darnall, who are the only 2 for many years that have had the Garter given them, before they had other honors of earldom, or the like, excepting only the Duke of Buckingham, who was only Sir George Villiers when he was made Knight of the Garter. A while after Mr. Those, Crewe and Mr. J. Pickering, who had stayed long enough to make all the world see him to be a fool, took ship for London. So there now remain no strangers with my lord but Mr. Hetley, who had been with us a day before the king went from us. My lord and the ship's company down to sermon. I stayed above to write and look over my new song book, which came last night to me from London in lieu of that my lord had of me. The officers being all on board, there was not room for me at table, so I dined in my cabin, where, among other things, Mr. Drum brought me a lobster and a bottle of oil instead of a bottle of vinegar, whereby I spoiled my dinner. Many orders in the ordering of ships this afternoon. Late to a sermon. After that up to the lieutenant's cabin, where Mr. Shepley, I, and the minister supped, and after that I went down to W. Howe's cabin, and there, with a great deal of pleasure, singing till it was late. After that to bed. 28th. Called up at 2 in the morning for letters for my lord from the Duke of York, but I went to bed again till 5. Trimmed early this morning. This morning the captain did call over all the men in the ship, not the boys, and give every one of them a ducat of the king's money that he gave the ship, and the officers according to their quality. I received in the captain's cabin, for my share, 60 ducats. The rest of the morning busy writing letters. So was my lord that he would not come to dinner. After dinner to write again in order to sending to London, but my lord did not finish his, so we did not send to London today. A great part of the afternoon at 9 pins with my lord and Mr. Hetley, I lost about 4s. Supped with my lord, and after that to bed. At night, I had a strange dream of myself, which I really did, and having kicked my clothes off, I got cold and found myself all much wet in the morning and had a great deal of pain, which made me very melancholy. 29th, the King's birthday. Busy all the morning writing letters to London, among the rest one to Mr. Chetwynd, to give me an account of the fees due to the herald for the Order of the Garter, which my lord desires to know. After dinner got all ready and sent away Mr. Cook to London with a letter and token to my wife. After that abroad to shore with my lord, which he offered me of himself, saying that I had a great deal of work to do this month, which was very true. On shore we took horses, my lord and Mr. Edward, Mr. Hetley and I, and 3 or 4 servants, and had a great deal of pleasure in riding. Among other things, my lord showed me a house that cost a great deal of money, and is built in so barren and inconvenient a place that my lord calls it the Fool's House. At last we came upon a very high cliff by the seaside, and rode under it, we having laid great wagers, I and Dr. Matthews, that it was not so high as Paul's, my lord and Mr. Hetley, that it was. But we riding under it, my lord made a pretty good measure of it with 2 sticks, and found it to be not above 35 yards high, and Paul's is reckoned to be about 90. From thence toward the barge again, and in our way found the people at Deal going to make a bonfire for joy of the day, it being the King's birthday, and had some guns which they did fire at my lord's coming by, for which I did give 20 shillings among them to drink. While we were on the top of the cliff, we saw and heard our guns in the fleet go off for the same joy. And it being a pretty fair day, we could see above 20 miles into France. Being returned on board, my lord called for Mr. Shepley's book of Paul's, by which we were confirmed in our wager. After that to supper and then to musique and so to bed. The pain that I have got last night by cold is not yet gone, but troubles me at the time of. This day, it is thought, the king do enter the city of London. Divers maidens, in behalf of themselves and others, presented a petition to the Lord Mayor of London, wherein they pray his lordship to grant them leave and liberty to meet his majesty on the day of his passing through the city, and if their petition be granted, that they will all be clad in white waistcoats and crimson petticoats, and other ornaments of triumph and rejoicing. Rugges diurnal, maybe. 30th, about 8 o'clock in the morning the lieutenant came to me to know whether I would eat a dish of mackerel, newly catched, for my breakfast, which the captain and we did in the coach. All yesterday and today I had a great deal of pain, and in my back, which made me afeard. But it proved nothing but cold, which I took yesterday night. All this morning making up my accounts, in which I counted that I had made myself now worth about L80, at which my heart was glad, and blessed God. Many Dover men come and dine with my lord. My lord at ninepins in the afternoon. In the afternoon Mr. Shepley told me how my lord had put me down for 70 guilders among the money which was given to my lord's servants, which my heart did much rejoice at. My lord supped alone in his chamber. Sir R. Stainer supped with us, and among other things told us how some of his men did grumble that no more of the duke's money come to their share, and so would not receive any. Whereupon he called up those that had taken it, and gives them 3 shares apiece more, which was very good, and made good sport among the seamen. To bed. 31st, this day my lord took physic, and came not out of his chamber. All the morning making orders. After dinner, a great while below in the great cabin trying with W. how some of Mr. Law's songs, particularly that of What is a Kiss, with which we had a great deal of pleasure. After that to making of orders again. Captain Sparling of the assistants brought me a pair of silk stockings of a light blue, which I was much pleased with. The captain and I to supper, and after that a most pleasant walk till to at night with him upon the deck, it being a fine evening. My pain was gone again that I had yesterday, blessed be God. This day the month ends, I in very good health, and all the world in a merry mood because of the king's coming. This day I began to teach Mr. Edward, who I find to have a very good foundation laid for his Latin by Mr. Fuller. I expect every minute to hear how my poor wife do. I find myself in all things well as to body and mind, but troubled for the absence of my wife. June 1660. June 1st. This morning Mr. Shepley disposed of the money that the Duke of York did give my lord's servants. 22 ducatoons 3 came to my share, whereof he told me to give Jaspar something, because my lord left him out. Foreign coins were in frequent use at this time. A proclamation, January 29th, 1660-61, declared certain foreign gold and silver coins to be current at certain rates. The rate of the ducatoon was at 5s, 9d. I did give Mr. Shepley the fine pair of buckskin gloves that I bought myself about 5 years ago. My lord took physic today, and so come not out all day. The captain on shore all day. After dinner Captain Jeffreys and W. Howe, and the lieutenant and I to Ninepins, where I lost about 2 shillings and so fooled away all the afternoon. At night, Mr. Cook comes from London with letters, leaving all things there very gallant and joyful, and brought us word that the Parliament had ordered the 29th of May, the King's birthday, to be forever kept as a day of thanksgiving for our redemption from tyranny, and the King's return to his government, he entering London that day. My wife was in London when he came thither, and had been there a week with Mr. Bowyer and his wife. My poor wife has not been well a week before, but thanks be to God is well again. She would fain see me and be at her house again, but we must be content. She writes word how the Joyces grow very rich and very proud, but it is no matter, and that there was a talk that I should be knighted by the King, which they the Joyces laugh at. But I think myself happier in my wife and estate than they are in theirs. To bed. The captain come on board when I was going to bed, quite fuddled, and himself the next morning told me so too, that the vice-admiral, rear-admiral, and he had been drinking all day. 2d. Being with my lord in the morning about business in his cabin, I took occasion to give him thanks for his love to me in the share that he had given me of his Majesty's money, and the Duke S. He told that he hoped to do me a more lasting kindness, if all things stand as they are now between him and the King, but says he, we must have a little patience and we will rise together. In the meantime, I will do you all the good jobs I can. Which was great content for me to hear from my lord. All the morning with the captain, computing how much the 30 ships that come with the King from chevaling their pay comes to for a month, because the King promised to give them all a month's pay, and it comes to L6538, and the Charles particularly L777. I wish we had the money. All the afternoon with 2 or 3 captains in the captain's cabin, drinking of white wine and sugar, and eating pickled oysters, where Captain Sparling told us the best story that ever I heard, about a gentleman that persuaded a country fool to let him gut his oysters or else they would stink. At night, writing letters to London and Weymouth, for my lord being now to sit in the House of Peers, he endeavours to get Mr. Edward Montagu for Weymouth and Mr. George for Dover. Mr. Cook late with me in my cabin while I wrote to my wife, and drank a bottle of wine, and so took leave of me on his journey, and I to bed. 3d. Waked in the morning by one who, when I asked who it was, he told me one from Bridewell, which proved Captain Holland. I rose presently to him. He has come to get an order for the setting out of his ship, and to renew his commission. He tells me how every man goes to the Lord Mayor to set down their names, as such as do accept of his Majesty's pardon, and showed me a certificate under the Lord Mayor's hand that he had done so. At sermon in the morning, after dinner into my cabin, to cast my accounts up, and find myself to be worth near L100, for which I bless Almighty God, it being more than I hoped for so soon, being I believe not clearly worth L25 when I came to see besides my house and goods, then to set my papers in order, they being increased much upon my hands through want of time to put them in order. The ship's company all this while at sermon. After sermon my lord did give me instruction to write to London about business, which done, after supper to bed. 4th, waked in the morning at 4 o'clock to give some money to Mr. Hetley, who was to go to London with the letters that I wrote yesterday night. After he was gone I went and lay down in my gown upon my bed again an hour or 2. At last waked by a messenger come for a post-warrant for Mr. Hetley and Mr. Creed, who stood to give so little for their horses that the men would not let them have any without a warrant, which I sent them. All the morning getting Captain Holland's commission done, which I did, and he at noon went away. I took my leave of him upon the quarter-deck with a bottle of sack, my lord being just set down to dinner. Then he being gone I went to dinner, and after dinner to my cabin to write. This afternoon I showed my lord my accounts, which he passed, and so I think myself to be worth near L100 now. In the evening, I made an order for Captain Sparling of the assistants to go to Middelburg to fetch over some of the king's goods. I took the opportunity to send all my Dutch money, 70 ducatoons and 29 gold ducats to be changed, if he can, for English money, which is the first venture that ever I made, and so I have been since a little afeard of it. After supper some music and so to bed. This morning the king's proclamation against drinking, swearing, and debauchery was read to our ships, companies in the fleet, and indeed it gives great satisfaction to all. The king's proclamation against vicious, debauched, and profane persons is dated May 30th. It is printed in Somers's Tracts, ed., volume Roman 7, p. 423. 5th, a bed late. In the morning my lord went on shore with the vice-admiral a fishing, and at dinner returned. In the afternoon I played at ninepins with my lord, and when he went in again, I got him to sign my accounts for L115, and so, upon my private balance, I find myself confirmed in my estimation that I am worth L100. In the evening, in my cabin a grate while getting the song without book, Help, help divinity, and see. After supper, my lord called for the lieutenant cittern, and with 2 candlesticks with money in them for cymbals, we made barber's music. In the Notices of Popular Histories, printed for the Percy Society, there is a curious woodcut representing the interior of a barber's shop, in which, according to the old custom, the person waiting to be shaved is playing on the gittern till his turn arrives. Decker also mentions a barber's cittern for every serving man to play upon. This is no doubt the barber's music, with which Lord Sandwich entertained himself be. With which my lord was well pleased, so to bed. 6th. In the morning I had letters come, that told me, among other things, that my lord's place of clerk of the signet was fallen to him, which he did most lovingly tell me that I should execute, in case he could not get a better employment for me at the end of the year. Because he thought that the Duke of York would command all, but he hoped that the Duke would not remove me, but to my advantage. I had a great deal of talk about my Uncle Robert. Robert Pepys of Brampton, eldest son of Thomas Pepys the Red, and brother of Samuel's father. And he told me that he could not tell how his mind stood as to his estate, but he would do all that lay in his power for me. After dinner came Mr. Gooke from London, who told me that my wife he left well at Huntsmore, though her health not altogether so constant as it used to be, which my heart is troubled for. Mr. Moore's letters tell me that he thinks my lord will be suddenly sent for up to London, and so I got myself in readiness to go. My letters tell me that Mr. Calamy, Edmund Calamy, D.D., the celebrated nonconformist divine, born February 1600, appointed chaplain to Charles Roman II, 1660. He refused the bishopric of Lichfield which was offered to him. Died October 1666. Had preached before the king in a surplice. This I heard afterwards to be false. That my lord, Gen Monk, and 3 more lords are made commissioners for the treasury. The names of the commissioners were Sir Edward Hyde, afterwards Earl of Clarendon, General Monk, Thomas, Earl of Southampton, John Lord Robarts, Thomas, Lord Culpeper, Sir Edward Montagu, with Sir Edward Nicholas and Sir William Morris as principal secretaries of state. The patents are dated June 19, 1660. That my lord had some great place conferred on him, and they say Master of the Wardrobe. The duty of the Master of the Wardrobe was to provide proper furniture for coronations, marriages, and funerals of the sovereign and royal family. Clothes of state, beds, hangings, and other necessaries for the houses of foreign ambassadors, clothes of state for Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, Prince of Wales, and ambassadors abroad, as also to provide robes for ministers of state, knights of the garter, and see the last Master of the Wardrobe was Ralph, Duke of Montagu, who died 1709. That the 2 dukes do haunt the park much, and that they were at a play, Madame Epicene, or The Silent Woman, a comedy by Ben Jonson, the other day, that Sir Ant Cooper, Mr. Hollies, and Mr. Ansley, and late President of the Council of State, are made privy councillors to the king. At night, very busy sending Mr. Don away to London, and wrote to my father for a coat to be made me against I come to London, which I think will not be long. At night, Mr. Edward Montagu came on board, and stayed long up with my lord. I to bed, and about 1 in the morning. 7th, W. Howe called me up to give him a letter to carry to my lord that came to me today, which I did, and so to sleep again. About 3 in the morning the people began to wash the deck, and the water came pouring into my mouth, which waked me, and I was fain to rise and get on my gown, and sleep leaning on my table. This morning Mr. Montagu went away again. After dinner come Mr. John Wright and Mr. Moore, with the sight of whom my heart was very glad. They brought an order for my lord's coming up to London, which my lord resolved to do tomorrow. All the afternoon getting my things in order to set forth tomorrow. At night walked up and down with Mr. Moore, who did give me an account of all things at London. Among others, how the Presbyterians would be angry if they durst, but they will not be able to do anything. Most of the commanders on board, and supped with my lord. Late at night came Mr. Edwa Pickering from London, but I could not see him this night. I went with Mr. Moore to the master's cabin, and saw him there in order to going to bed. After that to my own cabin to put things in order, and so to bed. 8th, out early, took horses at Deal. I troubled much with the king's gitter and Fairbrother, the rogue that I entrusted with the carrying of it on foot, whom I thought I had lost. Call Dixwell's horse taken by a soldier and delivered to my lord, and by him to me to carry to London, came to Canterbury, dined there. I saw the minster and the remains of Becket's tomb, to Sittaligborne and Rochester. At Chatham and Rochester the ships and bridge, Mr. Hetley's mistake about dinner, come to Gravesend. A good handsome wench I kissed, the first that I have seen a great while. Supped with my lord, drank late below with Penrose, the captain. To bed late, having first laid out all my things against tomorrow to put myself in a walking garb. Weary and hot to bed to Mr. Moore. 9th, up betimes 25s, the reckoning for very bare. Paid the house and buy boats to London, 6 boats. Mr. Moore, W. Howe, and I, and then the child in the room of W. Howe, landed at the Temple. To Mr. Crewe S., to my father's, and put myself into a handsome posture to wait upon my lord, dined there. To Whitehall with my lord and Mr. Edward Montagu, found the king in the park. There walked, gallantly great. 10th, Lord's Day. At my father's found my wife, and to walk with her in Lincoln's Inn walks. 11th, betimes to my lord. Extremely much people and business, so with him to Whitehall to the Duke. Back with him by coach and left him in Covent Garden. I back to Will's and the Hall to see my father. Then to the Leg in King Street with Mr. Moore and sent for L. Impertinent to dinner with me. After that with Mr. Moore about Privy Seal business. To Mr. Watkins, so to Mr. Crewe S. Then towards my father's met my lord, and with him to Dorset House to the Chancellor. So to Mr. Crewe's and saw my lord at supper, and then home, and went to see Mrs. Turner, and so to bed. 12th, visited by the 2 Pierces, Mr. Blackburn, Dr. Clerk, and Mr. Creed, and did give them a ham of bacon. So to my lord, and with him to the Duke of Gloucester. The 2 dukes dined with the speaker, and I saw there a fine entertainment, and dined with the pages. To Mr. Crewe's, whither came Mr. Greatorex, and with him to the Faithorns, and so to the Devil's Tavern. To my lord's and stayed till 12 at night about business. So to my father's, my father and mother in bed, who had been with my uncle Fenner and C, and my wife all day and expected me. But I found Mr. Cook there, and so to bed. 13th, to my lord's and thence to the Treasurer S. of the Navy, with Mr. Creed and Pierce the Purser to Rawlinson's, whither my uncle White came, and I spent 12s upon them. So to Mr. Crewe's, where I blotted a new carpet that was hired, but got it out again with fair water. By water with my lord in a boat to Westminster, and to the Admiralty, now in a new place. After business done there to the Rhenish wine house with Mr. Blackburn, Creed, and Wivell. So to my lord's lodging and to my father S., and to bed. 14th, up to my lord and from him to the Treasurer of the Navy for L. 500. After that to a tavern with Washington the purser, very gallant, and ate and drank. To Mr. Crewe's and laid my money. To my Lady Pickering with the plate that she did give my lord the other day. Then to Will's and met William Simmons and Doling and Llewellyn, and with them to the Bullhead, and then to a new alehouse in Brewer's Yard, where Winter that had the fray with Stokes, and from them to my father's. 15th, all the morning at the Commissioners of the Navy about getting out my bill for L. 650 for the last quarter, which I got done with a great deal of ease, which is not common. After that with Mr. Turner to the Dolphin and drunk, and so by water to W. Simmons, where D. Scoble with his wife, a pretty and rich woman. Mrs. Simmons, a very fine woman, very merry after dinner with marrying of Llewellyn and D. Scoble's kinswoman that was there. Then to my lord, who told me how the king has given him the place of the great wardrobe. My lord resolves to have Sarah again. I to my father, S., and then to see my uncle and Aunt Fenner. So home and to bed. 16th. Rose betimes and abroad in one shirt, which brought me a great cold and pain. Murford took me to Harvey S. by my father's to drink and told me of a business that I hope to get L5 by. To my lord, and so to Whitehall with him about the clerk of the Privy Seal's place, which he is to have. Then to the Admiralty, where I wrote same letters. Here call. Thompson told me as a great secret that the Naseby was on fire when the king was there, but that is not known, when God knows it is quite false. Got a piece of gold from Major Holmes for the horse of Dixwell's I brought to town. Dined at Mr. Crewe S. and after dinner with my lord to Whitehall. Court attendance infinite tedious. Back with my lord to my Lady Wright's and stayed till it had done raining, which it had not done a great while. After that at night home to my father's and to bed. 17th Lord's Day, lay long abed. To Mr. Mossam S. a good sermon. This day the organs did begin to play at Whitehall before the king. All organs were removed from churches by an ordinance dated 1644, dined at my father's. After dinner to Mr. Mossam S. again, and so in the garden, and heard Chippell's father preach, that was page to the Protector, and just by the window that I stood at sat Mrs. Butler, the great beauty, after sermon to my lord. Mr. Edward and I into Gray's Inn walks, and saw many beauties. So to my father's, where Mr. Cook, W. Bowyer, and my cause Roger Wharton supped and to bed. 18th. To my lord's, where much business and some hopes of getting some money thereby. With him to the Parliament House, where he did intend to have gone to have made his appearance today, but he met Mr. Crewe upon the stairs, and would not go in. He went to Mrs. Brown S. and stayed till word was brought him what was done in the house. This day they made an end of the 20 men to be accepted from pardon to their estates. By barge to Stepney with my lord, where at Trinity House we had great entertainment. With my lord there went Sir W. Penn, Sir H. Wright, Hetley, Pierce, Creed, Hill, I, and other servants. Back again to the Admiralty, and so to my lord's lodgings, where he told me that he did look after the place of the clerk of the Acts. The letters patent appointing Pepys to the office of clerk of the Acts is dated July 13th, 1660, for me. So to Mr. Crewe's and my father's and to bed. My wife went this day to Huntsmore for her things, and I was very lonely all night. This evening my wife's brother, Balty, came to me to let me know his bad condition and to get a place for him, but I perceive he stands upon a place for a gentleman that may not stain his family when, God help him, he wants bread. 19th. Called on betimes by Murford, who showed me 5 pieces to get a business done for him, and I am resolved to do it. Much business at my lord's. This morning my lord went into the House of Commons, and there had the thanks of the House, in the name of the Parliament and Commons of England, for his late service to his king and country. A motion was made for a reward for him, but it was quashed by Mr. Annesley, who, above most men, is engaged to my lord's and Mr. Crewe's families. Meeting with Captain Stokes at Whitehall, I dined with him and Mr. Gullop, a parson, with whom afterwards I was much offended at his importunity and impertinence, such another as Elborough. Thomas Elborough was one of Pepys's schoolfellows, and afterwards curate of St. Lawrence Poultney. And Mr. Butler, who complimented much after the same manner as the parson did. After that, towards my lord's at Mr. Crewe S., but was met with by a servant of my Lady Pickering, who took me to her, and she told me the story of her husband's case, and desired my assistance with my lord, and did give me, wrapped up in paper, L5 in silver. After that to my lord S., and with him to Whitehall and my Lady Pickering. My lord went at night with the king to Baynard's Castle, to supper, and I home to my father's to bed. My wife and the girl and dog came home today. When I came home I found a quantity of chocolate left for me, I know not from whom. We hear of W. Howe being sick today, but he was well at night. 20th. Up by 4 in the morning to write letters to C. and a commission for him that Murford solicited for. Called on by Captain Sparling, who did give me my Dutch money again, and so much as he had changed into English money, by which my mind was eased of a great deal of trouble, some other sea captains. I did give them a good morning draught, and so to my lord, who lay long in bed this day, because he came home late from supper with the king. With my lord to the Parliament House, and after that, with him to General Monk's, where he dined at the cockpit. I home and dined with my wife, now making all things ready there again. Thence to my Lady Pickering, who did give me the best intelligence about the wardrobe. Afterwards to the cockpit to my lord with Mr. Townsend, one formerly and now again to be employed as deputy of the wardrobe. Thence to the Admiralty, and dispatched away Mr. Cook to sea, whose business was a letter from my lord about Mr. G. Montagu to be chosen as a Parliament man in my lord's room at Dover, and another to the Vice-Admiral to give my lord a constant account of all things in the fleet, merely that he may thereby keep up his power there. Another letter to Captain Cuttance to send the barge that brought the king on shore to Hinchingbrooke by Lynn. To my own house, meeting G. Vines, and drank with him at Charing Cross, now the King's Head Tavern. With my wife to my father's, where met with Swan. William Swan is called a fanatic and a very rogue in other parts of the diary, an old hypocrite, and with him, his friend and my father and my cousins Scott to the Bear Tavern. To my father's and to bed. 21st. To my lord much business. With him to the council chamber where he was sworn, and the charge of his being admitted privy councillor is L26. To the Dog Tavern at Westminster, where Murford with Captain Curl and 2 friends of theirs went a drink. Captain Curl, late of the Maria, gave me 5 pieces in gold and a silver can for my wife for the commission I did give him this day for his ship, dated April 20, 1660 last. Thence to the Parliament door, and came to Mr. Crewe's to dinner with my lord, and with my lord to see the great wardrobe, where Mr. Townsend brought us to the governor of some poor children in tawny clothes, who had been maintained there these 11 years, which put my lord to a stand how to dispose of them, that he may have the house for his use. The children did sing finely, and my lord did bid me give them 5 pieces in gold at his going away. Thence back to Whitehall, where, the king being gone abroad, my lord and I walked a great while discoursing of the simplicity of the Protector, in his losing all that his father had left him. My lord told me that the last words that he parted with the Protector with, when he went to the Sound, were that he should rejoice more to see him in his grave at his return home, than that he should give way to such things as were then in hatching, and afterwards did ruin him. And the Protector said that whatever G. Montagu, my Lord Broghill, Jones, and the Secretary would have him to do, he would do it, be it what it would. Thence to my wife, meeting Mr. Blagrave, who went home with me, and did give me a lesson upon the flageolet, and hanselled my silver can with my wife and me. To my father's, where Sir Thomas Honeywood and his family were come of a sudden, and so we forced to lie all together in a little chamber, 3 stories high. 22d. To my lord, where much business. With him to Whitehall, where the Duke of York not being up, we walked a good while in the Shield Gallery. Mr. Hill, who for these 2 or 3 days hath constantly attended my lord, told me of an offer of L500 for a baronet's dignity, which I told my lord of in the balcony in this gallery, and he said he would think of it. I to my lord's, and gave order for horses to be got to draw my lord's great coach to Mr. Crewe, S. Mr. Morris the upholsterer came himself today to take notice what furniture we lack for our lodgings at Whitehall. My dear friend Mr. Fuller of Twickenham and I dined alone at the Sun Tavern, where he told me how he had the grant of being Dean of St. Patrick, S. in Ireland, and I told him my condition, and both rejoiced one for another. Thence to my Lord S. and had the great coach to Brigham, S., who went with me to the Half Moon and gave me a can of good julep, and told me how my Lady Monk deals with him and others for their places, asking him L500, though he was formerly the king's coachmaker, and sworn to it. My lord abroad, and I to my house, and set things in a little order there. So with Mr. Moore to my father's, I staying with Mrs. Turner, who stood at her door as I passed. Among other things, she told me for certain how my old Lady Middlesex herself the other day in the presence of the king, and people took notice of it. Thence called at my father S., and so to Mr. Crewe's, where Mr. Hetley had sent a letter for me, and 2 pair of silk stockings, one for W. Howe and the other for me. To Sir H. writes to my lord, where he was, and took direction about business, and so by link home about 11 o'clock. To bed, the first time since my coming from sea, in my own house, for which God be praised. 23d. By water with Mr. Hill towards my lord's lodging, and so to my lord. With him to Whitehall, where I left him and went to Mr. Holmes to deliver him the horse of Dixwell, S. that had stayed there 14 days at the Bell. So to my lord's lodgings, where Tom Guy came to me, and there stayed to see the king touch people for the king's evil. But he did not come at all, it rained so, and the poor people were forced to stand all the morning in the rain in the garden. Afterward he touched them in the banqueting house. This ceremony is usually traced to Edward the Confessor, but there is no direct evidence of the early Norman kings having touched for the evil. Sir John Fortescue, in his defense of the House of Lancaster against that of York, argued that the crown could not descend to a female, because the queen is not qualified by the form of anointing her, used at the coronation, to cure the disease called the king's evil. Burn asserts, History of Parish Registers, 1862, p. 179, that between 1660 and 1682, 92,107 persons were touched for the evil. Everyone coming to the court for that purpose brought a certificate signed by the minister and churchwardens that he had not at any time been touched by His Majesty. The practice was supposed to have expired with the Stuarts, but the point being disputed, reference was made to the library of the Duke of Sussex, and 4 several Oxford editions of the Book of Common Prayer were found, all printed after the accession of the House of Hanover, and all containing, as an integral part of the service, the office for the healing. The stamp of gold with which the king crossed the sore of the sick person was called an angel, and of the value of 10 shillings. It had a hole bored through it, through which a ribbon was drawn, and the angel was hanged about the patient's neck till the cure was perfected. The stamp has the impression of Saint Michael the Archangel on one side and a ship in full sail on the other. My Lord Anglesey had a daughter cured of the king's evil with 3 others on Tuesday. MS. Letter of William Greenhill to Lady Bacon, dated December 31st, 1629, preserved at Audley End. Charles Roman II. Touched before he came to the throne. It is certain that the king hath very often touched the sick, as well at Breda, where he touched 260 from Saturday the 17th of April to Sunday the 23rd of May, as at Bruges and Bruxelles, during the residence he made there, and the English ashore. It was not without success, since it was the experience that drew thither every day a great number of those diseased even from the most remote provinces of Germany. Sir William Lower's relation of the voyage and residence which Charles the Roman II hath made in Holland, Hague, 1660, p. 78. Sir William Lower gives a long account of the touching for the evil by Charles before the Restoration. With my lord to my Lord Frezendorf's, where he dined today, where he told me that he had obtained a promise of the clerk of the Axe Place for me, at which I was glad. Met with Mr. Chetwynd, and dined with him at Hargrave's, the corn chandler, in St. Martin's Lane, where a good dinner, where he showed me some good pictures, and an instrument he called an angelique. An angelique is described as a species of guitar in Murray's New English Dictionary, and this passage from the diary is given as a quotation. The word appears as angelot in Phillips's English Dictionary, 1678, and is used in Browning's Sordello as a plaything of page or girl. With him to London, changing all my Dutch money at Backwell's. Alderman Edward Backwell, an eminent banker and goldsmith, who is frequently mentioned in the diary. His shop was in Lombard Street. He was ruined by the closing of the Exchequer by Charles Roman II. The Crown then owed him L295,994 6d, in lieu of which the king gave him an annuity of L17759 8d. Backwell retired into Holland after the closing of the Exchequer and died therein. See Hilton Price, S. Handbook of London Bankers, 1876. For English, and then to Cardinal's Cap, where he and the city remembrancer who paid for all. Back to Westminster, where my lord was, and discoursed with him a while about his family affairs. So he went away, I home and wrote letters into the country, and to bed. 24th, Sunday. Drank my morning draught at Harper's and bought a pair of gloves there. So to Mr. G. Montagu, and told him what I had received from Dover, about his business likely to be chosen there. So home and thence with my wife towards my father's. She went thither, I to Mr. Crewe's, where I dined, and my lord at my Lord Montagu of Boughton in Little Queen Street. In the afternoon to Mr. Mossum's with Mr. Moore, and we sat in Mr. Butler's pew. Then to Whitehall looking for my lord, but in vain, and back again to Mr. Crewe's, where I found him and did give him letters. Among others some simple ones from our lieutenant, Lute, Lambert to him and myself, which made Mr. Crewe and us all laugh. I went to my father's to tell him that I would not come to supper, and so after my business done at Mr. Crewe's, I went home, and my wife within a little while after me, my mind all this while full of thoughts for my place of Clerk of the Axe. 25th, with my lord at Whitehall all the morning. I spoke with Mr. Coventry about my business, who promised me all the assistance I could expect. Dined with young Mr. Powell, lately come from the Sound, being amused at our great changes here, and Mr. Southern, now clerk to Mr. Coventry, at the Leg in King Street. Thence to the Admiralty, where I met with Mr. Turner. Thomas Turner, or Turner, was general clerk at the Navy Office, and on June 30th he offered Pepys L150 to be made joint clerk of the Acts with him. In a list of the Admiralty officers just before the King came in, preserved in the British Museum, there occur Richard Hutchinson, Treasury of the Navy, salary L1500, Thomas Turner, general clerk, for himself and clerk, L100. Of the Navy Office, who did look after the place of Clerk of the Acts, he was very civil to me, and I to him, and shall be so. There came a letter from my Lady Monk to my lord about it this evening, but he refused to come to her, but meeting in Whitehall, with Sir Thomas Clarges, her brother, my lord returned answer, that he could not desist in my business, and that he believed that General Monk would take it ill if my lord should name the officers in his army, and therefore he desired to have the naming of one officer in the fleet. With my lord by coach to Mr. Crewe, S., and very merry by the way, discoursing of the late changes and his good fortune. Thence home, and then with my wife to Dorset House, to deliver a list of the names of the justices of the peace for Huntingdonshire. By coach, taking Mr. Fox part of the way with me, that was with us with the King on board the Naseby, who I found to have married Mrs. Whittle, that lived at Mr. Jeer, S. so long. A very civil gentleman. At Dorset House I met with Mr. Kipps, my old friend, with whom the world is well changed, he being now seal-bearer to the Lord Chancellor, at which my wife and I are well pleased, he being a very good-natured man. Home and late writing letters. Then to my lord's lodging, this being the first night of his coming to Whitehall to lie since his coming from sea. 26th, my lord dined at his lodgings all alone today. I went to Secretary Nicholas. Sir Edward Nicholas, Secretary of State to Charles I and Roman II. He was dismissed from his office through the intrigues of Lady Castlemaine in 1663. He died 1669, aged 77. To carry him my lord's resolutions about his title, which he had chosen, and that is Portsmouth. Montagu changed his mind, and ultimately took his title from the town of Sandwich, leaving that of Portsmouth for the use of a king's mistress. I met with Mr. Throgmorton, a merchant, who went with me to the Old 3 Tons, at Charing Cross, who did give me 5 pieces of gold for to do him a small piece of service about a convoy to Bilbo, which I did. In the afternoon, one Mr. Watts came to me, a merchant, to offer me L500 if I would desist from the clerk of the Acts place. I pray God direct me in what I do herein. Went to my house, where I found my father, and carried him and my wife to Whitefriars, and myself to Puddlewarf, to the wardrobe, to Mr. Townsend, who went with me to Backwell, the goldsmith, S., and there we chose L100 worth of plate for my lord to give Secretary Nicholas. Back and stayed at my father S., and so home to bed. 27th. With my lord to the Duke, where he spoke to Mr. Coventry to dispatch my business of the Acts, in which place every body gives me joy, as if I were in it, which God send. The letters patent, dated July 13th, 12 Charles Roman II, recite and revoke letters patent of February 16th, 14 Charles I, whereby the office of clerk of the ships had been given to Dennis Fleming and Thomas Barlow or the survivor. D. F was then dead, but T.B. living, and Samuel Pepys was appointed in his room at a salary of L33 sixes, 8d, per annum with 3s, 4d. For each day employed in traveling, and L6 per annum for both here, and all fees due. This salary was only the ancient fee out of the exchequer, which had been attached to the office for more than a century. Pepys's salary had been previously fixed at L350 a year. Dined with my lord and all the officers of his regiment, who invited my lord and his friends, as many as he would bring, to dinner at the Swan at Dowgate, a poor house and ill-dressed, but very good fish and plenty. Here Mr. Simmons, the surgeon, told me how he was likely to lose his estate that he had bought, at which I was not a little pleased. To Westminster, and with Mr. Howe by coach to the Speaker, S., where my lord supped with the king, but I could not get in. So back again, and after a song or two in my chamber in the dark, which do, now that the bed is out, sound very well, I went home and to bed. 28th, my brother Tom came to me with patterns to choose for a suit. I paid him all to this day, and did give him L10 upon account. To Mr. Coventry, who told me that he would do me all right in my business. To Sir G. Downing, the first visit I have made him since he came. He is so stingy a fellow I care not to see him. I quite cleared myself of his office, and did give him liberty to take any body in. Hawley and he are parted too, he is going to serve Sir those. Ingram. I went also this morning to see Mrs. Pierce. I found her in bed in her house in Margaret Churchyard. Her husband returned to sea. I did invite her to go to dinner with me and my wife today. After all this to my lord, who lay abed till 11 o'clock, it being almost 5 before he went to bed, they supped so late last night with the king. This morning I saw poor Bishop Wren. Matthew Wren, born 1585, successively Bishop of Hereford, Norwich, and Ely. At the commencement of the rebellion he was sent to the Tower, and remained a prisoner there 18 years. Died April 1667. Going to chapel, it being a Thanksgiving Day. A proclamation for setting apart a day of solemn and public thanksgiving throughout the whole kingdom, dated June 5, 1660. For the king's return. After my lord was awake, I went up to him to the nursery where he do lie, and having talked with him a little, I took leave and carried my wife and Mrs. Pierce to Clothworkers' Hall, to dinner, where Mr. Pierce, the purser, met us. We were invited by Mr. Chaplin, the victualler, where Nish Osborne was. Our entertainment very good, a brave hall, good company, and very good music. Where among other things I was pleased that I could find out a man by his voice, whom I had never seen before, to be one that sang behind the curtain formerly at Sir W. Davenant's opera. Here Dr. Gauden and Mr. Gauden the victualler dined with us. After dinner to Mr. Rawlinson, S. Daniel Rawlinson kept the Mitre in Fenchurch Street, and there is a farthing token of his extant, at the Mitre in Fenchurch Street D. M.R., the initials stand for Daniel and Margaret Rawlinson, see Boyne's Trade Tokens, ed. Williamson, Volume I, 1889, p. 595, In Reliquii Hierniani, ed. Bliss, 1869, Volume Roman II. p. 39, is the following extract from Thomas Rawlinson's Notebook R. Of Daniel Rawlinson, my grandfather, who kept the Mitre Tavern in Fenchurch Street, and of whose being sequested in the rump time I have heard much. The Whigs tell this, that upon the king's murder he hung his scene in mourning. He certainly judged right. The honor of the Mitre was much eclipsed through the loss of so good a parent of the Church of England. These rogues say, this endeared him so much to the churchmen that he soon throve Amain and got a good estate. Mrs. Rawlinson died of the plague, see August 9, 1666, and the house was burnt in the Great Fire. Mr. Rawlinson rebuilt the Mitre, and he had the panels of the great room painted with allegorical figures by Isaac Fuller. Daniel was father of Sir Thomas Rawlinson, of whom Thomas Hearne writes, October 1, 1705. Sir Thomas Rawlinson is chosen Lord Mayor of London, for ye ensuing notwithstanding the great opposition of ye Whig party. Hearne's Collections, ed. Dobble, 1885, volume IP, 51. The well-known antiquaries, Thomas and Richard Rawlinson, sons of Sir Thomas, were therefore grandsons of Daniel. To see him and his wife, and would have gone to my Aunt White, but that her only child, a daughter, died last night. Home and to my lord, who supped within, and Mr. E. Montagu, Mr. Those. Crew and others with him sat up late. I home and to bed. 29th. This day or two my maid Jane has been lame, that we cannot tell what to do for want of her. Up and to Whitehall, where I got my warrant from the Duke to be Clerk of the Acts. Also, I got my lord's warrant from the Secretary for his honor of Earl of Portsmouth and Viscount Montagu of Hinchingbroke. So to my lord, to give him an account of what I had done. Then to Sir Geoffrey Palmer, to give them to him to have bills drawn upon them, who told me that my lord must have some good Latinist to make the preamble to his patent, which must express his late service in the best terms that he can, and he told me in what high flaunting terms Sir J. Greenville had caused his to be done, which he do not like, but that Sir Richard Fanshawe had done General Monk's very well. Back to Westminster, and meeting Mr. Townsend in the palace, he and I and another or two went and dined at the Leg there. Then to Whitehall, where I was told by Mr. Hutchinson at the Admiralty that Mr. Barlow, my predecessor, Clerk of the Acts, is yet alive, and coming up to town to look after his place, which made my heart sad a little. At night told my lord thereof, and he bade me get possession of my patent, and he would do all that could be done to keep him out. This night my lord and I looked over the list of the captains, and marked some that my lord had a mind to have put out. Home and to bed. Our wench very lame, abed these 2 days. 30th, by times to Sir R. Fanshawe to draw up the preamble to my lord's patent. So to my lord, and with him to Whitehall, where I saw a great many fine antique heads of marble that my lord Northumberland had given the king. Here meeting with Mr. de Cretz, he looked over many of the pieces, in the gallery with me, and told me whose hands they were, with great pleasure. Dined at home, and Mr. Hawley with me upon 6 of my pigeons, which my wife has resolved to kill here. This day came William Wayneman was constantly getting into trouble, and Pepys had to cane him. He was dismissed on July 7, 1663. My boy to me, the wench continuing lame, so that my wife could not be longer without somebody to help her. In the afternoon with Sir Edward Walker, at his lodgings by St. Giles Church, for my lord's pedigree, and carried it to Sir R. Fanshawe. To Mr. Crewe, S., and there took money and paid Mrs. Anne, Mrs. Jemima's maid, off quite, and so she went away and another came to her. To Whitehall with Mr. Moore, where I met with a letter from Mr. Turner, offering me L150 to be joined with me in my patent, and to advise me how to improve the advantage of my place, and to keep off Barlow. To my lord's till late at night, and so home.